50 basis points. Just keeping my eye on a couple of things here, including the futures. Some of the forecasts, some of the predictions of what this number could be have been all over the place. Some a lot higher than expected, some a lot lower than expected, and that's the first time in a few months we've seen such a wide range in what analysts are predicting, as far as economists are predicting, as far as this number is concerned. But coming up here in about 45 seconds, we'll get this number. Quickly, before the Fed, this is going to be a big deal as far as the market concerned to end the week here.
No question about it, Brendo. We're waiting. We're expecting here growth of 161,000. I'm seeing movement here on the NQ as it moves up aggressively. This could be front running here. We're expecting growth, Brendo, of 161,000 jobs to be added in August, and the unemployment rate to drop slightly to 4.2. Also, the magnitude
I'll jump in here. 142,000, guys. 142,000 versus 165 predicted there. So downside ever so slightly. The forecast overall, 120, so handily beat to the upside, but consensus, again, 160 to 165. So we come in downside ever so slightly there. 142,000, the number for August non-farm payrolls. Unemployment rate, 4.2%, the prior 4.3%, in line with expectations. Average hourly earnings, 0.7%, back higher. A lot of people I was reading yesterday were expecting that number and the overall earnings number to be downside. Doesn't appear to be the case. 3.8% upside for the overall hourly earnings number versus 3.6 expected there. So across the board, yeah, I mean, non-farm payrolls on the private side, 118,000 versus 112. But the main headline number there, 142 versus 120 expected.
Yeah, the wage growth component of the jobs report was going to be important here, Brendo. So good thing it didn't actually decline. We'll keep an eye on that. But the market really taking it in stride, a little above 18,000, 18.8. Now we're at high 18.7. So we'll have to wait for the bell to see what direction we go here.
Yeah, we just got Canadian data as well. Employment change here in this country, 22,000 ads versus 25 expected there. The prior, if you remember, last time around, we lost about 3,000 jobs. So 22,000 added this month here in this country. Just going back to that point we were making before that number came out there, a lot of people, I think, were expecting this to maybe be the indicator of which way the Fed goes, quarter point or 50 basis points. I'm not sure this actually tells that story or not.
No, it's not far off, but you imagine if it missed like the July number, that we would definitely be talking about 50 basis points. A lot of people, as you and I discussed, we're talking about 75 to 100 basis points by the end of the year. And so you wonder how they're going to structure them. Do we get that big 150 and then spook the markets, or do we do it incrementally like the Bank of Canada has done 25 every time?
And the market kind of following suit with that sentiment right now. The initial move higher, we're back downside right now. I mean, still red across the board here as far as the futures are concerned. That's a NASDAQ right now. If I move this over, you can see initial move was up. We print through to basically where we ended the day yesterday, but pulling back in here to the tune of 0.8% for the NASDAQ, about 0.5% for the S&P. Overall, kind of muted, I would say, as far as the market reaction here so far this morning. Obi in for Sean this morning, guys. Good morning.
Obi. Sean's at the rink, everybody. Good morning. But I kind of feel like, are we really getting are we getting 50 basis points off that? I don't know. Like that didn't give you the blood in the water, panic in the streets or anything. And when you had that, it's not even just about the payroll number there. I mean, when you look at that average hourly earnings, that looked pretty good, and that's a little bit of a shock to the upside. So I gotta admit, I don't think you got something definitive here with the number. Kind of hoping we'd get like either a big miss. You just want the market to move at the end of the day. But the NASDAQ holding up pretty decently. Like there was that you-know-what candle. And if you chase moves like that, you can find yourself in trouble. Unless you know it's like blow it out of the water, the market should rise on this. But I'm looking at NVIDIA. Woohoo! Excuse me.
Bless you.
Couldn't even get to it at that point. I'm looking at NVIDIA. NVIDIA was just about to break lower and actually go underneath the 830 number, and now it's starting to ride higher. I feel like all roads are going to lead to this stock. Like, how do we fare here with NVIDIA? Simply because of what happened with Broadcom. Like Broadcom last major earnings to report out of the chip names in the sector and down 8 points initially. I thought that was going to weigh on NVIDIA if the market didn't like this NFP number. So the fact that they did You still haven't punched through any big resistance. Nobody forget about Tesla. Obi, that 235. This is the one holding actually the best right now. If you're looking at, I'm looking at a few names in here. I'm looking at Apple right now. I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at Nvidia. Had some eyeballs on a couple of the other Mag 7. But it seems like Tesla is the one that is holding up the best on this bounce. Like it's right back at the tops. That 235 going to be in play today, Obi.
Yeah, definitely Tesla's going to be on watch a little bit of a day 2, day 3 after what it did yesterday, especially. Kind of been watching it. Yeah, that 235 rejection was pretty solid yesterday. I think I definitely missed it. Was a little preoccupied with Nvidia, but yeah, absolutely beautiful. Exactly 235.00, Neil.
It's unbelievable.
35 highs for almost a full-on 100% reversion. But yeah, definitely some spicy moves in the market as of late. And yeah, this number kind of initially kind of giving us a little bit of a shake and bake to both sides, but now we're getting a little bit of a bid back towards that 19th. Who would have thunk we're back below 19th out, Neil?
For now, a lot can happen between now and the open. I always say you don't necessarily want to overreact early. That's my MO. You're still down half a point here. I see some people in the chat there and appreciate you all, Tisha, looking at WHLR. There's a lot of low float runners. You might not care too much about what's going on with the market with the non-farm payrolls with regards to those. Still going to be looking at day 2. It's not just day 2, 3 for things like Tesla. And it's, I mean, $10 moves 2 days in a row off the open was what Tesla did. But NIO, day 2 on earnings. I'm kind of liking what I see over there. And I don't wonder, hey, what up, Patrick? And I don't wonder if that might be at least a little bit immune to some of the maneuvering in these markets. As stated, you're still down a half a point, and we're right back to where we were before. And crypto's actually doing pretty decently. There was a test of 55,000. We're at 56.5. Of note in the crypto space, Coinbase broke that August 5th Black Monday low. Mara essentially just tested some big resist or support as well. If they hold on to that, that'll be interesting because both those could be in for a bit of a relief rally. So nice little bounce here in Bitcoin. This is a 15-minute chart for everyone out there. And do not sleep on, like, I mean, when coin lost 160 in the afternoon yesterday, that was, yeah, it was a little bit heavy down there. And really, you're just talking about that August 5th Black Monday low. You've now essentially, I don't want to say liquidity grab because there wasn't a ton of volume down there and it was really just the last couple of minutes of the day that it was down there. But now you're back above this 160 and trying to go. I feel like this is an over-under. It hasn't even had a green day in the last 2 weeks. And if you can hold on to this bottom here, it's like 161, I think Coinbase has got a chance for sure. Market definitely flying. Okay. I'm saying flying. We're down 0.3 and we've essentially moved about 100 points on the NASDAQ. Overnight highs back in play.
Couple things to consider here. They've revised last month's, July's non-farm number downside as well. It was 114,000. They've revised it back to 89,000, so less than what was initially reported. I think that's probably 3 months in a row, I want to say, that they've done that now. The prior month gets revised back down. So if you missed it or joining a little late here, 142,000 on the August number versus, I mean, the consensus 160,000, 120,000 forecast. Fed fund futures right now pricing in 100 basis points worth of cuts to come off before the end of the year, including, if you look at this is September. Remember, September 18th is going to be the next Fed meeting. This is actually, you know, I mean, even if you slice it down the middle, better part of 50 basis points coming off in September, which could be, I mean, it depends on who you ask, but I mean, to me, that's a little aggressive, I think, to start.
I mean, it's the story of the Fed. I mean, they're always late. You and I telling me off camera that it's tough to do. Obviously, it's a tough job. We'll have to wait and see. The Bank of Canada was doing it quarter point at a time. But I want to mention a couple of things. One, the July report likely came in a little light because of the hurricane that was driving through the United States at the time. A lot of outdoor jobs were canceled. That seems like it was a bit of an outlier. The other thing, every single jobs revision that we got in 2023, Brendel, was revised down. Yeah. None of them were revised up. So there is this consistent pattern of overestimating and then just, we'll fix it later, which is, right? So,
the story that we've been hearing for quite some time. Worth noting, yields downside, 10-year off a cliff right now, 3.65. It's trying to bounce a little bit right here, but 4 days in a row to the downside. The 2-year the same, even if you go out to the 30-year. This has just been straight southbound for the past 4 or 5 months for yields across the board. Dollar not really doing a heck of a lot right now, but we'll keep an eye on the overall market here. Definitely liking this. I think the narrative more than the actual number itself, guys, helping stocks here to kick things off on a Friday.
Yeah, revisions. That's what it's all about. Because they never get these ones exactly right. And Apple, the market's at those highs, but I was just talking with Obi. I'm looking at, Nvidia still feels a little bit heavy. Can't seem to get past even afternoon resistance. But I'm looking at Apple as well. The market, Apple's up on the day. Don't get me wrong. It's actually up today. Ooh, Randy. I was waiting for the reveal because I got to ask you. Randy just brought us coffees, obviously, you guys can see. But he also brought us 2 blueberries.
2 blueberries. Oh, damn.
Is this shrinkflation right here? Okay. All right. So apparently it's tough times Trading TV Live because we can only afford, no, I have no idea why, but there was an entire bowl of fruit and we each get, I'll let you have the bigger one there, Romy.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
So this is probably going to be the most delicious blueberry ever.
Breakfast.
It wasn't sour, Ramin. It was okay.
That was pretty good. I enjoyed the blueberry.
I wouldn't mind if we had 4 or 5 more of those, or I don't know. Randy's a fun character, everybody. No, everything's absolutely fine. Actually, I did see the bowl of fruit, and it's like a bunch of other stuff, and there weren't many blueberries in there. So I'm sure what Randy did is he probably just went in and got the only 2 blueberries in the entire bowl and shared them with us. But yeah, what I was sort of getting at there is we're not breaking through big levels right now, and that's that's got me a little bit tepid here, Obi, because here, I'll show you 2. These are the 2 I was going to talk about. This move up, we just got back to highs in the NASDAQ, overnight highs. NVIDIA can't punch through the afternoon resistance at 108. 110's been resistance for the last 2.5 sessions. Apple basically just went green, didn't even get to afternoon resistance points. So I don't think this is like a wheel it out there and be super excited by the move that we're seeing. Tesla, on the other hand, this is why I was saying Tesla's relatively strong. It got up to that 235 again. And if it's going to hold out previous close, I think you would take the stairs to the upside. Random oddities, why is the dollar on the table? Most of the random stuff that we have here, the bear and bull, it sort of speaks for themselves. I tend to change it if I think there's a really big thing going on and then Randy has it. Randy just brought the dollar and Randy brought the toonie yesterday.
Have you ever kept a piece of money on your table while trading?
No.
Because I used to do this at home. I used to put like a $100 USD bill just in front of me just to be all right, at the end of the day you want to disassociate from whatever this is. At the end, I don't know. It's a little bit of a. I know some people like to do that.
I've heard. Okay, so I've seen traders. I've seen traders
Wayne
do
puts
it.
a dollar bill there as well.
Wayne at the desk has some interesting things.
Yeah.
He's not there right now. I actually don't mind saying this, but we'll have Michael Moss in a couple of minutes. So Wayne, who sits on the bridge over there, risk manager, usually right in there, you're able to see him. He's not at his seat right now, as you can tell. He's got this one with the cap and all that stuff. Well, cowboy hat.
Iconic.
But he, in addition to that dollar bill, he has poker chips. That he said. And what's interesting is I asked him about what's the deal with the poker chips? You a big poker player? He's like, not really. But the story for that is when he's looking at the trades that he's going to take, or this setup versus that setup, he mentally will put in the amount of chips for his daily risk that he wants to put into it.
Okay,
he'll set those in front of him. And be like, okay, well, I'm betting a third of my pot. It's an interesting look. I've never done anything like that. I think a lot of times you just sort of settle in, I want to risk 10, 20% on these, and you get pretty standard with that. But it's interesting because he is a visual reminder. There's Wayne.
Heyo.
It's a visual reminder. You can you can't see the poker chips. They're there somewhere.
They're there.
Can't see the dollar bill.
Right there.
The only things I have at my desk, I've got my Gunners. Well, they're not really Gunners, these fake ones. Got my daughter's baseball card. Oh, and I have the rock. Like, she made me this rock when we were camping, and this is a couple of years back, and she loves to paint rocks. So she made me that one. And then we've got the Vegemite.
Yep.
I don't know why. We got the Magic 8-Ball. Just sort of random stuff. I won't bother showing.
I got a little like lucky kitty that Wayne gave me, and I always rub the head in the morning.
Did you bring it to the desk?
I could. Maybe the kitty will make an appearance today.
Well, let's rub it for good luck, and then maybe Tesla will break 235.
Oh, can you guys see it? No, not really. It's on the it's in the center, the center of the monitor stand.
Definitely.
There it is. You see
There
it
it
right
is.
there.
I
Boom.
like it. Aw.
Okay, buy the dips next
Boom.
Okay, all right.
Oh my goodness.
We doubled up.
You know what? I'm not even going to
Neil,
make the joke.
We just made a 100% trade.
Well, you know, we're flashing them dollar bills, which could be used for other things. We have Michael Noss ready before I make an inappropriate joke about dollar bills.
Need more toonies on that desk, I think, to cover the exchange.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's definitely not equaling 1-to-1 there on those. Hey, Michael Noss, how are you? It's been a while. How's your week going?
It's been far too long. How was your time off?
It was fantastic. Thank you. We've had quite the week here, and more to come going into not next week, but the week after. If anyone's wondering, the 18th for Mr. Powell to come through and tell us what is what as far as interest rates are concerned. Now, I'm just hearing in my ear they're now pricing in 50 basis points for September 18th, which, we'll see what the market reaction is. But let's talk about a few individual names here. I mean, it's not all bad, right, throughout the market here?
It's absolutely not. And we have launched a new tool that's going to be really, really cool to help our traders out, which is always what we're trying to do. And I'm going to show you some ways I'm going to do it. So we're introing this for the first time. We haven't even sent out an email yet, I don't think. So this is going to be for you guys first over at the Trader TV Nation. So make sure you're going and using Trader TV 20 for 20% on checkout. But we're launching this new tool that we're calling Trade Wave. So the first chart I have, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. Now, this is user definable. So you can pick whichever moving averages you want. So if you remember, probably a couple months ago, I came and I showed that we added these EMA clouds to our charts. And the idea behind them is that they change color based off whether a shorter term moving average is above a longer term, or, in this case, the orange, if that shorter term is below the longer term, signaling an uptrend or a downtrend for users that, want a little bit of a help or a little bit of systematic way to define a trend based on whatever your time frame is. It adapts. I'm going to show daily charts, but just know down to a 1-minute chart, you can use these, the same indicator. So the idea is that if the moving average crosses over and price is above all these moving averages, the system triggers buy. And then if it flips down below, the system triggers a sell. And this is going to help users stay hopefully on the right side of the trend, because as we know, trading with the trend is absolutely your friend. So I picked Kava here just because it looks nice and clean. You see there was one buy signal as it broke out, and then it kept you in the trade, which is what the people who've been testing this internally really, really love. It's helping them keep them in the trade until that switches, and then it's time to move on, and then again another buy. Now, I want to take a look at another chart here with NVIDIA, and I just want to show that, right, like anything, obviously this is not going to work all of the time, right? There's no system out there that does. The idea is that we want to push in the right direction of, getting things on a trend so that when you're right, you can make way more than you're wrong. So you see on NVIDIA, it had that nice breakout when it was breaking out, pre-split around $100, and that was a great trade. And then it triggered again after this last collapse and then sold out after earnings. So again, one winner, one loser. But if you want to know how this system is working on your individual stock and your individual time frame, that's what I'm highlighting, that button right down there that's going to be on all of your charts. If you click into the next slide, you can see what that button will do, and it will basically show you the returns of your own moving average customization. We put some defaults in there, but you can change the moving averages to whatever you like. What would have happened if you had traded that symbol on that time frame with that moving average combination? You can see, right, the first trade was very good with 32%, and then the last trade was not so good with 12%. But again, it got you out as the market turned, again, kept you into the longest one. So just so then how do we use this? If I go back to Kava here, the next slide, That one, there we go. I'm using this in combination with normal technical analysis and with kind of my own picking, because as we know, studying a lot of systems, a lot of trend following systems and all of that, you're obviously going to make a lot of money in stocks like Kava that are trending. However, if the stock is just range bound and not doing anything, it's going to do a lot of false signals where, buy and sell and buy and sell and buy and sell. So what I'm using this for is to kind of offload the thinking behind when I'm going to enter a trade and when I'm going to exit a trade. And then now my mind and my time is now open up to stock selection, right? My job is now to say, I want to find a stock that I think is going to trend. And these are the reasons I think it's going to have a trend. And then I just simply wait for the trend signal to hit buy. And then I stay in it until, right, the trend signal hits sell. Again, using my own picking of what I think is going to have the best move. So I got a couple of those for you today. As of course, I always have to leave you guys with some ideas. So the first one here is SMR. So I talked about this one before. This is a nuclear play. Very, very interesting. Had this, you can see this nice uptrend. It went from $6 to around 15. That was actually an all-time high for the stock. It pretty violently rejected that all-time highs. You can see the system got out as it rejected that all-time highs, and now it's been trending lower. So what I'm going to do, so what I did first on the next slide is just showed it did pretty good on the long side and actually did pretty good on the short side. So with SMR, now all I have to do is wait for this ticker to now flip to a buy. That's going to be my plan with SMR, because I think if these moving averages reverse and if the trend reverses, this is going to be a good buy when it comes to, nuclear energy and all that stuff that's been working very well here. And then next but not least, let's take a look at, or last but not least, let's take a look at Rivian. So this is one, again, my job is to try to figure out what's going to be the next trend and then let the system kind of do the work on the entry and exit. Rivian, I've brought up the panel, just show that it had 2 winners and 2 losers in this time frame and netted out positively green. But why am I interested in this name? So why am I picking this one as something that I'm going to wait for this trend signal? Well, one is I've drawn, kind of a tightening trend lines here. So it's showing that the price pattern is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. We're getting this wedge going on. We saw Tesla actually do fantastic yesterday. We saw NIO, of all companies, come out of the blue and had a great day yesterday as well. So I'm thinking that if there's going to be this cycle into EVs, I want to be long in Rivian. It's got a 17-ish% short float, which represents a bunch of days to cover. So there's a lot of people short Rivian here as well. So all I'm going to look for, it makes, again, the trade plan part of it simple, is I'm going to check this every day, and when I see a buy signal getting triggered there, I'm going to get involved, and then I'm going to try to hold it until the moving average cloud breaks down, which is a sell, right? So a very good tool to help assist traders, but again, just want to make it super, super clear that your job is now to try to find the thing that will trend. This will get you in the trend and help keep you in the trend as long as you can. But yeah, that's our job, and that's what we do at Trade Ideas. We scan for things that have the potential to move.
The point you made off the bat there, the simple fact that people can go back and look at maybe stocks that they have already traded and say, hey, what did I do? And what could have been done with this type of a tool? So back testing a little bit available with this as well. Scan that QR code, guys, that'll be on screen there to get your copy of Trade Ideas, 20% off. Trader TV 20. You can spend the weekend doing just that, Mr. Noss. I'm sure we will get a ton of questions on how to get that indicator, how to get started with that indicator. Tell them where they can find you.
Yeah, you can just hit me up. You see my Twitter below there. You can email if you go to trade-ideas.com. There's a little help button. You can click there. This has been a tool that we've been working on for a long time. Day traders are loving it. Swing traders are loving it because they're just picking their stocks and they're waiting for the signal to come in.
If anyone beats the tool, let us know as well, and we'll.
Absolutely.
I don't know. You'll win nothing, but anyways, have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk again on Monday.
Talk on Monday. Good seeing you again.
Yeah, good seeing you, Michael Lawson. Appreciate that. And anybody, check. Michael's great about answering questions on Twitter if you send him a message, or if you're interested in a piece of the layout, mine, Sean's, anybody's.
Monday.
He can always send that over to us. And look, back testing is incredibly important. Like just anytime you get a new indicator or an indicator that you're using in a different way, you want to make sure, does it work for you? Is it something that makes sense in your trading plan? Because not all two things are going to be alike. It's funny you mentioned Rivian there. I don't know why it's funny. I mean, whatever. Rivian was an interesting bounce play yesterday, and I do have eyeballs on it. It's trying to break a little bit of a trend today. So it got down to that low. It's not whatever. It's a loose-ish trend line you guys can sort of see. Lower highs all the way through into a flat bottom, which didn't break. And if a flat bottom doesn't break and bounces, then you look for it to trend back up. Would have to take out 14 today. I do feel like NEO on continuation is going to be a play as well, but there's so much to look at. I just wanted to let you guys know that Tesla, again, failed to break through that 235 zone. So it's now double tapped it. I mean, it got there once. As Obi mentioned, it was exactly $235 yesterday at the high. I mean, not 99. It was exactly that even dollar that got printed. We just tagged that twice. First pullback did not breach prior highs from yesterday afternoon and is held on to VWAP as well. But the second break, or the second attempt at a break, is already pulling back in $1 here. So, I mean, obviously, there's some levels that you got to do the work on a chart, and it takes you a while to figure out what the key price is. There's zero mystery about 235 on Tesla at this point.
Yeah, I think definitely going to be watching that 235 again as the market pushes up higher. Let's see what we do with that 19th hour. We already broke above 18.1, coming up from a base from 18.7. So yeah, going to be curious to see if that economic number from 830 can push us a little bit above that 235 with a little bit of tailwind. Could be nice. But right now, we got Dara at the screen.
Pretty exciting upgrade and downgrades list. To kick things off on the upgrade side, Barclays upgrading two crypto adjacent names, both Coinbase and Robinhood, both slightly positive on the day as of right now. NEO getting an upgrade from JP Chase after its earnings yesterday morning. And we have United States Steels Corporation, or X, getting an upgrade here from XA and BNP Paribas as it continues to undergo a bit of a news cycle here with regards to the Nippon Steel deal. Downgrade starting here with Supermicro Computers getting downgraded by JP Chase. Price target cut here from $950 to $500. So slashing the target almost in half. SMCI definitely on watch here. Bloom Energy getting a downgrade here from Jefferies Financial. 3M with a downgrade from Morgan Stanley. And last but not least, Truist downgrading Expedia. Lots to look at here, guys.
Lots to look at. I don't know if that's an ominous sign. The all red for Adara, but the market's trying to go green. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We shouldn't read too much into it. So yeah, with the market bouncing here, there's oddly something enough that is not participating in this party. Although, like I said, the Nasdaq's still down on the session, but we are bouncing after that number, and SMCI is not cooperating. So we talk about stocks that are trending. Yeah, this one's trending in the wrong way. It did hold on to the $400 level just recently. There was a small break of $400. Here it is. So it did have a small break of $400. I think that 400's in play today. I mean, when you're not going up with the rest of the market and able to get back at least some of the gap down that we had overnight, not a great sign. If this loses 400 at the open, it's not the actual low, 395-ish is the bottom on SMCI. Yeah, not a great look for them. NEO on the upgrade zone. NEO with an upgrade. I feel like it's been a hot minute since anybody has liked NEO on the upgrades. I feel like it's going to break 5 before it dips. My plan of action today was to look dips into 465 because I like to play dips on any gaps up in Chinese ADRs. In this particular case, I don't know if you're going to get a dip off the 5 level. Just looking at the offer on NIO here, about 700, maybe call it like 750,000 shares on the offer at 5 already. So I feel like that's going to be a big break. Clearly, its resistance on the dailies. You can see the last time it broke 5, it got to like 505 and reversed. So I'd rather play a dip off this level and then into 5 as opposed to just hammering in at the highs off the number before the open. Yeah, I'll have to wait till the open on NIO here. We're already testing at 5. Continuation plays I love though. If you're a strong trending stock on day 1 after earnings, then I'm gonna look for continuation before anything else. Day 2.
Yeah, I like that. I like that SMCI look. for sure with the downgrade. I'm kind of looking at it here. Prior dump here that happened on the 28th, right there. I remember we broke that 500 right off of going into the open there, and then kind of a little bit of an eventful price action, getting a little bit of I'll put an anchor on that strong move again with volume and then strong price action right there. We are trading below it and trending indeed to the downside, and that low is right here, Neil. 395? 395.16 is the low, and yeah, you're right. If we break that 400, oh boy, are we set up for a little bit of a pullback here. Now you got to remember where this thing has been coming from, right? I was like looking at this chart a little earlier this year. I'm like, why is this ticker all the way up here, regardless of what's kind of been going on? But yeah, that kind of AI push that happened, and you can see that it started accelerating in the beginning of 2024. We're pretty much right back there, Neil. So potentially this thing on a 12-month chart,
it's insane.
That is a hard top wick. Look at that right there. So the wick high is 1.2. We're at 414, Neil. So I'd be curious to know how we end off the year on SMCI. I like that.
Round trip?
A little bit of a trend. Yeah, a little bit of
Did we come
symmetrical action.
Did it come all this way not to get back to where it was in January?
Yeah. Let's see.
We'll see.
I missed something?
No.
I don't know. Let's have a look at the overall market here still. I mean, trying to hold on to gains. We're almost back to positive territory here for the NASDAQ, ES, S&P is positive now.
It is. It's up 0.08, but we did break that 5,500 level overnight, that Brecher ledge, or I guess it's being called around here. We're back above it right now. 5,520 is the overnight high. Look, we're going to have to use that 54.75 as support because we did print below it on the overnight print. So 54.75 as support to that resistance level. If we really get going here, we had trouble breaking through 55.50.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video, hit the link for the watch list, enter your email address, and then we do your homework for you and send it to you in a nice package every single morning right to your inbox. Everything you need to know in the pre-market that's moving around and why, delivered right to you for, nothing. So why not? Let's talk about Broadcom here to kick things off, trying to get back above 143 and hold. 143 was that last line of defense after the close yesterday when we get this earnings report. I mean, they tried really hard to say, I read through a brief statement of their actual earnings report. They tried really hard to say AI as many times as they could. But even that wasn't enough, it seemed. It was specifically the forecast surrounding AI that seemed to miss.
Yeah, it's no longer 2023, Brenda. You can't just get away with that anymore. No, look, they beat on earnings per share. They beat on revenue. They did print a net loss, though they're still losing money, but this was a one-off charge with respect to tax, so they should be profitable if they can maintain this going forward. Their guidance, this is the issue. So they guided Q4 revenue of $14 billion. That was below the street consensus. EPS was in line of $1.36 going forward. Their acquisition of VMware is contributing about $5.8 billion to the revenue. So it's working out so far, just profitability seems to still be elusive.
Yeah, overall market trying to help, I guess, as far as the price action here. Just be aware, Fed's Williams speaking right now. I think the market's kind of over paying attention to Fed speakers, but we'll keep an eye out for any comments. But still, 6.5% right now for Broadcom.
Yeah, so it was more. It was like 8 or 9%, and it ended up being more than the expected move, although right now I think it was pretty much, it's now at par, I think, for the expected move on Broadcom. But I didn't like it last night because, and when we were talking about this, what are your thoughts on Broadcom? It was more along the lines of, well, it's in a very clean, an oddly clean downward channel on the daily chart if you're into drawing trends. Like it was an obvious set of like lower highs and lower lows going into earnings. And this is $149, $150 where the floor was. I don't see the fact that we're rallying back into overnight highs. And what Broadcom does is go back into where the bottom was early in the move last night. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence. Like if it was trading up and around like 146, 147 in there, I'd feel a little bit better. Still going to be a little bit tepid. It wasn't a horrible, the numbers, and with the reaction the way that it is, last one to report, I know it's upward trending here, but I'm going to be very cautious. I don't want to look to trade AVGO. If we were trading at 146, 147, I might have a different look on something like an NVIDIA than I do right now, which is NVIDIA, I don't feel like for that 110 break at this moment. So Broadcom, because it's not reacting with enough buy strength, I'm leaning back towards thinking if we're going to have an inside day on NVIDIA, let me come over here, you've just been unable to get past the 110 level on NVDA. And until that happens, I feel like you got to go station to station. I'm missing yesterday in the morning, but it wicked down to 104. It didn't break 110. So you've got like a triple bottom at 104, and then you've had lower highs off that 110 level on NVIDIA, which I know we're going to talk about them next. But it's the Broadcom's reaction to earnings that's not turning me bullish. If the market wants to go green and Broadcom gets above 147, I'll feel a heck of a lot better about some of the chip longs. But as long as it has that chance to hold 6% or lower, this could be a trap on some of the chips.
Yeah, I'm kind of, again, looking at Broadcom as well. Within the range of this month's high and low, right? We've pretty much still been trading inside of August highs and lows right there. Something I'm watching as well is SMH, right? Kind of a chip sector here. Taking a look at, this is an hourly chart that includes both the pre-market and after-hours data. We can see that a little bit of a double top-ish action here in the high 280s right there, and we've been taking a little bit of a pullback and pulling up the weekly. You'll be able to see that a little bit better here. Yeah, you can see right there, nice little run. 2024 will pull back heavily over the course of in July there, making a bit of a support at that 200, and we're pulling back in. So we're pretty much inside this, like, I don't know, just like this range, this zone, whatever. Should be interesting. Bit of a red week this week. Let's see how we ended off here on the chips.
NVIDIA and Microsoft, we'll talk about this story involving both of them, but just real quick, NVIDIA, I was just noticing it's made this exact same move the past 2 days in a row here and then ended up fading that all session long. But this is kind of interesting. China's market still managing to get NVIDIA chips via smuggling in the black market. Surprising absolutely no one because there are no alternatives at this point. But you have that story about NVIDIA and Microsoft.
Yeah, they've annoyed this company called Zockets or Shockets. I'm not really sure how to pronounce them. They're a data processing technology company. They sued NVIDIA and Microsoft for patent infringement. Alleged here is that Microsoft and NVIDIA stole their technology to develop these AI products. Specifically, they're in the business of data processing units, DPUs, which are apparently essential components for these AI systems. They attempted to license the product to Microsoft, to NVIDIA. It didn't work out. Now they're alleging, kind of like what Apple did with that Apple Watch, whatever company, there, where they basically, instead of licensing it from them, they just took their technology and just started using it. So they're seeking, Brendo, punitive damages, triple damages here. It's a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, good luck with that. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app backed by the NASDAQ and the SEC ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7. You can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up for and snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Shout out to Moomoo, guys. Trade ideas here for NVIDIA and Microsoft.
So what's the company's name? Zockets? So Zockets to NVIDIA is the portion of Isaiah Likely's toe that was out of bounds compared to the rest of his body, right? Like it doesn't matter. Like it's a story because obviously they're getting sued. But yeah, so that's what and I know somewhere Raheem Alani is sitting here and he's like, oh my goodness.
The ground, is it? It's like his toe is in the air.
No, man, he's out. That is not a touchdown.
Okay.
That was not a touchdown. The Chiefs end up winning and obviously covering as well instead of the game going. But they weren't going to go to overtime because Baltimore was actually going to go for 2 if they got that touchdown. So, yeah, that kind of stinks. But it doesn't matter now. It's entirely irrelevant. Kind of like, okay, I shouldn't say that Zockets is irrelevant. I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry about that. But if you're not being sued, then you're not big. Then you're not a successful big business or big cap tech company. That's right. Like if the regulators aren't after you for antitrust concerns and monopolistic concerns, you're not successful enough. And if you're not being sued by somebody, then you're not in business as a $1 trillion company. So
If you don't have any headwind, are you really getting anywhere?
no.
Right.
That's 100%. I like that actually even better. So I'm going to steal that. And now every single time you hear me say, if you don't have any headwind, are you actually getting better? Just pretend that I made it up and not Obi. And we'll leave it at that. I like that. I know we were just talking about NVIDIA. Look, it's the range bound. Now I got the data back. So after what I said about Broadcom, I don't feel too much differently. You got through first resistance on NVIDIA. You haven't punched through second at 110. It's a very clear range. And to me, unless you're breaking out the 110, don't get me wrong, if you want to trend into it and there's like VWAP trend into 110, I got no issues with that. The market wants to go up and take out the highs, then you can trend into 110. But in terms of, having a definitive, hey, we're gonna be long right up here. Now, I'm not gonna go long at 108 at the open. I think you've got clear, obvious previous close. If it can hold on to that sits around VWAP. And if you trend into 110, great, they're scalping into 110. If 104 goes on Friday, then to me, that's going to be a short. And then the 110 level is available for shorts. The other name in Chipland, whoops, I just meant to type AMD and then went to ARM. Freudian slip.
Yep.
Okay, so, but I should mention, ARM was oddly strong yesterday. Just going to throw that out there. When everything was dipping, ARM decided to hold the top end of the range. So if we do break out today, this is me reminding myself that ARM breaking 125 could be interesting. But look, it's not moving a heck of a lot right now. I meant to go to AMD. Advanced Micro Devices has been a short and has been a short for a while now on the daily. You can see the trend to the downside. It's a very clean downward trend with this 135 bottom on AMD. Now, what's different about AMD and NVIDIA? NVIDIA broke afternoon resistance and then tested some of those highs. AMD's 143 high is the big one. It can't even get through this 140 and a half at the moment. So AMD's looking a little bit weaker than NVIDIA from what I can see. So as long as we're not breaking overnight highs, I still think I want to be pop and fade on the chips. Obviously, the early afternoon tops is 140 and a half on AMD, and then you got 143 up top, 110 on NVIDIA. Don't mind playing longs into 110 to VWAP and the previous close can hold, but I still think it's a short at that 110 till proven otherwise.
Oh yeah, that range on NVIDIA is absolutely solid. I know, definitely been trading NVIDIA for the past couple of weeks. It's been given the good, that's for sure. 110 to 104 lows there, a little bit of a range happening there. So I do like this 104. I already have an alert here, but something distinct to note I do want to mention is take a look at this. Take a look at these highs. 109.99, Neil. Yesterday's high, 109.65, just 10 pennies above prior days, kind of a mid to end of day consolidation high before we got that selling coming in. But yeah, it's pretty much in this range. Let's see how we end off this week. Taking a look at the weekly chart here on NVIDIA, very, very interesting action there. Again, very similar to that SMH chart, right? Because I'm going to assume that NVIDIA is a decent chunk of the tech sector, but the chip sector. But yeah, you can see a little bit of two red weeks in a row, about to end this week today. Let's see where we do. We're already kind of making a little bit of a bottom wick there with those 104 lows, triple bottom, almost quadruple bottom as of today, right, Neil? So in the pre-market's already bouncing off of that 104 area. What is the pre-market low, you may ask? Pre-market low, 104.37, so just within that range. And then look at the bid that we've been getting, 108s coming in off of the open today, and Softy as well. Softy, a little distinctly different. It hasn't really necessarily been ranging, but a distinct downtrend over the past couple of weeks right there as well. I kind of noticed that this name has been selling off a little bit more than some of the other tech names. but still hasn't really broken that August 5th low just yet. August 5th low being at 382. We kind of topped out at that 426 area over the past couple weeks or so, and now we've taken a little bit of a pullback. 400 should be interesting. We're only about 8 points away. Let's see what today brings. I'm not expecting too much, but if things fall into my lap, I'll definitely be taking those.
All right, let's go on to Uipath, on the other hand, with a better than expected report, up better part of 9% here it was when we got above 14 early on this morning, but pulling back to 1380 here, right across the board. Pretty impressive here. If you do zoom out, however, I don't want to rain on the parade here. If you zoom out on Uipath, it's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, I was just about to say that this stock's underperformed the S&P, but I think that shows it a lot better there, Brendo. But good look for them, 8.5%. Was up a little bit higher. Here's a look. They beat on EPS. They printed a lot better what the street was looking for. They beat on revenue. The earnings surprise was about 33%. The revenue surprise was about 4%. Now they're actually looking possibly here at a bit of a headwind with their consensus EPS guide. A little bit low, well, in line with what analysts were looking for. So we'll have to see how they do, but already up nicely in the pre.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot of participation here as far as volume is concerned in the pre-market, guys, but hard to ignore here for Uipath today.
Weighted.
Yeah, I think you can't ignore earnings names. I know everyone's going to be all about the chips and looking at the overall market after a non-farm payroll, but I think we got to be able to respect a stock it's got a 7% short float. You look at what happened back in May when it got dumped, and now it's finally breaking out these levels. It's about 1330. That was the prior resistance. Anybody want to guess where this dipped into in the aftermarket? Spoiler alert, 1330. I don't know. Sometimes it's funny. Like that earnings come out, it goes all the way $14, dips into 1330 and holds higher. Now, it doesn't seem like it wants to retest breaking pre-market lows. If it does, 1330. If we never break the pre-market lows, I think it's set up to just break out the 14. It'd be nicer if it had a bigger short float. I'd like it a heck of a lot more. The reason why I'm leaning more towards a dip buy is the market obviously just went to the upside. You saw it all go. This didn't really do anything off that number. Like we just essentially hung out in the range on Uipath. So if that's going to happen, if it's not going to rally with the market, it doesn't make me favor the break in that moment. It makes me favor the dip buy, like a patient move. If it tries to fill in the gap, remember where the levels are on the daily chart and then wait around for that. But any type of an earnings continuation, a 9% move with a small but decent enough short float, I think it's got a chance to go. I don't necessarily think it needs to be at the top of the list for breaks. There's way too many things trading at key levels. I mean, NVIDIA's going to move around. We already know that. Tesla's already at that 235 level. NIO's going to be at $5 in 2 seconds. So there's a heck of a lot more happening than Uipath, which is holding the upper end of the range. That's good. But when you don't break out of the top when the market's making this move, it would have me think the first move could be a retest of that pre-market low and then wait for 13.3.
Yeah, I like that. Again, Uipath gapping up above some of these prior levels here. Let's take a look at a higher time frame right here real quick. So yeah, look at that. We're in that gap area, right? Sure. In the past, so over the past 2023, 2022, partially as well, we've been kind of chopping in that area. But yeah, looking left, we have this. Let's see if some of these prior supports, turn into resistance as we attempt to push back and maybe fill a little bit of this gap from prior earnings here. But yeah, a little bit of a gap up above multi-month highs right here. So support I have here around 1330s, and then maybe some resistance. Just looking back at the chart right here, resistance underneath 14s, resistance underneath just 15 right there, 1482-ish area. Now, of course, you can zoom in a little bit more, go down to the lower time frames, and see exactly, specifically, if there's any sort of interesting price action in and around some of these levels to really hone into what prices you might want to be, again, watching price action and tape at, or watching the chart at. But yeah, a little bit of a gap up. Let's see if we get that continuation past that 14 on Uipath today. Decent earnings.
We're just talking about MBLY down 3% here in the pre-market. I went through a ton of charts on the weekend before I came back, or Monday, I guess it was. I'm just trying to go over in my mind. This might be the worst chart I've seen in a long time. This is a daily chart for Mobileye, so long-term lows. I mean, you got to go back to the beginning of 2023, 2022 even. But yeah, I mean, Intel kicking the tires on whether or not to dump MBLY.
Yeah, Brendo, they're looking at offloading about 88% of their stake in Mobileye. The decision will be made in the September board meeting for Mobileye as well, so we'll keep you updated on that. But the company's really had a lot of headwinds here, faced lower auto production post-pandemic, weak demand in China as well. Look, the sale of Mobileye could generate more Intel cash. They're strapped for cash. We know that because they're looking at offloading other parts of their company, which brings me to the next story here, Brendo. Qualcomm considering acquiring parts of Intel's business. I know we're talking about Mobileye here real quick, but I want to mention this. They're particularly interested in Intel's PC design business, and this could also help generate more cash for Intel, really, as they look to build out these foundries, and these things aren't cheap.
Yeah, I think the volume here this morning on Mobileye specifically tells the story as well. 77,000 shares traded so far today, so market may be expecting this.
Yeah, it's not even up. It's not doing anything. That's a huge disappointment, probably for anyone that owns Mobileye. I'm glad I'm not in that one anymore. Look, Intel, if you've just been waiting for it to get to $20, just be patient with it, and you've been rewarded for a couple of days now. Now, obviously, it's not making the kinds of moves that it did when it flushed last week, but into the 20 level, it's been good. You just have to be very patient. It's been rallying early to get to 20 and then dumping. And when it dumps, all you got to do is just sit back and relax for it to get to VWAP. So I don't think I'm not changing anything with the plan for Intel. If it wants to break out, I'm pretty sure it was 2 days ago, I actually accidentally got long. I wasn't accidentally, but I got long without it really breaking. So I got long at like 20.03, and there was just no buyers out and about. I got out flat, just right back into the short, and then it worked. So it's a reversible level. Maybe it needs to break out the 5s or 10s for something to the upside. But like Intel is a sell until it's not. I feel like when a stock looks like this, that's how you should treat it. It tried to break out the post-earnings consolidation level and failed it abjectly. And it looks to me like you're probably headed back into the lows. If the market's not going to absolutely blast today, you might not see that $20 level, but with Intel, I'm always willing to join a short if I get a chance. If it's just trending down, you short back into VWAP. If it trends up, I wait for $20. It's been the plan for like 3 days now. Why change it?
Yeah, so not doing too much volume. So are we really going to be too focused on it this morning? Again, with NVIDIA and Tesla and even AVGO with day one earnings. Maybe, perhaps we'll see. We'll see what that open brings in for us here. So let's see if it's at some sort of key level here on Mobileye. I'm just going to go to a higher time frame right there. These seem like all-time lows, Neil. So yeah, definitely could be interesting here. Anybody and everybody who has been long on Mobileye is pretty much way underwater here. You can see that most of that volume kind of traded up here in the 30s and 40s, a little bit of a low at that 23, 24 that cracks down, and we are trading at much lower prices. And you can see the volume has been relatively stable here on the daily. Sure, you have spikes on the hard flush down, but overall, it does seem like volume's been relatively average, even on the way down. So let's see what that average volume was. Yeah, exactly. So prior day's volume 6.3. And then average 30-day volume is about 5.6. So it's been doing roughly about, I guess, around 6 million shares a day here. Let's see what today brings in on Mobileye. All-time lows here, pre-market lows, or pre-market coming in at that 12.23 as of right now. But like we said, not a lot of volume in the pre-market. So I don't know if we want to really give too much weight or precedence to some of those prices here. Low pre-market, 11.85. So let's see if any sort of real volume comes into Mobileye, but I think we can be expecting a little bit of an average of 5 to 6 million today.
All right, let's touch on Apple here to wrap things up. Coming up on Monday, the event that will be preceded by Huawei's event, notable. But we'll get the iPhone 16 coming up next week. Nice gap up here this morning, 0.7% to the upside. I was just saying to Sharif, what is with this new trend of Elon feeling the need to comment on Apple? But Apple in awe over Apple selling 1.4 million iPhones every 2 days, calling that insane.
I don't know. I bet
big
you.
number.
It is. I mean, Apple's Apple, right? Look, I think the whole thing with the Monday event is kind of priced in. I don't think there's anything really that is going to be novel for us, maybe a color or two difference. But we already know that the Apple Intelligence, the AI, won't be released on Monday. It's going to be an October kind of thing. A couple of interesting coverages here from analyst TD Cowen maintaining Apple today with a buy and a price target of 250. Wedbush. Dan Ives chiming in as well here, Brendo, without performing 285. Lots of unanswered questions. Let's find out.
Shocking. 220, though, I think the real level here, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, although you know what, I like this 222 on Apple. First, I want to shout out 4XAU. Thank you for the super chat there. I'm assuming you love gold, maybe a little silver as well. We appreciate the super chat. No message, just some love. We like it in Trader Lee. Yeah, I got some ideas out there, and I actually just tweeted out about Apple, the 222 level, because I mean, why keep it complicated? Closing price on a Monday-ish. I mean, it's pretty much exactly where we were at the end of the day, and then resistance on Tuesday, and then breakout. Okay, I mean Monday. Beginning of the week was Tuesday, and then resistance that was broken out, and then held, and then we closed there, and we broke at the 830 number. So simple over-under. If we get a dip at the open, Apple holds 222, longs into 225. Apple loses 222, don't fight it, wait for it to set up, maybe a consolidation underneath for a short under. That's an easy line in the sand because it's run away from that price in both directions all week. So I think that's your litmus for Apple. Oh, and bonus for Apple, it's not just any level, it also happens to be the 50-period moving average, essentially, on the daily chart, 222.5. So above that line, you're holding the 50-period on the day and on the week, and it's an obvious level that I want to look at the open. But as Obi was mentioning, I mean, everything's testing a little bit higher. I'm seeing some pullbacks in here, like NVIDIA just pulled back to 108.5. I think you could get that dip, but if we do get that dip, VWAP sits a little bit out in front of that 222. But as long as it's above that line, I want to be looking for dip buys and longs in AAPL. I'm just going to quickly, before we go to Obi, we should have had some imbalances come through here. So yeah, nothing too big. I mean, NIO's out there for 448,000 to the buy side. NVIDIA is a small sell of 280,000. Nothing really standing out except for those two. That's a small sell on NVIDIA. And NIO's only a $5 stock, so 400,000 shares on NIO isn't a heck of a lot.
Yeah, no, Apple, again, looking at Apple here, looking a little bit interesting as well. Bit of a trend here, from the middle of the week. That's what I'm noticing. Well, you got to remember, this week we had a bit of a shortened week due to Labor Day.
Yep.
But I got a couple technicals here on Apple. We're re-entering that prior kind of trend range or whatever you want to call it here. But in terms of the price action just over this week, take a look at this clean hold that we've been having right here from Wednesday's lows. Wednesday's lows again, that 217 area. Take a look at that, just that off of those wicks. So we're getting a little bit of a bit higher lows, relatively kind of entering back into this trend range that we've been kind of holding. But yeah, let's see what we do with Apple today. Market tailwind dependent. Yesterday's range is going to be interesting. Pre-market action has been traded within yesterday's range. What's going on, Sharif?
Guys, I think Obi's going to like this one. We are talking about trends all week. We'll continue that discussion into next week. Specifically today, though, we'll get into speed lines. If you like that kind of thing, join Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Obi likes those speed lines.
I definitely like those speed lines. Yesterday, I was talking to Adair actually about Dollar Tree and how speed lines work really, really well on Dollar Tree end of day there. But yeah, no, speed lines are going to be definitely something that I look for. Again, trend acceleration, deceleration.
Yes.
Is something similar. People use moving averages as well, but speed lines I definitely like here. We only got 2 minutes left. What's the whoa?
Oh, little sell action coming in here as we just had a bit of a pullback. Just double checking these imbalances. Nothing really changed just now, but I mean, Tesla again dipping off 235. So still Tesla refuses to break the 235 level. Triple top in the pre-market And it got exactly there for the highs yesterday. Keep an eye on previous close in the 231 level. If it can't hold on to this area on Tesla, let alone VWAP, I think you could be in for a bit of a red move. NVIDIA no 110 yet. It pulled back about $1 as well. Apple, all right, what's Apple doing? Apple's still holding out a little bit better than the others, but there was a slight dip going into the open. For NIO, I'm not setting a $5 break. I'm looking for a dip off the 5 level first, but it is, man, is it ever cresting at that $5? There's less size on the offer than when I looked before. It was like 800,000 shares. Now it's a little bit less than that, probably because some people are pulling orders going into the open. I think you want to be patient here. Oh, yeah. Let's keep in mind, we just had that NFP number. You've had some blasts at the open 2 days in a row that I feel like they were so good, it could be a bit trappish to take out some of those highs, and you're getting some trepidation going back in to said downside. I'll be looking at NVIDIA, Tesla, obviously I just mentioned NIO there, and NEO as well, and then Apple at this open. But NVIDIA 110 doesn't look like it's going to get there for the fade right away. It's going to dip back into this 107 where VWAP is going to be the test for us. And I don't want to sleep on Coinbase. Coinbase is a ways away from that 160 level. That was an over-under for me. If it does test and bounce off 160 again, I would be interested in that long. But Coins is like $3 away from that. Adara wearing the red to end the week. Oh no! Ring it in 3, 2, and 1. I don't know how I feel about the red. I don't want us to be red. Like, hopefully it was all black yesterday. It was a good day. Whoa, okay, Tesla's really dropping here.
Complaints with red. Now, I might be, well, I should say I try to be good trade bias, but sometimes a little more short bias than long bias. I would have to admit there. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback happening, and yeah, I definitely want to heed Neil's words. A little bit of a patience. A little bit of patience to be practiced here off the open. 108 pulling back here. 233s testing on Tesla, holding a little bit of a VWAP there as well. So got to keep eyes on that one. Again, what I've been noticing, Neil, is like over the past. So last week I had some decent trading on in terms of the entries that I had. But some of these exits could definitely be worked on. But something I did notice all of last week was I was extremely patient for things to kind of come, right? It's like, all right, cool. I can be kind of chasing some of that momentum right off of the open. But I think just sit back, kind of wait for momentum to dissipate, and then take the other side is definitely a much more chill vibe for me, and I like to kind of deal with that there. 107 halves, a little bit of size there, probably going to get taken, coming in real hot. 107 halves on NVIDIA, but yeah, we're near the top of the range. We rejected 109, right, and Tesla as well, kind of pulling Tesla's back really hard off of that 235. 235. Just shy of 235 are those pre-market highs, and we're taking a bit of a pullback here. Market extended from 18.7 all the way up to almost 19th out. We're holding above that 18.9 as of right now. A bit of a chop and churn here, consolidation in this area, just 50 points away from that 19th out. Oh boy, here we go.
No, you didn't, Uipath.
230's coming in on Tesla. So, what is Uipath doing?
So as I said, I was going to be looking at Tesla, NVIDIA. NVIDIA didn't get to 110. Tesla didn't break 235. It actually pulled back pretty big. Apple not dipping as far as I would have expected, but Uipath dipped at open to 13.36. Remember 13.30? Well, it gets to 13.36, and now it's going to break $14. So I wanted to have this one. It's frustrating. I'm frustrated. Again, it wasn't what I was looking at the open. I gave you the names I was looking at the open, and it wasn't one of them. I want to give the break. I don't want to give the break for forever, but if you look at that previous bottom here, I mean, if it makes a fresh low, I'm just going to jump out. But I am so peeved that I was not sitting there on that offer. Oh, so we'll go for the breakout and then give it to the 13.6. You've got to be kidding me that it went exactly to my level. I thought Uipath's going to do one of two things. Dip into here and get to 15, or break out 14, go to 15. But I'll slap the L on Uipath for two reasons. Because I took the breakout, and we should have had that dip by 13.30. I'll have to wait back in for it. Holy, Tesla is absolutely flushing here. You're about to break $5 on NEO. Any second now it's going to break 5, but Tesla is absolutely flushed into 228. Remember that 235? That is a nasty pullback. But I like NVIDIA 107 a heck of a lot better than what Tesla is doing.
Yes, sir. That NVIDIA 107 coming in again. Strong little pullback off of those 109 highs. I'm watching this 107. Let's see if it kind of holds here. But yeah, a lot of hitting the bid there. A lot of dark red that I'm seeing on the tape there. So let's see. NQ also pulling back as well, right? We've kind of bounced up above that 19,000. Sorry, that to 18.9 on the Nasdaq. Let's see if we can kind of sustain some of those levels. What's going on, Adara?
We talked about Uipath and Broadcom a bit, but there's another earnings names on watch here. Samsara, IoT. They did beat here for earnings per share and for sales. They raised their guidance as well for the fiscal year. Lots of positive analyst notes coming in here for IoT, guys. Not as much volume on this one, though.
Oh, yeah, IoT. That was Raider Traders play in Samsara. I did not take too much of a look at that because it ended up going up, and I think we're looking for a sell move. So NVIDIA just bounced off the 107. Got to 107.40 in here. I got 17, maybe not the best price. The low is 106.95. So it's exactly at the 107 level that it's trying to hold. If you can't get past the 50s, we are looking a little bit heavy in here. Man, Tesla's still looking bad, by the way. It's not looking very good for Tesla. That 235, if you were just sitting on the offer, was laughing. All right, we're going to try and scalp some more out here on NVIDIA off of VWAP. I still feel like any move that gets to 110 is almost too big for NVDA, but if it can't even hold VWAP, you can pretty much forget about it. Apple's a strong one, Obi.
Yes, sir.
There's no question. As NVIDIA's struggling to give you like 15, 20 cents, Apple's about to break the highs when the market's at the low. So Apple clearly looking a little bit stronger. Forget about the 222. I don't think I can worry about getting that now when it wants to take out the top. So yesterday's top's about 225 and change. Would like to be able to join Apple if it's just going to go ham like it did yesterday, but I picked. You heard me say I like 107 better. It is what it is. NVIDIA got to VWAP first, so NVIDIA got traded first. But Apple looking a heck of a lot stronger at the particular moment. Oh, that smells good, Sharif. Those eggs smell delicious, brother. Hopefully the waft of the eggs can get NVIDIA going back into 108.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I did like that 107 hold. It's a solid price there, Neil, on your NVIDIA long. I got just shy of 107 halves right there. Not enough. Again, 107 closer to 107s would have been nice, but let's see if this kind of sustains. Right? I don't know. I'm not too convinced on the move as of yet. But yeah, there you go. You stopped out right on top of VWAP. Let's see. We might be seeing a little bit lower than 107s. The fact that we kind of pulled up into those halves and pulled right back in right here. Let's see, Forex AU coming in with the super chat. GME with earnings coming up Tuesday, Wednesday could see major moves prior from today till then. As Neil would say, the volume is not so great at the moment, but all eyes on. What do you think about that one there? GME, yeah, we've been kind of moving around a little bit, I guess.
I traded GME like 3 times last week. Went 2 for 3, so I have no issues with GME if it decides it wants to go. But today, I mean, we have other fish to fry today. So Neil broke 5 the first time. I got a bad fill, and I didn't get 1s or 2s the first time through, and it came right back underneath, and I got 4. So I just got in and out. I didn't like it, but I'm back in at 1s on a secondary break. I said I liked the dip even better. It just didn't get there. But Tesla is bleeding badly. It's about to get through 227. And as you mentioned there, NVIDIA, they just lost the consolidation. So I was able to get the 50s and then came out. I'm not fighting this if we're reversing. Not going to fight this. If we're underneath VWAP, 107 was that level that I liked over under. We're under it now. So I'm not going to fight it. NEO is still holding out above 5. See what happened there? Like, it broke and I didn't get my 1s. I'm like, what the heck just happened there? I got a bad price. Came back in and got 1s the second time through. And if NEO's going to make this break and sustain it, there's room to the 200 period moving average in 545 with this lower high that matters at 529. I'm going to get outs on the way to the 529 and then just see how far it can go. With any luck, NEO doesn't care about the bloodbath that's happening in the market. Okay, bloodbath is overstating it, or the pullback that's happening in the market. Being a Chinese ADR, I think it's got a bit of a chance. So Coinbase is still holding strength. Not seeing anything there. When the market's dropping like this, my first instinct is, can I get a good short in Intel? The answer is no, because Intel's already at the bottom. That's a huge shocker to everybody out there. I know you're expecting Intel to be relatively strong, but a huge shocker. So I'm out of NVIDIA when it lost that 107. I got to wait until it either retests VWAP gets to 104 for a bounce play. Even Apple's heading to the downside. So the only thing working right now is NIO's trying to hold on to this $5. Tesla is absolutely bleeding. Can we do anything with Rivian? Why is Rivian at the high of the day? That's what I want to know. Rivian's trying to go up when everything else is kind of getting punked to the downside.
Right.
I like relative strength and weakness, and if Rivian's relatively strong, I have no issues with that. Going to double check Broadcom. I think that's a good litmus for us. I said if it couldn't get to 147, I was going to be a little bit tepid with how much we were going to like the longs. You're now just trending down on Broadcom. That's not a very good sign for the chip names. But I got to be patient here. I got to let it set up off VWAP or set back up off 107. The only thing looking bullish out of big cap tech that was in my plan now is still Apple holding on to VWAP, Apple holding on to 222. But even that can change.
Yeah, so this 106, let's see if that, so 106 looks interesting as well. Some of these pre-market levels here, so that, I got that on watch. But yeah, heavy selling. We talk about how the NQ kind of looking like it's kind of holding underneath, and then yeah, look at that flush, hard flush through that 106. Oh boy, definitely. I know someone's definitely wearing the color of the market. What's going on, Andera?
Keep an eye here on Bloom Z, BLMZ. This one up over 120%, near highs of day. Entering this business alliance agreement here with this cross vision with regards to joint entertainment offerings. We do have a float here of under 7 million shares for BLMZ, guys.
Yeah, just an update. Obi's not in that NVIDIA still.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, that broke.
Guy stopped out, right?
Yeah, so we'll probably have to refresh the position board. Neo long is correct. It did just get to that 510 level, so it just printed 10s, trying to still go higher. The market's pulling back in heavy. At least Neo on a continuation has decided it wants to still get to that upside. All right, so Apple looks like it's the only one that I don't even remotely like as we're about to retest our breakout. You're still above that 222. I got to let it drift down into 222. You can't compromise on price, not when the market is bleeding this much to said downside. NVIDIA's about to get to that 105. I got to double check. I want to see what AMD is doing. I didn't want to rush into anything short, but if we pop back into VWAP, I'm going to have to get something to the south side. Thankfully, there's only one long that is working, but you're absolutely getting tanked in this market. Didn't reverse at 107. 104 is a double bottom from not just yesterday, but it's a big double. It's a big bottom at 104. 105 doesn't matter. You see the size at 105?
Oh boy, yeah, we just ate through all of that size at 105.
They don't care. They just chewed that up and spit it out. Yeah, first available pop. You got to get something into the south side here. I'm getting asked Odyssey fights. Where do I think Tesla will bounce? I'm not necessarily thinking you want to play the bounce when this happens, but the 50-period moving average is right here at 223. If Tesla is able to bounce, that's a double rejection. Previous close is a short to me, 230. Anything back into 230, I'd rather be looking short than guessing bounce zones where 222 feels like a much better place to be looking for some kind of a bounce. I'd rather take a bounce on a chip name or Apple because Apple is relatively strong. See Apple? See everything else? All the other charts we're looking at? Give me the bounce on the strong stock, not the weak one.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, a little bit of size coming in at that 105. We pull back in and rip right back above 105. So I like that. Let's see if we can get that continuation. Bit of a bounce here happening off of the 18.8 there on the NASDAQ as well. So let's see. First, a little bit of a sign of a bid, in my opinion. Let's see if that can come in and really come into fruition. We did sell off quite extensively right off of the open there. 109s all the way down to 104, almost 104 halves there, Neil. So yeah, let's see if this 105 bounce can come in for us. As of right now, market's also attempting to do a little bit of a bounce, but yeah, that size off on 105. Oh boy, was that some significant size? What was that? Over? I was trying to decipher how many shares. It was over like 8,000 lots, perhaps at 105. So definitely a lot of size going off there. Got to go back and look at that one there. But yeah, getting long on the rebid, going back through that 105, about 60. Was it 105 60s as of right now? Let's see if that 106 can come in. Oh boy, are we going to get a reversion? What's going on, Adara?
Beware of PACB here. This is going to be Pacific Biosciences. This one basically at highs of days here, up almost 17%. No news catalyst that I can see on this. It is worth noting with this one, the short float, it is roughly 22% market cap of what I'm seeing, around $300 million for Pacific Biosciences. PACB, guys.
Cathie Wood. I know that's a Cathie Wood name for sure. That's one of her... it doesn't really matter. We'll get to that later if it actually does something more. Apple retook 224 there. It held on to VWAP. It's about to break the high of the day. I think longs into 225 change. This is 225 and a quarter. That was yesterday's highs. Longs into that. Going to be buying dips at VWAP and 224 even. If I see a monster offer at the even dollar, then I'm going to like that as well. So let's see if we can't get into 225. The NASDAQ's trying to battle back here. I see NVIDIA is making a bit of a bid. Even Tesla's catching a bounce. I'm not that bullish on Tesla, though. So I'm not looking bounce on Tesla. Apple was the one that held on to key price levels and held on to VWAP in here, but it's screaming into this 225. If I see a few mil on the offer, I'm going to take that win. Because the market's still red, right? Like we did have that big pullback. The market's still red. Yeah. I don't want to get too far away from that. What's on the offer there? Nothing. Not much on the offer of 225 there for Apple, and it just chewed right through it, although refreshers at 225 here on AAPL. You know my style. If it's overhead resistance, I want to get out, play the dip back into it. So I'm just going to quickly take the scalp trade. We got the breakthrough 224 back into that 225. Now we'll play some next steps. I take my earpiece out. I don't know. I'll get it back on. But I was just getting some weird static, guys.
Yeah, that's so we pull back through that 106 right now. Market strong wick again, but kind of let's see how much time is left on the 15-minute. We got 5 seconds left on the 15-minute. Let's see if we can sustain this 105 level here on NVIDIA, or do we trade a little bit lower there? But that bounce off of 105, a little bit distinct. Let's see if we can reclaim that 106. Oh boy, we're getting a little bit of volatility here. So green candle on this second 15 minutes so far here on the NASDAQ and the ES, still holding some of its highs there from that morning run up off of that economic number there. So 105 halves. Let's see if we can sustain 105 halves as of right now. I did have a little bit of an aggressive add into that 106, but not as much as I had down here. So let's see if we can reclaim some of those 106s and take a little bit of a bounce. But yeah, crazy flush. We talk about reversions. Tesla, nowhere to be seen is the reversion there, Neil. 223s from 235s in the pre-market. Oh boy, that's a 10-point run to the downside, down about almost 2.6%, over 2.6% right here on the day. And look at the NASDAQ, a little bit of a bounce. Let's see if we can get to that 18.9. Again, I like to play with those 100-point levels there. Let's see. We did a bit of a wick action off of that 18.8, and we're pulling back up. Let's see if we can kind of sustain some of this action here to the downside or to the upside. I don't know, but that trend off of open definitely to the downside as of right now, Neil. What else is going on? I got an SMCI alert. We were talking about 396. That 396 has just broken, Neil. So SMCI to the downside. 400 already broke down. What are you looking at?
I'm obviously looking at Apple, but the other thing I looked at is Intel. I wasn't fast enough. So Apple's pulling back off 225, so it was a good out. But right when that opportunity was there to short Intel off of VWAP and join the trend, I wasn't looking at the right stock. So if it gets back into VWAP, that's about 1940. On Intel, I still favor the short side on that one. Tesla just refused to catch a bid. I was thinking back into 230, previous close would be a short trade. But I'm looking over at Apple. That looked like from 2 seconds ago, Apple looked like it was pulling back in for a 224 retest. Now it's back in through the highs. Apple might just want the top here.
Yep.
225 and a quarter. I think it wants the top. Adara? What do you have?
Lots of small caps here and watch. Another one is going to be TVTX. That is Travere. This one pushing into new high of days with increasing volume here. We have this company saying they've got FDA approval for its kidney disease drug, getting price target increases from BofA Securities and H.C. Wainwright this morning. They do have a short float of around 12%, so TVTX here, guys.
TVTX, we'll keep an eye out for that one. All right, you're starting to catch a little bit of a bid there in Tesla. Apple still hasn't broken that local high. But what I like about Apple, obviously, if it's at highs when the market is trying to get back to them, I think it's going to be the strong ones. We got out looking for a dip, And now we just have to be patient. Are we actually taking out the quarters, or are we just getting the dip back in a previous high or VWAP? Currently, it looks like it's going to be that break that is looming in here. How's NVIDIA doing? Because if we get to VWAP on Intel again, I'm probably shorting it. It's going to possibly stink if NVIDIA is blowing through VWAP on its own rate.
Yeah, VWAP NVIDIA is at 106.60s. We're trading 106s as of right now, so just about 106.10, so just about 50 pennies shy of that VWAP right there, as the market does attempt to do a little bit of a bid up there. But you can see the ES relatively strong there. The NQ had a much stronger pullback, much more aggressive pullback that did pretty much wick that opening, I guess, not that opening, but again, economic number 830, the opening of that candle, we did wick that, and we're taking a little bit of a bounce here. Again, let's see if we can kind of push into that VWAP here. I'm watching Tesla as well. Tesla low day 223.60s as of right now, but aggressive selling all the way to the downside. Let's see if more of that selling on Tesla will come into fruition there. TSM as well. I'm looking at some of these chips. TSM, oh boy, we attempted to break yesterday's high on TSM, flushing all the way back down into range lows just above that 160 halves on TSM. Intel, yeah, a little bit to the downside as well. SMCI bouncing back, and let's see, that the high of this 15-minute candle, Neil, is 400.05. We're trading at 398s as of right now on SMCI. So I also got TQs pulling back off of a little bit of a resistance level here. So again, NASDAQ as well, 19,000. Potentially a little bit of an interesting level as well. We did pull back aggressively off of that one. NVIDIA still holding this 106, man. Oh boy, are we going to make it? I don't know. VWAP, it seems like it's heavy as of right now.
Heavy.
But again, off of the open, extremely heavy, aggressive selling. Again, it is a Friday, end of the week. We talk about where NVIDIA and some of these other names may or may not close on the week. Oh boy, we're getting some aggressive selling as well. Look at that NASDAQ candle go a little bit green to red there. Let's see if this 105 sustains.
Yeah, we're starting to get back in. I did get Intel close to VWAP there, but the second you said SMCI and 400, it did get my attention. I know we're looking at other chip names, but goodness, that's a huge volume wick through that bottom. If it gets back above 400 and holds above, I can't see why it wouldn't make a bit of a run. But that's for another time. It's not really going. I tried to grab Intel off of the lows from yesterday. That's at 32s. I didn't get it. It broke 30. I got 28. The local bottom is 19.2. I'm going to get some out in front of that. And if we break the low since earnings is 18. It's like 1880 or so. So if it gets to 1880 and breaks 19, I want trend down into that on Intel. Apple is going right back through the names that we like. Ooh, see Battles saying fade on Apple. I wasn't with the fade on Apple. I was more the breakout. I just want to see if it can start to hold the trend back in. With the market coming down, it's about the only thing that looked bullish. And if it holds the trend, great. But that could just be a rejection of 225. Let's go to the desk with Adair as the market falls again.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro. and get a free 14-day trial.
Thank you very much, Adair. We always have our ear to the ground for any news that might come through. I got Benzinga and listening to it as we speak. So you're getting a dip into VWAP here on Apple. I got eyeballs because, NVIDIA in that 104. If it gets to 104, that's the big one for NVIDIA. But Apple's trying to hold on to VWAP. It's doing an okay job of it. The market still looking very, very heavy. We felt like it could be a little bit trappish. Thankfully, haven't really been caught in the trap, but also haven't really gotten any good shorts. Intel's trying to break the low of the day. If it gets back to VWAP, I'll short that one again. But I want to see some more strength on Apple. I didn't get long in Apple until it held the bottom and then broke it out. I want to see that kind of strength I want to see some green candles. I want to try to be patient with this thing. The way the market is headed to the downside, I don't want to jump in longs way too early. Tesla has not gone to 222 yet. So that's the big, there you go. 222, 2 days ago the high, yesterday was the bottom, and then you've got 220. That's the target zone, at least for myself on Tesla, where I could at least consider some kind of a long. If we're not getting back to VWAP or 230, I'm not chasing that one to the south side. All right, NVIDIA is not getting to 104 here, it seems like, Obi.
Yeah, so exactly. It's still holding this 105 as of right now. Even futures 18.8 coming in right now. So let's see. We did have a strong wick on that first 15-minute candle off of this level there. But again, I'm going to be a little bit patient. Let's see if that selling has dissipated a little bit there. But I don't know. It could always step right back in, right? So we'll be patient. We'll see what that brings. What's going on in Dara?
More small caps moving to the upside today. This one is Big Lots, BIG. They were scheduled to report earnings today, postponed them as of 7 a.m. So at the time they were supposed to report, market not reacting too negatively to this, though. They're currently at highs of days, up more than 21%, with pretty strong volume, short float of 22%. And BIG rescheduled that report for Thursday, September 12th, guys.
BIG, POPPA. I don't know. She said BIG. I'm like, I'm not thinking about Big Lots when you say BIG. I'm just trying to keep it real. SMCI broke 400. So I'm looking over, like, where is the strength in that coming from? AMD's at low of the day. Intel was at low of the day. NVIDIA's testing low of the day. SMCI says, I don't care. Let's try and hold out $400. If this is deciding that it wants to make a liquidity grab, I don't mind looking long, but down 3.7 when the market's still heavy. Not feeling it. I'm not feeling it right now. Tesla, still not getting down to 222. I don't think that one's looking very good right now. At least Apple's trying to set back up for another long. The problem with Apple is you're going right into overhead resistance. Like, you've got to have room to get the long to take it into 225 if 225 is going to break. And if it doesn't break, you're in a world of hurt. NEO just broke the high again. Got to find a re-entry into NEO. It got to that 510 level, lost VWAP, so it's giving you that scalp trade. I got to look for that one again. But it is Apple that's on my mind. It seems like it's a strong one today and should be the focus, at least for myself. If we get VWAP again, great. If we don't, might have to look at this 224.50 where the buyers have stepped in.
Yes, sir. So I am kind of keeping eyes on this action here. We did kind of do a little bit of a lick grab of that day low there in the 70s, but yeah, a little bit of a strong selling coming into the market into that 105. We didn't quite get to 104s there, Neil. 104.60s is a low. Pre-market lows again, 104.37. So we're still technically holding above those pre-market lows as of right now. Tesla with a little bit of a bounce as well. 225s incoming on Tesla. So let's see if Tesla can kind of catch a little bit of reversion here. Again, we got that strong selling, aggressive selling right off of the open there, and we are coming right back into some of those prior day levels, right? So okay, so let's pull up Tesla, and we can talk about some of those prior day levels there. So crazy action there yesterday. 235. We talk about that level being potentially interesting as well. Acts as resistance, and look at that beautiful reversion there, Neil. So a beautiful reversion, 235s all the way down to 225s, 226. 225s and some change. We're trading just below those levels as of right now. Take a look at this. Yesterday's low, trip 2s, 25s right there, kind of almost grabbing that pre-market consolidation low on the way up. And yeah, we're pretty much in range as of right now. Trip 290s is the low of day as of right now. So let's see, VWAP all the way at 227 halves. See if we can get a little bit of a curl there. Some of these prior bars are starting to get pushed around here on the day. Yeah, the 15-minute candle right here has about almost just under 3 minutes left to print, and we are printing near pre-market consolidation low. So it should be interesting. Can we reclaim is the question that I'm asking. Oh boy, Neil, this market is hella red.
Well, NVIDIA just reclaimed 105 again, so that's a good sign. SMCI back underneath the $400 level. If we're not going to get to 104 on NVIDIA, it might just have to be here at 05. It is what it is at this point. Like, you give me a break. You're not getting down to that 104. So it got to halves. Maybe that was close enough, and we should have fired at it. I'm going to try it back through this 105 level as we speak. I am on the bid of NEO for VWAP. If NEO pulls back into VWAP, I'm going long again on that one. So I'm going to get into NVIDIA back at the 5. You just saw me get filled. The local bottom, pretty clear here. It's got a 104.60. If it loses that low, then I wait for 104, which was the original plan, was to wait for that 104. So I'm just going to get the stop order in there. Apple still kind of teetering back and forth. Intel is on the low of the day, has not broken it. I'm still looking for VWAP to add to that position. AMD doesn't want to get me in. I'm feeling bearish on AMD. If I'm short a chip name, it's going to be Intel or AMD today, at least until we see what happens with that 104 on NVIDIA. So that's a new entry for me, and I still think Apple, it's trying to hold out to be the strong one, but it just lost 225 again. So Apple might lose trend. If Apple loses trend, we're going to lose the low of the day, I think. I got to look for some kind of another big cap tech name that's going to be weak in here that I like to the south side. Well, I was just looking at Amazon. Why did I hit enter again? Amazon's under VWAP. That's looking trend down. That could be something here on Amazon. I don't like it above. Oh, no, it's underneath 177. Yeah, Amazon looks like it's going to be a relatively weak one. Going to have some short plays in here. I don't think the long is it. I tried NVIDIA for the second time. The first time we got away with it. The second time, I don't think we're going to. And I compromised. And said I didn't wait for 104. I took it off the 105 thinking we'd get a pullback into VWAP. There was $1 worth of room, so I figured 50 cents worth of risk. It wasn't going to be the end of the world. But, hey, we compromised on price, and now it's right at that 104 level, faster than we can speak. Intel just broke the low. I'm waiting for 19 even on Intel, and if it bounces, we're going to short the pops on that. But here comes 104 right quick on NVIDIA, as this market is absolutely bleeding here, Obi.
Yes, sir. So back to the low of the range there. Let's see if those 104s hold. Kind of watching the tape here, like a hawk, pretty close. 104.05s is that low. We're trading 104.10s right now. There it is, 4,000 lots right there at that 104, and we just break through it aggressively. Oh boy, 104s. What do you got for us right there? 103.80s coming in. So we did break the low of that range right now. Neil, what's going on today?
What a day it's been so far for these markets. Lots of downside moves in the indices and a lot of these major names to end what's been a pretty exciting week for the markets with a very spicy Tuesday after that long weekend. We did get some non-farm payroll data today. The previous number revised down to 89,000 jobs for July. August non-farm payroll is coming in at 142, so above forecast of 120, but below the consensus of 160,000. Average earnings year over year and month over month slightly above expectations, and we did have flat unemployment or inline unemployment data slightly lower than the previous month there at 4.2%. Some stocks to keep an eye on here. US Steel actually positive on the day, up almost 5% despite a bit of a pullback. Now, Cleveland Cliffs indicating that they're looking to acquire and invest in some of these assets that would be shut down by US Steel, and they also got an upgrade from Exane BNP Paribas. We have also Mobileye here. This went down about 7% with Bloomberg reporting that Intel is looking to sell up to 88% of its stake in the company. Last but not least here, Broadcom down about 10% right now after its earnings. They beat for earnings per share and for revenue, but their guidance slightly weaker than expected for revenue, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Adair. NVIDIA just got back up the 104 level, so it's trying to hold on to this bid here. I'll get to NEO in a quick little second, but it is heading back to upside. Apple's trying to head back into the upside. The NASDAQ just went right to the overnight low and is making a bounce. So key level of support here on the NASDAQ, key level of support here on NVIDIA. Should never compromise on price. Rule number one. Yeah. I do it all the time.
Oh boy.
And you get trapped into something like this on NVIDIA where you don't want to miss the bounce, but there's a reason to wait for 104, and that's the reason to wait for 104. 107, I like it. It's a previous close. I always like previous closes if you're going to bounce off levels like that. Now I think 105 turning into resistance would get me, I don't want to say it would get me out, but taking profit in a 105 is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. Apple going higher, that's fine. A bit of a wick bottom that I got to concern myself with on Intel. It did tag 19 even. All right, overnight lows, 19 even. I should be getting out of this trade. I'm going to take it on Intel here on that bounce to get 1910s. If we get back to VWAP, then we're going to go right back and reload. But for now, I want to ring the register on the only short that I was able to grab in there, which was INTC. Please let this pop so I can get back into it one more time. And by the way, Apple's still strong. Apple's just different from everything else right now, Obi.
Yeah, Apple is kind of holding some of those highs there. Prior day high 225.48. Today's high 225.24. So we're just shy of that prior days there, and we are holding relatively higher. Google as well. Google kind of broke a little bit of that range. It's trading just under 155 as of right now. But yeah, strong selling coming in right off of the open in these markets, man. So I guess I was looking for that 110 on Nvidia, maybe bounce off of VWAP, bounce off of 106, bounce off 105s. Didn't really work too well. Some of these pre-market levels potentially, but yeah, you're right. Got to be waiting for that 104 range low, which is I guess the most significant level out of all of those, right? 110. We kind of talk about that 110 to 104s. We're catching a little bit of a bounce off of that 104 as of right now. Let's see if that bounce will sustain. Again, let's see. VWAP right now I got at 106.08 as of right now, and we have been. Here we go. Prior bar high break happening here on a 3 minute. Let's see what it's doing on a 5 minute. 5 minute prior bar high right there is at 105.50s. 105.50s. Again, we talk about using different time frames there. 15-minute kind of reclaiming this little range low right here, 104. So we did a little bit of a 40 penny lick grab, 50 penny lick grab of that range low right there. And you can see the range high also sustained with a higher low as well on Nvidia. Let's see if we can do more of the range today, or is today the day, Neil, that we break down and kind of break below this
that
range,
sell?
that 100 push. What are you talking about?
I don't know if you just saw the sell that just happened in the 70s on Nvidia. So Nvidia got right up, and well, it was more like the 60s all the way down to 30. It came right back into the opening, like the first 10 minutes, the bottom was 104.60. Remember that previous low where it bounced off 105 the first time? It got right to that level, and someone market sold it down about 20 pennies or so. So I just took some out there, and now we want to hold in for VWAP. If 5 holds, then you can retest the low at 104 for a reload. If 5 breaks, I think the move is back into VWAPs. Let's get going to the upside. Nvidia should never compromise on price, but sometimes it happens. Got to acknowledge it when it does. AMD, I'm still thinking AMD is an overall short. I haven't gotten into it. I've only shorted Intel. But AMD's held on to VWAP. Look at the wicks at VWAP. If it gets back up here, that's pre-market lows. It's VWAP in a downward trending stock on the daily chart and a downward trending stock on the 15-minute or whatever the heck time frame you're looking at. So if this one pops, I am still thinking fade on advanced micro devices. But it is NVIDIA that's trying to make that secondary push through to get through the 105 level. We've been able to get back to green on it, but we were 1 for 2 on NVIDIA, and now you're back over this 104. Got to wait for your price. Marks, yeah, Neo was kind of a mixed bag for me. Like I had the long, we were scalping it out, then it got me out. I tried to get back out above 5, and keep in mind, this is all while Apple was going on and NVIDIA was going on. So it's opportunity cost kind of thing. Like I was trying to get back long. I can cancel that order. I was trying to get back long. When it reclaimed VWAP, I never have any trouble getting out and being willing to get back in. Like I'll jump right back in the trade if it's still valid, but I did completely miss this entry when I was breaking out 02s, and now I'm looking for the higher low on Neo. If it holds 510, great. As a matter of fact, I don't know how much I like that chase. I'll let this one calm down and let me back into it, but Neo is looking fantastic. I was able to scalp some of it, but not enough. But be careful with this NVIDIA. I'm seeing the same thing at this price level, Obi.
Yeah, that 105 is holding
105 is holding very well, very well.
We're holding. We talk about moving averages and trends. We're holding the 8 EMA on the 3 minute as of right now in a bit of a downtrend right here. You can see here. This is well. I think this is. I'm pretty sure this is a 9 EMA. This teal kind of teal color line. A little bit difficult to see. I'll zoom in right there. We're holding trend right to the downside. 105s again. We saw what happened at 105s earlier. A lot of size coming in. But let's see if the market bounces off. We didn't bounce off of 18.8. We didn't bounce off of 18.9. Let's see if we can do a little bit of a bounce above this 18.7. Again, this is kind of where that strength came in off the opening or going into the opening session as well. 104.80s printing as of right now. But yeah, that that you talked about that 104. Was it 104s where that selling came in? 104.70s where that selling came in aggressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, that aggressive selling comes in, and then we kind of we buy back right through all of it right there. So I like that as a little bit of a sign of potential. Maybe the bid is stepping up into the ticker now, and maybe the selling is started to meet its match there, and maybe we get a little bit of a reversion. 106.03s is where VWAP is sitting at right now. 105 is about 700 lots, 600 lots there. Did it get taken? Kind of, some of it. Yeah, I guess it did get taken at 105s. We're trading above 105s now.
Oh, SMCI wants
boy,
it.
Here we go. SMCI, is that going as well? All right, I got to keep a look on TQs here if I'm trading Nvidia. TQs doing a little bit of a bounce here as well. Again, we talk about the DAC, 18.8 incoming. Let's see if we can get to VWAP, and if VWAP sellers are going to continue to be there. Again, we crushed VWAP off of the open there. 107s coming in on the retest, 106s and change coming in on the retest, 105s doing a lot of volume, doing a little bit of a lick grab, a trap for the longs there, and then push right back down into 104s. 104 being, again, the key level of the range, and we're getting the biggest bounce off of that 104, Neil. So it goes to say, once again, that we should be waiting for those specific key levels. Why am I spending risk in places where, sure, we could potentially bounce, but we talk about EV and the highest or the higher EV definitely being at that 104, and maybe not so much at that 105. So
speaking of EVs,
better going. Yeah, speaking of EVs.
Yeah, speaking about EVs, not everything is bouncing. Tesla's right back at the low of the day, so that EV name is not going anywhere. But I'll tell you what is important, at least what I think is going to be important for this next push, potentially on NVIDIA, maybe the chip names and the NASDAQ. Broadcom just got to VWAP. And remember, Broadcom's the one that reported. Like, to me, that's why I wasn't looking for any longs up at the top or breakouts on any of the chip names, because Broadcom was weak. It loses VWAP. SMCI loses 400. SMCI is trying really badly. I feel like if SMCI breaks out here, it might be the better name. But until we get that through, if AVGO can't get through, I am not going away from a few things here. I still think it's shorts in AMD. You just can't even get to VWAP at this point, and it's looking relatively weak. It's also making me a little bit cautious with this move in NVIDIA. It needs to get to VWAP. If we get to VWAP in NVIDIA and AVGO hasn't broken and SMCI is not breaking, I feel like I'm taking this out, and I got to look for my short re-entries in Intel and short entry in a general sense in AMD. I just saw someone in the chat saying, hey, I can't believe you don't have any shorts on. I had one short, and I already took it out. And I never got into AMD, which I arguably liked better for a short trade. So we have to be patient. We saw that with NVIDIA. I think I still have to be patient looking for the reversion back on advanced micro devices. I need some kind of a pop to get me into that short. I don't know if I want this losing 105 for myself here. Obi, I'm going to slap a trail on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea there. Yeah, the 105, bit of a struggle happening right there, and yeah, that 223 on Tesla. Yeah, we are testing pretty low there on Tesla. 104 bounce happening as of right now, but yeah, this is kind of where the moving average, this trend that we've been holding, is confluencing with that 105 as of right now. So ideally, looking for sellers to kind of lift off of this area and for price to get to VWAP, and then maybe VWAP sellers potentially incoming as well. Oh boy, we're coming in real hot back down in towards 104s, Neil. Let's see if this action can sustain. 103.60s is the day low, and that selling is coming in real aggressive, Neil.
Yeah, it came in real aggressive, but I was ringing the register in there. And again, I don't want to look at a gift horse in the mouth. The market is weak today. We did a bamboozlement when it came to the report this morning, the NFP report. Like, we were breaking things out, but you couldn't maintain the going green on NVIDIA. So once 105 got lost there, remember AVGO, VWAP, SMCI trying to break 400, all that stuff was happening at the same time. Now you're right back in. And if I still like NVIDIA, I can get it back at 104, I think. But the other thing I'm telling you, AMD doesn't want to go up. Like, it's so much weaker right now. And I'm looking for a possible entry. I was thinking back into previous low or thinking back into VWAP. It's now, there's not even a green candle since the open on this stock. I'm trying to be very patient with it and find my way into the short trade, and it doesn't want to let me in. Like, let the right one in. I'm the right one. Let me in. Intel's about to break 19 even, so we probably got to that too early. VWAP's going to be a moving target there. But it's only good getting out if you get back into the trade. Right? Like, you can scalp all you want, but you miss the trend if you just get out when it bounces off a key level. So I need to get back into this trade. If it's going to break 19, back to the upside, I can look at 19.15, 19 quarters on the way back. Barry, I do see Mara. And I have eyeballs on Mara and Coinbase. Coinbase is already gone. Mara has yet to break. My physio guy's not going to like this one bit. No, I'm telling you.
Deep in the crypto?
Dude, so there's two guys at my physio, and the guy I saw the first time, and I don't want to give their names out in case they care, and then the guy I saw the last 2 times. Dude I saw the first time is like, he trades crypto or Bitcoin on the side and crypto on the side.
Okay.
While he's working on the other guy with the Achilles, and my guy's working on me, all he's doing is talking to me and asking me about what's going on in the market. Yeah. And I was like, things are looking pretty bad right now. Crypto doesn't look good. The miners aren't looking very good either. And he was a little bit concerned. He was ignoring the other guy. And then the other guy starts asking me about the market too. He's like, when should I get into NVIDIA? I was like, not now. I'm like, I don't know. Dollar cost average into the Qs or something, man, but don't get into NVIDIA yet. But Mara's about to break, potentially, that August 5th bottom. Coinbase is already through it. To me, this is a short till it's not, but this is about 1350. It's a little bit lower than that. It's already got a double bottom. I think this should be a short. But I don't want to hit something at the lows when the NASDAQ is not breaking the low of the day. I feel like sniffing things out today is the best way to go. If I'm not in shorts, the best I can do is not get bled on the long trade. So Apple never really set me back up. Like, notice the difference in strength when it retook the 224. Now you're reversing. I'm not going to pretend that I sniffed out the short, but I want to look for something off of VWAP. We had one long in Apple. It worked. NVIDIA, you're still in it. Didn't give us that 104 again. This is at least still looking pretty strong off 104. Yeah. I just thought we'd get an actual retest off the 104. Good sign that we didn't here, Obi.
Yeah, so we are making a relatively higher low there, consolidating above. Again, I was looking at those 104 halves holding as of right now. And yeah, a little bit of a bounce off that 18.7. But, you know, something that isn't bouncing, Neil, is Tesla. Tesla is making some fresh lows there. 220.85 is the low day right now. We're trading 222s right now. So let's see. Again, beautiful fade. I'm going to try to be as patient as possible and look for a potential reversion here. Again, if the reversion is going to be real and we do a strong little bit, I'm patiently waiting, right? I'm patiently waiting to see, to let it show me, right? And that's something I'm trying to work on. Is letting the price action kind of and the chart as well. It kind of talk to me, and I'm trying to do better at listening as well. So let's see what that 104. That 104 is definitely talking to us a little bit here, Neil.
Always listen to price.
Held that price. Yes, Neil, definitely. I will heed that advice of yours for sure.
Well, it's not my advice. I didn't make that up. I mean, price is the only thing to listen to in the market. Well, you can listen to the news as well, and you can listen to listen to your mentors, listen to the floor around you, listen to our trading community, which is absolutely fantastic. And if you like what you're seeing and you like what you're hearing, hey, then also hit that like and subscribe. And if you want to ask us questions in the chat or engage with the community, it is a subs-only chat, so you do have to hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat and engage with us. Because, oh boy, Rainmaker, boy, things fell apart quick. Yeah, they did. No question about it. It happened fast and was pretty nasty to the downside there. Yeah, we can do that, Ramin, in a quick little second. I don't mind. It's like, Ramin was just reminding me, this is probably the perfect moment to remind everybody. The campus program is on right now here at Real Trading. If your goal is to be a real trader, and if your goal is to do this the right way, do it as a side gig or as a career, and you're in Canada, then this is the program for you. Why? Because it's free. 1. 2, because you're going to get to trade on a professional platform that we all trade on right here. If you're wondering, that's called P Pro 8 here at Real Trading. You get a market introduction. If you only know the basics, well, great. You're going to learn from the basics. Market structure, gateways, different equities that you're able to trade, how they work, different order types, all of that in your introduction. Then you get to platform. Learn your platform. It is your key to the market. It's like Neo in the Matrix. Know the rules of the game. Know your tools well, and you'll be able to dominate. So you're going to spend 2 weeks doing that. Then you get to go into TMS, a great simulator here, one-on-one coaching all throughout this, which is fantastic. Brankles will be involved. Wayne will be involved. The boys in the back will be involved, and they're fantastic. It's about 4 weeks in the simulator. Then you get the chance to go live. That's what everyone's all about. Real trading, real markets, real money, with the opportunity to become a funded trader. Now, you got to trade 16 hours a week, so you can't have a side gig. You can't have a part-time job. And we got this question yesterday. You don't have to be a student. But if you are a student, because it is partly part-time, you're going to have the opportunity to do it. So take advantage of that. Scan the QR. Well, go to realtrading.com campus. We actually have Trade the Pool up. If you're in the U.S., you want to check them out and scan that QR code. Or go to realtrading.com/campus. Check the link in the description of this show. And I've been fortunate enough. I've never had, I do have my own personal account. I'll trade my PA every now and then for longer term type stuff. But I've traded over 20 years as a prop trader that learned the same way, having to hit goals, having to go in the simulator, and then having support behind me of trading floor managers and a risk system and a professional platform. I've never had to trade outside of that. So I've been very, very fortunate. And also, I haven't taken a single day off the floor that wasn't vacation. I can tell you, I've put live orders into the market since October of 2003.
Wow.
And I have not taken. If I'm in the floor, if I've been here, then I have been on the floor as well. So just a couple of things. Intel is bouncing. I want to get back to trading for a quick little second. I like the trend to the downside. I do want to rejoin it, but it might just have to be VWAP or this lower high at like 1915 here. I'll give you a quick little second to set up. You're still in NVIDIA, right?
Yeah, it's holding relatively well. Again, I think my initial entries, I got to do better at trailing when I do add into the position. I continuously kind of leave it to the initial entry stop, and that's something I got to do better. I got to be a little bit more cognizant of that there. Again, patience, right? Patience, got to be more patient for it to come in. Not really spend too much risk on trades where I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, sure, it could potentially work, but what is the true probability? And again, definitely going to be working on that in the coming weeks. There, trying to figure out like a lot of these trades that I take. What are the specific probabilities of certain things potentially happening? But yeah, 105 is holding right now. But before that, we're going to go to Dara for small cap recap.
IWM actually trying to find some support here, still down about 0.5% here on the day, but getting a bit of an increase here in volume in this candle to the upside. It did break, though, below its previous level of support and resistance at 211. BLMZ, definitely one to watch here, up more than 100%, entering this business alliance here with CrossVision with regards to joint entertainment offerings. Bloom Z here currently up about 150%. WHLR, this one is also up more than 100% here. Wheeler, this is a REIT, real estate investment trust, currently up here. No news that we saw in this, ran yesterday as well. Bit of a smaller float here, just over 1 million shares as of right now for WHLR. And last but not least, LOTS, this one up here about 12%. Actually postponing its financial results, which are supposed to be released today, and then moving its earnings here for September 12th, 2024. Market actually reacting positively to this, 22% short floats for BIG, guys.
All right. So, yeah, okay, so now you want to pay attention to this because this is a game changer for stock traders.
Yes, it is. You can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
The Trade Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money, no more PDT rule. You can even get funded with up to 260,000 of buying power, Neil.
Oh boy, you trade real shares. You can short any penny stocks, including Mullen, like I say every time. And you don't trade alone. That's important. You can trade with other traders from the Trade the Pool community on Discord. So search for tradethepool.com, scan the QR code below, and find all the information you need. I wish there was something like that when I started trading. It's amazing. So get that QR code in there. Of course, they're available in the US. That's a big deal as well. And if you're going to be a trader, it's all about that opportunity. It's also about that community, being able to talk over your trades with anybody. It doesn't have to mean if it's us, if it's our community, if it's any other community, if it's Obi. You want that. You don't want a yes man next to you necessarily, because you want to have someone that challenges your thoughts and gives you different perspectives. But yeah, it's an important thing to be sure. And I still want to get something on the. I'm not convinced of this long, as you can see me getting out of NVIDIA, and I'm looking for short entries. I'm just not finding them just yet. Danielle in the chat, I think you asked me this yesterday, which is fine. It's not a big deal. Did I buy Alphabet for the long term? So the entry I was looking for Alphabet was on the weekly. It needs to hold. I'll talk about this in more in depth as the market's starting to come back up here. But yeah, it was an entry on the weekly. It needs to hold this week, and then I would buy it if it holds a certain candle on the weekly chart. So it wouldn't be until next week that I would pick it up. It's doing a decent job of it right now, but the market's red today, so we'll see. It is the last day of the week. So AMD still at the low of the day, doesn't want to bounce. NVIDIA is back at the 105, which is where I got out, and it's trying to make some higher lows in here. So now you're getting, what you have now are higher lows. I'm going to do it like that. It doesn't really matter. I could draw it from the bottom, but you have higher lows into a flat top just above the 105. If we lose this gentle upward trend that it's forming, I think you're just going to get a retest of the bottom. If we break out the top, I think you're going to see VWAP right quick. I think there's a lot of weakness still in AMD and Intel relatively, and I don't want to lose sight of Apple. Apple was the strong one. Whoops. AAPL, Neil. Apple was the strong one, and instead of going to 222, which was my line in the sand for like longs over, look at it cleanly hold 223. So it's holding green while the market is steadily red, and it wants to hold this 223. So I'm looking for a bounce off 223 now. And of course, as I say it, it'll probably break because that's how things work. Once I decide that I kind of like that level, if we lit grab it or bounce off of it, I'd look for the long, and still looking for the first available short to pop on Intel or AMD. I might have to change my short to go over to Mara or something, because those two chip names don't want to let me back in.
Yeah, so this 104 looking quite heavy right there as the market makes some fresh lows here. 104.30 is coming in. Let's see if we can push, or we'll see if we hold some of these levels as the market tumbles to the downside. Tesla as well coming into the lows. You look at the ES. ES is bleeding as well. Oh boy, we are selling off quite aggressively here across the board, Neil. So I gotta be wary of that one. Softy taking a little bit of a pullback. 406. 406 is incoming. Trip 2s, Trip 3s, just shy of that on Apple, and Alphabet 154, Neil. So yeah,
coins
are quite red. Spider is about to come into 546 is just it's trading below 546 is just shy of that pre-market lows in and around there. 545.32 is that pre-market low on the Spider, and we are coming in real hot to into some of those levels. So got to keep an eye on that one, and some fresh lows here coming in on the Nasdaq. 18.7, Neil. Oh boy, we left it far behind right now. We're trading 18.660s. 104 is still there right now.
It's still holding one. I mean, NVIDIA is still holding 104, but like it was still on me when you saw Apple not hold that level. So you can forget about it. Like that's why I'm like, I want to see buyers at 223 and a bounce off 223, or we're not getting it. So if you can't short the pops, if you can't beat them, join them. Flat bottom break here on Mara. I said I might pivot over to that if I can't short a pop in AMD or Intel, which is not over just yet. But when you take a breakout trade or a breakdown trade, to me, I want it working right away. It's a $13 stock. If it gets back above like 65, 66, I'm just going to jump out of it. Like I want to see immediate flushing when you make a flat bottom break like that. What I liked about it is, I mean, I bit here. So like Bitcoin does not break the low yet, and Mara's already breaking the low. So I feel like if we break the low here, that's going to give me the juice for the first push into 13.5. So I can be out in front of it, Bitcoin breaking that low. And if it bounces, I have a tight stop anyways, which allows me to play a little bit tight to the vest. So that's the plan over there on Mara. You see, I just got short. It'll probably take, maybe it's just taking a couple seconds to update. I have no idea how fast that is real time to update our position board, but you just saw me take some 59s in there. NVIDIA's right back at 104.
Yeah, some size there.
This is like, remember how the long came in. It broke 104, bounced off 103.5, and it was a long back through. It wasn't a sit on the bid and let's just hope the level holds kind of thing for me here. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking for the retrace. Like, can it hold on? I think I need to be more disciplined this time through with the market flushing like this. If it's going to be a long here, you got to really show me something and consolidate higher. I don't want to just be standing out in front of it. If anything, I feel like I should be fading a bounce.
Yeah,
I feel like I should be fading a bounce. I should go right back to square one.
Well.
Intel's at 1897. Intel's the easiest short in the universe. You just never get out of it, apparently.
Yeah, let's see if that comes in. 18650 or 18650s are the lows there on the Nasdaq as of right now. 5, 4, 6, 7s trading on the ES. That is aggressive selling, man. We talk about this. Oh boy, that short off of the top of the range again. And looking at that 109s, we didn't quite get to 110s, but that 109s all the way down to the lower range 104s. So a level-to-level move happening here on NVIDIA today. And again, if you want to look back at the past couple of days, you can see that NVIDIA has been aggressively pushing into the edges of this range here, going into the end of the week. And yeah, as the market pulls in quite heavily, we are testing the low of that range in those 104s as of right now, Neil. So yeah, let's see if that comes in. We talk about that trend holding. The trend has been doing nothing but hold as of right now in the morning session. It is 10:30, so it's been about an hour off of the open there, and the hourly candles are, I guess, coming. Well, I got 31 minutes here left on my hourly candle, but again, that hourly candle kind of starts at 10 o'clock there. So I guess the prior one started at 9 o'clock. I like to take my charts off of pre-market action there, so it might be a little skewed. The hour not necessarily starting on top of. Oh boy, okay, yeah, we are.
Yeah, that bid just came in.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, the bid really just. I was watching NVIDIA and just saw the bid really drop in there. That was hefty selling that just happened on the tape. And why didn't Apple drop? Man, I'm sitting here. So Apple got to previous close, right? It made the bounce. I just watched NVIDIA lose the 104 and was looking right in here to get the 226, 222.60s on Apple. And absolutely nothing. Like, it actually ran into 223 there. So that was unexpected. I thought that last drop in the futures was going to get me the fill, and that would have been a quick 50-cent scalp trade. As that starts to come back in, I've been patient, waiting for Apple to get the previous close. First, we traded off this level here, that's 224. Then we wait for the previous close price. So taking it station to station on Apple. Let's go to Adara, get the crypto update. Hopefully bad.
Bitcoin careening into that 54,000 level as we speak. This was a level that served to support after the Black Monday crash on August 5th. So this will certainly be something to keep an eye on here for BTC. We do actually still have some crypto bulls, though, apparently saying that the chances of Bitcoin closing the month of September above 60,000 are higher than the chance of it closing below 60,000, with the CIO of Tier Capital saying that due to the fact that we have this Fed rate cut potential here and FOMC comments, that could actually be a bit of a bullish sign for BTC. So we'll have to see how that settles out. But interesting look for Bitcoin, which, as we know, much like the market, has its weakest month, generally speaking, in September. Bitcoin down 4%, Ethereum down about 3% here, well below the 2,400 level. Some weakness in Solana, BNB, Tron. There's really few names that are positive, and the ones that aren't really up by much. Lots of weakness in Bitcoin and crypto, much like we're seeing with the market, guys.
Yeah, that's selling coming in.
NVIDIA wants 100, dude.
NVIDIA wants 100, yeah.
Tesla wants 220, NVIDIA wants 100. Well, I mean, this is like, you can talk about station to station all you want, but Tesla is doing it right here. 235, right back into 220. And if you're wondering, 220 is an obvious level. I don't think I'm telling anybody anything you don't know. The close price, the close of the day that it held 220 was right about 219.30. So technically it's valid to 219.30 if this level is going to hold on Tesla. The only short I have is Mara, which, it went a few cents to the downside, and right now it's technically in the money. But with NVIDIA losing the bid, I'm looking over at, I want to see if I can get back to Intel. I'm now offering 19s on Intel, like 19 change. I'm still looking for AMD to give me an entry to a short, and it's not going to be at VWAP. There's no question about that. But eyeballs now have to adjust to Tesla because the 220 level is certainly incoming. Ooh, they just lick grabbed the bottom on NVIDIA again.
Yeah, they did.
That's interesting.
That is very interesting. Again, a lot of aggressive price action happening here, right? So got to keep an eye on that. Let's see if we can get those 104s again. Market doing a little bit of a bounce here. Now, again, 15-minute candle just started printing. We got about 13 minutes to go on this 15-minute candle. 104 is coming right back in. So we have been holding that trend, and then again, we've been holding the moving average as well. I got the 9 here. I got 8 on my other chart on the 3-minute. 104.34 is where that price is. Let's see if we can kind of come back in, and if those sellers get aggressive once again on Nvidia here, Neil. So yeah, 103s. Oh boy, we're holding as of right now. But again, that selling coming in real heavy. Are you guys short? That's George is talking about Obi's not discussing the VIX. Am I okay? Yeah, let's take a quick look at the VIX. That's a good idea.
That's a good point.
We should be looking at the VIX. Okay, there it is. So we did get stopped out once again.
Yep.
What is the VIX up to? Oh boy, all right. So 2130s on the VIX. Very aggressive pull up on the volatility index as of right now. So yeah. A good call, George. I do have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, look at that reclaim, a little bit of a turn right here off of the open. Very aggressive bid on the VIX. I will keep that in mind going forward today. Thank you for reminding me of that one, George. So 103s coming right back in. I tried another long off of the 103 halves. Didn't really work. Stop out once again. So let's see if that can potentially come into fruition today. No real sign of a bounce yet, Neil. You are 100% right. We should be short on a lot of things. What are you saying? Taking bets on how many? Oh boys, Obi says today over under 50. Saying Matt easy. Okay, we'll see. You let me know. You let me know the verdict by the end of the day. I may or may not have over 50. Oh boys, but oh boy,
easy.
103s coming in.
Easy.
You're saying easily. All right, cool.
I think that's easy. That's low hanging fruit because now once it's in your head, you're just gonna keep saying oh boy over and over and over again. So. I think that's going to, like I said, it's going to be low-hanging fruit. NVIDIA wants 100. All right, put up or shut up. Like I keep saying, this is an opportunity, that's an opportunity, that's an opportunity, this is an opportunity. You just got to be able to move the goalposts every now and then when you're trying to. When you're joining the trend, it should be at every opportunity, right? If you like the short, it's just that simple. So I'm going to try and pick this up at 19. What is Mara doing? Mara, man. Like, that's the break, okay? So I'm like, if it gets past 65, we get out. Gets down to 55, can't break 65, up or down. You're not really doing a heck of a lot. I think I got to see what happens at 13.5, because I think that's where the acceleration could possibly come in. Just double checking. And again, if you're trading Mara, Coin, I don't know, like Riot, like any of those names, I want to see what's going on in Bitcoin. Well, it broke that low, which is what I was looking for, and now it's consolidating under. So if we get one of those break the low and snap back into VWAP moments, Mara could easily do the same. That's why the tight stop. But we're still trend down. And as long as we're trend down, want to stick with it to the south side. So you saw me join the offer of Intel. And once again, I sit on the offer and Intel just continues to drop. It's flying to the downside. I need something that hasn't broken yet.
Yeah,
so ARM hasn't broken yet. That's kind of a pun.
Wash happening here at these 103s as of right now, Neil. What are you looking at on ARM?
I mean, ARM hasn't broken the bottom yet. The market's trending down. Like, rather than chase Intel, there's a flat bottom break on ARM right here at 118. Like, look at the consolidation on ARM. If the market's going to have a free fall Friday or a quadunk day or whatever it is, then I'm just going to get into the one that hasn't gone yet. You know, it is what it is. I can look for shorts on pops. If I don't get them, then the alternative is to take some breakdown trades and go for that. Because at least with a breakdown trade, I can be in and out quickly if it doesn't work. And if we fall apart from there, then we're good to go. I mean, NVIDIA's at 103. I want it back into 104. If 104 is a key level, then I think it's almost like a short if it retests that key support level from before. So either ARM breaks here, or we got to be very, very patient. A lot of people think at 100 NVIDIA is incoming. If it is, then we've got room to join the trend. And if it gets to 100, trust me, ARM's going to go down, AMD's going to go down. Obviously, Intel's going down regardless of whether that happens, so it doesn't really make a difference. But I don't want to ignore what's happening in some other names here. So as I throw that order in for ARM, Tesla is holding on to the 220 level. Like, that's your move. It's gone station to station. I'm just looking for some actual confirmation for a scalp trade. There's your wick. Here's your higher low. It looks like it wants this back to the upside. I don't know if it gets to VWAP. I think you're asking for a lot for Tesla to get to VWAP. But this was the level I was waiting for us to get down to on Tesla to even take a swing at it. And now that it's here, I'm going to take my shot off this 220.
Yeah, so again, very, very aggressive. 220s holding on Tesla, and keeping an eye on the VIX. VIX is very, very strong, so maybe could be waiting for a turn on the VIX to see a little bit of a pop on these markets here. 103s right now. Again, I am attempting one other along here on top of these 103s. Let's see if that can kind of come into fruition there. But the market's looking hella weak here. Super, super red all the way to the downside. 18,950, Neil, kind of those highs in the morning. We're down over 350 points into 18.6s as of right now. But yeah, a little bit of a blood red action coming into the end of the week to kind of top us off with some aggressive selling off of that range break we just had through that 104. So yeah, let's see if that 100 is in the stars today. I'm going to be waiting and watching for that to potentially come in. 103 is holding as of right now though. So let's see if we can get that 104. We're still holding that trend, man. So I'm waiting for that trend break to come in. Here, kind of just getting a little paper cuts. Paper cuts is what I'm dealing with right now. Might need a little bit of polysporin after all these cuts, but let's see. We will be a little bit more patient. I do want to have a lot more of Nvidia if and when that reversion or the trend break comes in. But no real sign of buying as of right now. Multi Shredder in the chat talking about VIX is dead. Obi, focus on the spider. Yeah, the spider is. I got eyes on the spider as well here. Spider trading at 544.33s, and we've been in a bit of a downtrend, lower lows and lower highs as well on the spider back-to-back days. So yeah, we're poised for a little bit of a sell-off here. 103 halves incoming here with a little bit of a bounce here off of that 18.6 on the NQ. So let's see if Nvidia can give us a little bit of that good back to the upside, but downtrend nonetheless. Neil, shorts. Oh boy, that was the answer. I see that you are short or long Tesla there.
I'm long Tesla. So Tesla bounced off 220. I'll give you the setup. We waited for it to get to 220. Higher low was about 220.35. It bounced off of that. We grabbed the long through 50s at 63. It tagged 211 change for the 50-cent scalp win at the 1-to-1, and now it wants to already retest the low. So you need to wait patiently for your level, and if you're going to take a shot at it, you better have a good level if you're going long on anything. We're going to go to sector watch in a second. We break this higher low, and I'm out through the quarters. But let's get on over to Adara. Want to see what's going on in some other sectors at the screen.
The sector board definitely gives you a good sense of where all of the selling in the market is concentrated. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be in big tech. AVGO, of course, with its earnings move down about 9%, but Nvidia taking a bit of a hit here. AMD, we had Intel on watch as well with a couple different catalysts. So the electronic technology sector, the largest sector here, really bringing down the rest of the group. Some weakness as well here in technology services with all of the Meg 7 names to the downside. Finance also notably weak. WFC here down quite significantly. All I saw here was a price target decrease from Evercore ISI. Some weakness as well in retail trade, producer manufacturing, consumer durables, process industries, the industrial sector pretty weak here as well. A little bit more mixed in health technology, MRK and TMO to the upside here. And I also want to talk about consumer services because Chipotle here, CMG, actually strongly see the upside and no catalyst. So watch out for CMG if you're looking for some strength. The rest of the market, while there are bright spots, generally pretty weak, guys.
Not many bright spots as I was looking at it. Mini Adara walking back. She called it with the short, or you mean the red anyways, close enough to it. So I will tell you, come back to my screen for a quick little second here because I'll show you what happened. You are going to see a purple mark on Tesla, and I was briefly short. However, it was not part of my plan to punch short at the bottom. So I immediately exited the short, and I get it. I know the market's going down here, but it wasn't part of the plan to reverse, and it'll be pie on my face because that reverse is probably going to go into the downside. But we had the 50-cent scalp, and then we lost 50 cents on the way back in for a flat trade. I did jump into the short. That was kind of an accidental overfill, and now, of course, that means it's going to go to the downside. I am back in Amara after a wick out. Man, I should have just... You should never take a trade, whatever. You get out of a trade that you didn't mean to have. That's a rule of mine, but in this particular case, it'll probably give me a little bit of FOMO if nothing else ends up setting up. So Bitcoin made a pullback to the upside. Amara, which I was in off that break, wicked me out. And if I get wicked out of a trade and I like the direction, that's what it looks like. See the trend? Since VWAP, there is your trend. You wick me out and you hold the trend, then I'm jumping back into the trade. As long as it's with the trend. Now, if you're against the trend, you don't want to be doing this, but if you're with the trend, then I don't think you have a reason not to get back into it. Again, everyone's going to be different. If you can trade multiple times in a day, it makes it a bit different for everybody else. Of course, here at Real Trading, like I could take this 20 times if I wanted to. So as long as it holds a trend line, I feel like I should be working my way back into it as this market, as I said, continues to bleed and bleed and bleed. The FOMO I do have is going to be every single time I try to grab Intel without taking a break of the low, it just continues to go lower and lower and lower. And if you're asking where it's headed, well, my guess is 52-week lows, which, by the way, is right here. So Intel is at 52-week lows. It's about to break, and this is 1880-ish. It's about to break them. Ideally, you would bounce off of a level like this to get me into the short and not just take it out. There's some size on the bid at 1880, I suspect, because it is that 52-week bottom here on Intel. So I got back in tomorrow, and it's right back at the low, as Intel is pennies away from making it. And notice the difference, everybody. Like, we had a couple of longs that bounced and worked. Not since the open do they work right away. I get wicked out of Mara, jump back into the trade. It's at the low of the day instantaneously. But like, how long did we have to wait? Like, early in the day, you were getting longs that worked fast. Almost too fast.
Yeah.
But now it's a different. You're fighting them all the way. You get into a short, it works almost instantly. So I've managed to not get into Apple long despite the fact that we only traded it once on a bounce through VWAP, but you're now trend down. Join the trend where you can, anywhere available. Intel still hasn't broken the 52-week low. I feel like it's almost inevitable. It just bounced off this 1880, as I said. Like that's a key level on the daily for Intel. Not all-time lows on Intel, but I mean distinction without a difference for that stock. The way it's trading, I got to be patient for an entry. When you're bouncing off a key level, I'll give it a little bit more room to be able to join it back in. Yeah, why the dump, Bish Bosh? Saying why the dump on Tesla? It could just be a technical failure. I mean, they had the positive news yesterday. Keep in mind what Tesla did for 2 days in a row. Right, like 2 days in a row, it gave you like $10 breakout, $10 breakout. And then through 230, 235 double top, like the only place that it even tried to bounce was 220. And look at the acceleration through to the downside. ARM just broke the low of the day. I said we'd take a shot at it when 118 broke. There is still this level at 117.5, which technically speaking is the bottom. 118 was kind of a triple bottom today. It does need to get through that $0.50. I should probably just be on the bid at the $0.50 as well. So as the market's trying to make some fresh lows, I waited for a flat bottom break on ARM, and we jumped into that. Don't mind joining the trend if you can.
Yeah, I always talk about like trend is your friend, and yeah, definitely today I'm not being friends with the trend. Kind of fighting against it all the way to the downside, off of a range break as well. So I do have to kind of be cognizant of that there. A little stubborn with my entries. A little aggressive as well. Multiple kind of longs here that clearly the longs are not working, right? So the short has definitely been the way to go today on a lot of these names. Again, look at the Nasdaq, man. Nasdaq is getting crushed. And yeah, the VIX continues to make highs there, 22.19s as of right now on the VIX. So there it is, stopped out once again here on the long. So the long is definitely not working right now. 102 halves, some size there, but not anything significant, as we've seen multiple magnitudes higher of size at some of these even dollars. 104s had some size, 105s had some size, 103s as well had some significant size. So got to keep an eye on that one as of right now. But yeah, Neil, let's see how low do you think we can go, Neil? Because
lower?
This is we're almost at that almost what pullback of a 500 points, 400 points ish. Oh boy.
I mean, anything's possible. I actually forgot to do this. The Brecher ledge broke today, not yesterday. It was so, I know Sharif talked about this. We had Chris Brecher on earlier in the week in the aftermarket show tonight. I hope we have Ryan. I'm pretty sure we'll have Ryan. I'll have to confirm with him in the middle of the day when we get off the morning show. But yeah, there was that 5,500 on the ES and the SPY. It was 5 something and whatever, probably 550. But it tried to break yesterday and then got held. Well, today, false breakout, and the ledge is gone. And what is the Brecher ledge? Here, I'm going to do this in real time. My chart is on Intel. Sorry. Let's just type in the SPY to keep it simple for everybody. The Brecher ledge was the 50-period moving average on the SPY. And there it is. It was a double bottom. It held on briefly yesterday and now kaput. This is what Chris was talking about. I know for sure. I can say it. I know damn well he's short today. Bet that. Bet that.
Yeah.
For sure. So ARM is the last thing I got into. There is still that local bottom. I said at 117, 40s, 50s in there. So when it tags the $0.50, I just take some out. Until it breaks this, there's always a chance it could be catching a bit of a bid. Going to be on the bid in the first dollar of this move. And if it breaks through that, I want to maybe take you through the whole idea. Like, why aggressively scalping when it looks like it could go more? Well, the 200-period moving average is at 115.30 on ARM. That's the ultimate target. So that first dollar is important. You're at a level where I could see some support right in here at 115. So I want to make sure that I'm getting profit on the way to it because we're joining it a little bit late. Thank you, Forex Mafia, for the super chat. Appreciate you right there. Oh, my bad. Forex Mafia 2.0.
Yes.
So I don't want to disrespect the original Forex.
Not the
Forex Mafia. We got the 2.0, the better version. What are your thoughts on Snap? I bought a few shares and would like to buy more. Well, you're probably getting a discount today. Look, I haven't looked at Snapchat today, so we'll do this live together because I have not seen the stock. Wait, I missed a pun. What did you say?
Snap up that discount.
Snap up that discount. I'm assuming it's down today because everything is down, right? So it's down 2 points today. Yikes. So anytime you have move like, look, if you got a gap in the chart and you start to fill in the gap, so it did make a low, that's 825, and it tried to break out 9. But look what happened when it tried to break out 9. They could round it up, did not make the next gap, which is in $10, fail back underneath, now it's back under 9. So when this happens, I think, to me, it reminds me of Intel. Got to get to the bottom and see what it does next. If it holds the bottom, maybe there's some kind of a swing trade. But I don't like that chart at all. Like, you want to hold higher lows and break back into the upside. Instead, when it tried to go, it abjectly failed. I think usually that means a retest of prior lows on Snap. Probably not what you wanted to hear, but you don't ask a question. And you know what? If you care about somebody, you tell them what you think. And if you care about yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. I live by those words. Let's go to Money Talks with Adara.
Interesting candle and interesting daily chart level here for the US dollar. Let's look at the DXY. Currently just at that 101 area, but what a doji candle. We wicked as high here as 101.40s and as low as that 100.5 level. So if we can hold this tail here, this looks like quite an interesting level of support potentially forming after a pretty steep downtrend starting at the end of June for that US dollar here on the daily chart. Unemployment rate coming in basically in line with expectations, slightly below the previous number. Non-farm payroll is really exciting, though, coming in at 142,000 jobs versus 164,000 consensus. Estimate here of 120,000. They also revised the previous number down from 114 to 89,000 jobs. So revision for July to be aware of. Average hourly earnings coming in slightly above expectations, 0.7% versus 0.3% expected for the month of August. Fed Williams made some comments earlier today around 8:45. No other data left today, but Fed comments at 11 a.m. for Feds Waller, and we did have Feds Williams 8:45, basically saying that he's, quote, not ready to say how big the first rate cut should be, talking about labor market imbalances. We know the Fed's been really focused on that labor market, and interesting timing here with the week of labor and job-related numbers. Feds Williams also saying that the jobs data is consistent with the cooling economy. Let's see what Feds Waller has to say at 11 a.m. We'll see what we get with the CPI and PPI next week, guys.
Yeah, it should be an interesting week with those economic.
Oh, yes, it should.
Next week there, Neil. You were just talking about Intel. Where is Intel at?
52-week lows.
Week lows. Oh boy, definitely the chips have been, I guess, slammed to the downside. And we keep talking about chips with the dip, and oh boy, have the chips dipped today. What's your favorite chip?
Ketchup by like a long.
Right, that's fair. I think I should have known that.
Oh, you guys, well, I'm pretty sure I actually heard Ramin say that. Not even in our ear. Like the second you asked that question, she's like, ketchup. That's what's up. As a matter of fact, I have a big old bag of ketchup chips waiting for me on Sunday when the Buffalo Bills absolutely manhandle the Arizona Cardinals. And I apologize in advance to any Arizona Cardinal fans, but it's about to hurt. So what I want you to do is, if you're an Arizona Cardinal fan, get your Pepto out, maybe get like whatever your routine is when you have a bad day, like whatever gets you feeling better. It doesn't matter what it is. Hug a loved one, whatever you have to do, because the Bills are going to handle some business. Josh Allen doesn't need wide receivers. Wide receivers are for teams or quarterbacks that need help. And Josh Allen doesn't need anyone. We certainly don't have any. Well, okay, we got some new ones, but they're not good anymore. Not as good, I should say. But we don't need them. We'll be just fine. Bills are going to handle some business. Although Sean and I have to make Sean's off today. He's at the rink. But we still have to make our survivor picks, which we did not remember to do yesterday. I was like, Sean, you're not going to be here yesterday. Let's remember to make our picks before you're gone. And then we didn't do it. I'm pretty sure we're going to take a couple of entries on the Bills.
Yeah.
I think we're going heavy on. We have 10 entries in this big pool. It's a big Wall Street pool we've been in for like 20 years.
Yeah.
We've never won. But it's a lot of fun to do. And we're going to go at least 5 or 6 of those 10 entries on the Bengals because the Patriots stink. And then we'll probably put a couple on the Bills. He wants to do, who was it again? He wants San Francisco for a couple, and I want to throw a couple on Detroit. But we haven't decided yet. I'll have to check my messages because I don't really check my WhatsApp while I'm on the show. But we'll figure it out. We usually we get pretty deep, and then we usually bungle it by like week 6 or 7. We have fun.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
That's what it's about, right? It's about having fun, maybe doing a little bit of winning there as well. But
we're not doing any winning in that pool. We haven't won a dime in that pool.
Okay.
We just lose every year.
I've had friends who are into like fantasy, but I don't think I've ever gotten into it. But like, what do you think is like for somebody who has never been into fantasy? Like, where could one potentially begin?
Do a free Yahoo league if you want to do like daily. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you want to do like daily fantasy, then there's all kinds of like all the, whether you're into FanDuel or DraftKings, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can do any of those. But like, you have to. You
got to watch sports first.
Well, if you're not watching sports, what's the point of doing fantasy? Like, it gives you a reason to watch the games a little bit. But I'll tell you what I noticed is I kind of crushed my home leagues in baseball and also in football as well. And the number one reason was at some point I decided not to play for fun and just play to win. And you'd be surprised when you're doing a home league, most people aren't actually trying to win. They care more about, do I have the hottest rookie, or did I call that this guy was going to be good? I'm like, who cares? Does your team score more points than the next team? I started treating my fantasy teams like a portfolio, and now I'm in the playoffs before the season even starts in my dynasty league because no one else is actually trying in that regard. They're not really playing to win. Like, they want the hot new guy. They want to be able to say, well, I drafted this guy and he worked out. I'm like, who cares? I'll take the boring guy 10 times out of 10 that just puts points on the board. And then I get to talk trash at the end of the year. Market is tanking.
18 fives.
You join any shorts?
18 halves. No, I am not in any shorts right now. So unfortunately, not really on the right side of the move as of right now. Again, lots of paper cuts that I have been getting here today on this Nvidia, attempting to trying to go long, and I'm not following my rules here. So clearly, not the best of days for me as of right now. But yeah, let's see if we can get saved a little bit by this 18 half incoming as of right now. A little premature on this entry on my part, but we'll see what happens, Neil. Let's see. That 100 looks like it can very potentially come in today.
Yeah, I think that 100, if we see it, I'm expecting there to be a large bid on Nvidia and it's going to be a crowded trade off the 100 level on Nvidia, no question about it. So I'm expecting that. If we get there, a lot of things have to happen first. I mean, you're at 102. The NASDAQ's down 2.3. Usually when you get 2 half 3 by lunchtime, things will slow down. The ES is only 1.4. I mean, Intel did break that 52-week low. Technically, it was at 1884. I know I said 1880. So my bad. I wasn't very particular about that. But it did break. I didn't get the break. I got it back in on the way on the other side of it at 78. So I'm on the bid at the current low, which is sitting down around like 72, 73. Mara, just to recap, Mara, I got back in and it's holding 13.5. So we got back in at 63, and then we're just going to, I'm trying to hold for a break of 13.5, deciding whether I want to add to it. This is holding trend very decently. But once you see a trend like that, see where I'm going with this? At this point, when you have a trend like this, it either breaks the low or I should be minimum getting out. I don't have to reverse into a long, but when the trend, I'm talking about the trend since VWAP, when a stock tries to break out early and then breaks VWAP, I usually start drawing the trend line from VWAP or the place that it broke from. So I like the trend to the downside, but this has to take out a fresh low or it's not going to be good at all. I got to show you guys Tesla. So again, I did actually reverse short. I had a stop order that was covering me, and I didn't get an instant fill. Basically what happened is I didn't get an instant fill, or the message wasn't quite fast enough. I'm like, did I even get out there? And so I just kind of like punched out.
Yeah.
But I did get the fill. So I ended up accidentally reversing short, but I didn't really mean to be short in that moment, and it would have been a fantastic trade. But we're only short now. Intel's late, but we were in it early, and I just feel like when you're trying to join the short, and I'm going to do this as the lesson of the day, and it's going to be obvious what the lesson is. If you're going to trade it station to station, you've got to take every opportunity to get back in. But sometimes the best you can do is, if you're late to the party, better be well dressed. And the color of the day is red.
Yeah, definitely. I think Dara's got that one on point. All red everything, and look at these candles. 15-minute candles right there, all red for the past. I guess since pretty much the open there, 8:30 we begin, and we've been blood red right there. So definitely a very fitting outfit there in terms of confluencing with the market there. So very red as of right now. VIX maybe a little bit of a pullback here as that 102 does a little bit of a lick grab as of right now on the day. Let's see that 100 maybe potentially coming in, but Neil, we're bouncing off that 18.5 right now, 18,500, and yeah, we talk about that almost a 500 point move. 450 is just above 450 points to the downside from the opening highs right there all the way down into 18.5. So what a crazy move in this morning session, Neil. So hopefully you guys have been hopefully you guys have been short. I definitely have not been, and that's something I got to work on again, is staying with the trend, not fighting the trend too aggressively when it's clearly showing that we're trending off of a range break right now. But the VIX pulling back a little bit here. Let's see if the VIX can break some of these prior bar lows and we get a bit of reversion. Again, volatility, number one thing that does revert, you know.
100%. Volatility tends to revert, but you know what? It's 11 o'clock already. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Oh, Apple's starting to bounce here. Okay, I like Apple a little bit here. I might get into some Apple long before we're about to go over. Okay, they've already transitioned over. Apple's breaking back out. It is off 221. Okay, here it is. Thank you very much there. But it is breaking out. Man, I just missed the long on Apple. Higher lows. It's been the only one that I've really liked, and now I might have missed it. But okay, so we got to get over to the midday. It's Sharif, it's Adara, it's Learn to Trade. This is the bounce, the first one.
This is the bounce. Oh boy.
Up to 100 points. What is up, beautiful people? We just popped 100 points on the future just like that. Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and the lady in red right there is your girl Adara. And we're going to wait for everyone to stream on over from the other stream. We got Darwin, the OG Darwin. We got my man Fat Figure, Pitchbull, Bot Ricks, and Adrian Cesar Sandoval. Happy Friday to you, my man Vicky and Novak. MUSDJPY tanking, he says. 605, hold my dang beer. Mateus Lane and Brian, Max Trades and Investing joining us as well. And it wouldn't be a Friday if Big Asian didn't join us. Bristol in the house as well. Shout out to Hey Davis and Stan, trading with Nikkei, Gaurav, my man Gaurav there, Trader Lee, Moriel, we got Rogelio Concepcion, Ronaldo, hello to you too, my man, Glenn Smith, Flawed Thinker, Aaron, and Joanna Brewster, the power couple from the Google, I love the shared Google account there, I actually do love it. DAM, John, Frank Jones, we got John, Neo, he's saying Adara and Michael Lewis, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today, Sharif?
I be good. As I just told you, big step in the build out. Happy AF as right now because big installation right now just got done. And that is a little bit of pressure off my shoulders with that. So now that that's done, we're going to focus on these here markets. I saw some analysis you were doing before we got on the show. Anything you want to add before we get to the list?
Yeah, I'm undergoing a quiet moment of devastation. So I saw Lily get into 900s. I was like, oh my gosh, the amount of smoke I want. It does the bid creep going into 899s. It is so beautifully bullish. It has a million shares of volume. It has levels I like. Woo. What am I doing, Sharif? So I go to press long. And it doesn't fill me because I accidentally ask for 100 shares, which is leaps and bounds above my buying power, understandably so. I don't get filled. I'm not able to get filled. I try again. It's too late at that point. And then girl bids up. So I'll be watching. Now we're back below 900s. That's why I didn't chase it. If we start rejecting here off that 902, I like that 901, 902 area. I didn't see us get anywhere into 904s on the book. Then I'll go short. I'm cool with that. I can be adaptable. But yeah, a stock breaks your heart, but it's cool because you don't have feelings in the market. So you got to keep going. Lily, it was fun while it lasted. And we'll see how this goes from here. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. I am wearing the red. I know I want to address the fact that I am.
I don't know. Is that how it goes?
You
don't know Larry D. Red?
I don't know that song, no. I mean, I know it exists, but I don't know it.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard it in a hot minute either.
But yeah, I'm looking at also SPCE on watch here. Lululemon as well. Shout out to Nick W. in the chat. I don't usually look at the chat in the main show, but Bears vs. Bulls had tagged me like, hey, can you look into this Lululemon story? There was something about like the CEO or one of the main people in Lululemon bought like $1 million worth of shares, which is pretty insignificant for Lulu. Lulu didn't react much to it, but it gave it volume. So I had eyes on that. So I want to shout out Nick W. for that. Lulu at that key level, off which I love for that long, that 253. I want to short this more than I can taste it, but it's below $1 million volume, so I'll wait for that move. Let's see what this market gives us, Sharif.
Okay, I just want to echo what Bears versus Bulls threw in there in the chat. The voting booth is now open. Vote, vote, vote. Essentially, what I'm telling you is the OB is on the desk today with Neil. They're going to be locked and loaded at that 2 o'clock hour. And so if you want them to analyze your stocks, give you their opinion. Do they like it long? Do they like it short? Do they like it in general? Throw your ticker into the chat right now. It's super easy. ! Type in join. Then that space bar, then the $sign, and then throw in the ticker of your choice. Vote every day between now, essentially 11 o'clock, and 1:50. Cuts off 10 minutes before the end of the show. Let's get to this latest pop right here. 11 o'clock hits Ram, and then boom, we hit a new high, guys. On the day right there into 18,650. I mean, we literally topping to this is your prototypical topping tail candle if it closes this way. And it did close this way. Let's see what we do now after this. Do we bump up back into 18.6 or do we make a new low below 18.5? We did hold up just ahead of that 500-point mark at 18.505. Obviously, that is the low on the day, overnight or otherwise. And then we got up into 18.645 over here. But that was quite short-lived. And you can see that reflected on some of the Mag 7 names here. Softy was at 402, even below 401.98, and it popped up into 405 and a quarter, quick as you like. But it's also down quick as you like. So we'll keep tabs on some of these Mag 7 names and the market in general, and then see what's afoot, whether we're going to take this market long or short. Right now, though, I can promise you it looks quite short biased. There's a lot of small cap gappers, some of them really breaking down and not tradable at the moment, but we will talk about that in a hot second. But before that, we're going to talk about speed lines. Oh, this is for you, my man. I thought I did this lesson the entire time. I was just singing, Me Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter, because that's Obi's anthem. So that's
That was both your jams.
Well, I've got other jams too there, but I like it.
That's true. That's true.
All right, guys. So introduction into these speed lines. What are they? So speed lines essentially are advanced concepts in technical analysis and a variation of trend lines, often used here to measure the rate of ascent or descent, going up or down, And John J. Murphy basically discusses them in his textbook on the technical analysis of the financial markets. And he talks about them in the context of determining whether the trend is likely to continue, reverse, based on the speed of the movement. So let's just talk about them right away. So as we just alluded to, speed lines are a series of diagonal lines that are drawn from significant highs or lows on a chart. Significant highs or lows, not where you want to draw the high and low, okay? Unlike, though, typical trend lines that connect reaction highs and lows, speed lines are designed to account for the acceleration or deceleration of the trend. They provide you with dynamic ways to monitor the pace at which prices are moving in any given direction. This is kind of what they look like. Super rudimentary. Haven't explained what these lines do quite yet, but I just want to give you a visualization. This would be the obvious area low. This would be the obvious area high. And you would draw speed lines based on, you're supposed to draw them based on, pronounced highs and lows. All right? So constructing these speed lines, let's talk about some rules, right? Speed lines, like as I mentioned, are drawn by first identifying the highest or the lowest point in the trend, either a peak on a downtrend or a trough on an uptrend, okay? From this key point, 3 lines are then drawn to intercept the price at distinct percentage level. Typically 33 and 66% are those percentage levels, and I'll show you exactly what I mean in a second, okay? This provides essentially a visual representation of how fast or how slow the trend is moving. So here's a look. So this is your obvious area trough. What you want to do then is you want to gauge the obvious area trough and the obvious area crest. And then you're going to basically say, okay, so this is my 0 and this is my 100. Where is my 66% retracement off that 100? You gauge that. Or you can do 33, you can do it the opposite way. I would do 66, and then it doesn't really matter. Essentially, it's 66 and 33. So you base a third of a retracement down here, and then 2/3 of a retracement down here. And that's based on the area crest. So you know, if you were to pull back from this $120 level on Linar, that the 33% retracement would just be a skosh below 90. So then you would draw a trend line from the area trough through the intersecting area where it would be a 1/3 retracement. You would do the exact same thing for the 66% retracement. So down 2/3 of the way down from top to bottom would be over here. You draw the trend line through there. Super simple to do. And then we're going to talk about how to actually use them in a second. But I just hope that everybody kind of gets that. And the exact same thing works when you're doing the short. Here's a look at Nike. So obvious area crest over here. This is the short. So you're looking at that 180. Obvious area trough right there at that 80 level. Wow, this thing dropped $100. Jeez. Right. So then from your 0 to your 100, you then look back. You say, okay, so from my 100 point area over here, if I was to pop back up 1/3 of the way, where would that be on the chart? Right there. So you draw a line through the initial area crest into that 33 area, and you do the exact same thing with 66. So that's exactly how you do these speed lines. Gets a little bit more nuanced, especially with percentages, but the ones that are mostly used by technicians are 33 and 66. So what's the purpose of these speed lines? What are we using them for? Now we know how to do them, but like, what are we actually gauging here? So the main purpose The main purpose of the speed lines is to determine the strength of the trend. They help traders recognize, essentially, when a trend is accelerating too quickly or decelerating too quickly, which may signal to you an upcoming reversal or correction. The concept is useful for dynamic markets, essentially, where trends don't move in a steady, nice way, right? So you're going to have to basically have some assistance here from technical analysis. So what are the practical applications of these speed lines in trading? I think that's what we're all looking for. The practical application, how can we actually use them? Well, the first way we'll submit to you guys is using them to identify reversals. So speed lines provide clues as to whether the trend may reverse. For example, when the price breaks through the first speed line at that 33% retracement, it indicates that the trend is losing momentum. Then if the price then continues to go down and then falls below the second line at that 66% retracement, you should be on the lookout for a full reversal because it could be imminent, according to the textbook. This can help traders determine from a practical perspective when to exit a position or tighten up your stops. So that's how one of the first ways we use these speed lines from an everyday trading practical perspective. And here's kind of the look. There's your area trough, there's your area crest. You draw all the right lines and you draw your speed lines, and then boom, you break through the third. Boom, you break through 2/3, and then you're looking at blood. So you're clearly here in a bit of a downtrend. You still haven't broken those lows, but you could be well on your way. So that's what we're looking for there. Decided break through that 2/3. You should be on the lookout for an all-out reversal. It's not the only way to use them, though. We just talked about adjusting or identifying reversals. Now we can talk about adjusting positions. So in an uptrend, when the price action moves steeply above that 33 or that 66, depending on where it is on the chart, traders may expect, a small correction or a decent correction there, and thus reduce the long positions or look to take profits. However, in a downtrend, if prices decline sharply through these lines, it signals a potential selling opportunity, not like a profit-taking opportunity, but get out of it completely because the trend is changing, as traders may increase their short positions at that area. Conversely, if the price respects the speed lines and doesn't breach them without breaking through, it provides confirmation that the trend is strong and that traders should or could, if they decide, hold on to the positions or even add to them, John J. Murphy says, if you really want to be aggressive. So that's the look there. So if you get the decided breach through one, you should be on the lookout for a possible breakdown. You get it through the 66, you're looking for a reversal. But if the lines are respected, you could hold on to your positions or even add to them. But you're looking for corrections. So it's totally fine for it to break that 66, reject off 33, come back down, test 66 again before breaking 33. So you can also use these speed lines to adapt them to changing trends. So speed lines obviously help traders avoid prematurely exiting a trade by confirming that the trend's pace is still intact. They also offer, though, signals for adapting trading plans when the price action deviates significantly from the established lines, which essentially is ensuring flexibility in trading decisions. And I don't know about you, but I like that. For instance, when the price fails to break through any speed line, this indicates strong momentum, obviously, and further trend continuation. So if you come back and you test that 33% speed line, you don't even get a breakthrough into 66 or anywhere in between 33 and 66, well, then that's saying to you that the trend line, the trend is awfully strong and that there's finding support at 33%. Last but not least, in terms of practical uses of these speed lines, you can incorporate them with other indicators. And the speed lines work best in conjunction with other tools such as moving averages, oscillators like RSI, and obviously, it goes without saying, support and resistance levels. For example, if the price breaks through a speed line and the RSI it shows overbought conditions, would strengthen the case for a possible reversal. So you break through that 66% on the way down, but we're in overbought territory still for some reason, I guess. Then it could make a higher probability set up to the short side here. So in conclusion, speed lines are effective tools for gauging momentum and the sustainability of a trend. As with all technical tools, though, and all technical indicators, they're best used in combination with other methods and other tools for analysis. And traders certainly can incorporate speed lines into their trading plans by using them to ID when the trends are likely to continue in reverse, fine-tune your entry and your exit positions, and manage risk, obviously, through better stop placements. I hope everybody has a fantastic Friday and prints up a storm of dare.
Yeah, shout out, thank you so much there to Sharif for that awesome lesson of the day. Shout out also, it's nice that we have Speedline Day when Opie is also here with us. So shout out to Rick Ross speeding. I am hoping the SPY will be speeding more to the downside because I did get short here on the SPY at 542. I said, I guess a little bit below. I said I have two trades I like here on the SPY, my two playbook trades. The only two. One of them is whole dollar breakdowns. The other one is, okay, we're going to get our low day break here. Let's see. The other one is areas of interest here at play. 542.40s was the area I really, really liked. Wasn't able to get involved there. Said, okay, Darcy, we do have 542s. We broke below. Didn't get involved exactly where we wanted to. I'm risking 30 cents here. I'm risking to like 542.20s because that was an area I also watched on the book. We were waffling a lot there between 542.20, 542.40. Let's see what kind of chop and churn we get here, Sharif. We could be getting a bit of a bounce here in the market. I'm a little conflicted too because I find NVIDIA to actually look a bit bullish here. And I'll explain why in a minute because I'm sure there might be, some shock and horror at that statement. But the SPY to me looks a little bit bearish. Let's see if this can get to the downside in honor of my outfit. No, I'm joking. Guys, I promise I did pick out this outfit last night. I had no idea what the market was going to do. I was just like, oh, I got my nails done. They're red. Wear red today. And the market apparently enjoyed my outfit. So shout out to, it's funny. Wayne ran into me in the hallway and he's like, is that why Broadcom's down? I was like, I don't know, maybe. Okay, we're gonna get out. We're gonna get out 10% here, 541s, just because, like I said, whole dollars matter to me. I'm here on the SPY. Let's see what we get going on here. I want to just let this thing ride a little bit to the downside, if I may. I want to. Okay, there we go, Sharif.
Get it, Adara.
We just got out here, third of the position. We got short, 541.90. But it was at third, 541s. Let's keep it coming over here. I'm watching to see here. Really, the only area that I saw was interesting. If we get above that previous low of day, 541.55s, I'll get out. I'll take out my last third. I'm cool with that. But if we don't, I'm actually willing to let this ride a little bit because I think that there is a lot of weakness right now in that SPY. I also rescind my comment about NVIDIA looking bullish. I just took a plunge there with the rest of the market. Okay, we're out of the rest of this. I couldn't even get filled there. Let's see what's going on there. Please just punch without this trade went. Should have executed that last, out a lot better than I did. But that's what journaling's for. We're going to learn, we're going to reflect, we're going to adapt, react, readapt, act. Shout out to Michael Scott in the office. Took 23 cents with the remainder of the position and then 90 with the first part.
Wow.
So if we get back into that interesting area, 541.55, I love interactions with previous days highs, previous days lows. That's not always going to work, but there was one day, I think the only trades I took all day was just Tesla was in an uptrend or downtrend, and I would just get involved with all the previous levels. Stuff like that can work if you're on it, if you're paying attention to it. Again, I'm not trying to blanket statement because things can work differently. I was also involved in the Eli Lilly short that I clearly just got wicked out of because, she's coming home to the downside. This is heartbreaking. Oh, I got out top wick. I should have been a little more aggressive with the risk here. I got short 897s. Basically, like I said, I initially long Lilly above 900. When we could not break back above that 903 area, I was like, cool. This 895 was an area if you go back to earnings. And also, Lilly 895 is an area that I liked as well, just because look at this trough. I was like, if we break below that, or she blows, I should have risked at least $2 here. I ended up risking, I think it was $1.75, because I was trying to make minimum $4. Or minimum, I guess, I think there's probably some issues with the planning of this trade here as well, to be fair. But yeah, I'd be willing to get short again if we stay below this 9 EMA. We're still making lower highs. I think I definitely need to acknowledge that I should have planned this better. I think I initially wanted 899s and I was like, oh, that's a 2-to-1 risk to reward because I would have risked into 901s. That's cool, but this is a 1-to-1, so I don't necessarily love what was going on there with regards to the planning. Apple below low of days, so that actually could be a decent push back into 221.20s. But it's interesting, some of these names, they're weak, but they're still making higher lows. I'm not talking about you, Lily. I'm talking about SMCI. SMCI, again, not like this is the strongest name in the market or anything. It's really not. It had a downgrade today, big price target decrease. But yeah, look at us trying to kind of hold some kind of higher low, maybe. To be fair, we're below 395. 395 was an area that we bounced off a little bit here today, but also it was an area of interest when we had those big moves down with the Hindenburg short report, but then the big move last Wednesday when we had the company being like, yeah, we're delaying our annual report. So some green coming into this year book, some tightness in this year bid. Let's see what happens. Really proud of what I did with that SPY trade, but it's only one trade. Where's the next trade? We'll find out, and I know how you can.
Tired of being late to the trade, Adara? I think you're good. Always playing catch up in the market. Are you missing out of the big move because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is at your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. All right, let's look over here. I'm in a position, I don't know why my chair keeps going down. BLMZ, this one was awfully strong on the day. It is breaking down a little bit now. So I got into an initial position at the first area that I like. I have some planned DCAs here. The first area is this 230 area, because it did have a bit of a consolidation area bottom there, as well as almost a consolidation area, not an area top, sorry, but an area resistance level right at that 228 from that candle right at 10 o'clock. So got in initially here, smallest position that I can muster. This one is a planned DCA right in front of this consolidation area top at that 220 level. So if we don't get it over here, I'd rather not stop out and then get back in again. I'd rather just add to the position. So we're going to be looking at DCA 222, what, just might as well choose some sort of level ahead of that 1/5 of a dollar. We're looking there to add on this bad boy. It is at or a little bit below the 10 exponential on the 5. In fact, it's making its way into VWAP, right? So I'm looking for this area consolidation area top to hold on BLMZ, but ultimately the volume weighted average price is at 205. I don't think I'm going to be holding it all the way down there should it make its way into 205, but if I get stopped out and it holds up there, absolutely willing to get back in, because BLMZ will be tradable so as a breakout trade long, so long as it's above the volume weighted average price. Let me give you some deets on this one. It's up 187% today. It's done about 113 million shares, and it's got a market cap of about $31 million. I'm not seeing too much information on it. Let's bring down trade ideas, see if they've got something over here, because my platform is coming up empty. BLMZ. Oops. BLMZ. Let's go. All right. Trade idea says a short float of a float of 1.25 million, but we don't have a short float, sadly, for this one. So Blooms Incorporated, we're not able to get as much information on it as I typically would like. So keeping my eye on this one, so long as it holds. But this one is making moves now. BENF was a waffler all morning long, whether it was in the pre-market when it popped up there at 6 o'clock and then basically retraced right back down, or at 7 a.m. when it popped up and has a very, very wide range per candle, and then it did nothing at the open. For whatever reason, though, getting a huge volume surge here, over 8 million shares traded on this 1 5-minute candle. For real, we're at 9.2 million shares here on this bad boy, right at this 11:20 candle, breaking through the pre-market high, breaking through after the bell high. 333 now is the high of day as it traces back down to that 3 teens. Right now, BLM or BENF, let me give you the deets on this one. It's $13.33 million market cap. The shares trade on the day about 76 million or thereabouts, and a float of 1.7 million shares. And the short float on it, 5.69%, says trade ideas. So not a bad, definitely not as big as we have seen in the past. But BENF here, there, deserves its own trading screen.
It does, and I'm happy you're going to benefit by giving it one. My chart just closed up there, so I'm going to see. I'm still looking at some of these names here. SMCI, I like around 390s, but not enough to I don't have anything super setting up right now. SPY, okay, my SPY chart keeps deleting itself, so I'll pull up my side chart. This is like the second time this happened today. It's only my SPY. So this is a little disheartening. I like this long here. Again, sorry, I wish you guys could see it. So I said 541.50s. That was an area that I thought was pretty interesting, right? Because it was previous low day. Should I get a long 541.50s? I do. And then I only risk 15 cents for reasons. With that scalp, you would have made that move back into 542, which is where I want to take my profit. So I need to work on that. The book was not bearish enough to really justify what I did there. And it is a little bit hard to when you're trading now, basically without a chart, because I don't know why my SPY chart is doing this. But thank you, SPY chart. Appreciate you. What I think, it's just the SPY here. Let me see if there's any other. You know what's interesting too? We have the rest of the market moving down, but some of these names, these chip names, especially Shreve, that started really weak, trying to curl up. I talked about SPCE, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna save you guys the trouble of having to hear me go on about SPCE again. I like it at 390s. I think it'll be interesting to see what we do at 395. However, what's really interesting here is Broadcom. Broadcom is broadly stronger right now, I think, than some of these other names. And I don't mean by percentage. Obviously, it's down 9.4%. The eyeballs are telling me that. But the eyeballs are also telling me we're bouncing off 138.40s. 138.40s was a level I liked. I'll go on the 15-minute to see if I can show you. Look at that 15-minute chart, 130. I guess it was 137.40s. The point I'm trying to make is here, we have these... like I said, too, sometimes the scent level is interesting to me. So it's like 137.40s, 138.40s, 139.40s. If you look at enough book, you notice there's certain levels that the stocks will have the magnetism to, even on the book and not just on the chart. So I thought that's pretty interesting. AVGO, though, I love these higher lows. I love no matter what the level is, it's clear there's support here, right? Just above that 137. So I actually like this as a long. I'm going to go long, 138.40 if I do this. And then I would be risking here into 138. We'd be interested in at least 140, so I think the risk to reward there makes sense. Let's see if we can hold 138.40s. Look at us bounce off there again. Let's do 41s here. Let's start a decent size position, and let's get it going, Sharif. Let's see what we got here on Broadcom. Lily also tried to break up 900. I'd be interested, but like right now you're kind of chopping and churning, and I'm really trying to learn. Shout out to Raider Trader, something he said once that was pretty pivotal in my opinion. I don't know why I always say pivotal accidentally. It's pivotal. In my opinion, is that like there's all these opportunities in the market, try to find the one that's their most active. Broadcom day one earnings is going to be a lot spicier than Lily flip it and flop it. So unless it breaks 895, in which case I would like all of the smoke and its cousin.
Ooh,
how are you doing?
I like that. I'm in BENF and BLMZ. BENF is going to have to hold this general 3 area for me to stay interested. We're going to give this one the old college try for a 3 hold. If it doesn't hold, I'm gonzino. So we're already out of the money on this one about 6 pennies. So it's going to have to reclaim that level. We're in the money on BLMZ, but it's finding issues at $2.40. I'm looking to wet my beak just in front of that $0.50. It looks like, though, a Head and Shoulders could be setting up here. And we do have an uptrend to support the move. So I need to be alive to this. I don't have to have, a umpteen amount of confirmation bias or anything like that, but I just need to be alive to the fact that something akin or similar to a Head and Shoulders, albeit on the 1 minute, is setting up so that if the trend reversal comes in fast and furious, I'm aware of the pattern and can act accordingly. So keeping my eye on BLMZ up, 200%, 195 some odd percent. BENF, zigging and zagging here with $3. If this one breaks the 290 area to have my stop to get out, so we'll take a bit of a hit on that one if it doesn't hold. Hey man, we're going to give this one the try. I had a lot of fun trading these small cappers yesterday, and there's a few setting up today, not that many. But we'll give them the old college try. So holding on to BENF below 3, but not by that much at the moment. If it breaks 290, that's when I end the trade. BLMZ, it's in the money, but it's really having trouble with this 40 penny area. I'll look to de-risk here in front of 50. Oh, we got super chat. Tura my bear. $1 in the money on Affirm since I called it dump. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you're printing up storms on that side of the screen. Let's have a look at what Affirm is doing on the day. I didn't really have anything on that today. I don't think it really had a catalyst, but it's looking like a kind of like a bull flag here setting up. Obviously, market weakness lately. Yeah, I know, I get it, but look, it's got a decent move up. I mean, it's at the 10 exponential on the daily. It really hasn't broken down too much off that 45. Where are we trading today? 38 and change. So on the daily, it doesn't look bad. Let's have a look what the 5 minute is. So my man called it. I don't know when he called it, but it's basically gone green to red on the day with a topping tail through that 41.25. And now we're knocking the door of 38.25. So a bit of a tougher look there for AFRM on the day. This also kind of looks like a bit like a Head and Shoulders, but maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see here or there. So what's your look?
Yeah, so Broadcom, I have a strategy here, and I want to talk about it because I'm aware I am long a name that I think looks like hit SSR, and I know I've said in the past I have just the worst experiences with going long SSR names. Y'all saw me. No, I'm joking. Actually, I don't know why I'm being like so hard on myself. The dollar trade I made is fine. I think it shut down with Snowflake a couple weeks ago, but that was unrelated. I shouldn't have even been trading that. This AVGO, though, I love this look, and the more I look at this book, the more I like it, which is always like a good sign, right? When you're not like getting like all heebie-jeebie. I have confidence in this trade. Someone in the chat was saying this market needs some confidence today. I think the traders in the market just need to have the confidence in themselves. right? To execute. Because I know when we have these moves to the downside, I feel it in myself, I feel the same way. It's kind of a different market to trade, right? So not always sure how you feel with that in mind. But basically what I'm trying to do here is I have a series. What I'm going to be doing is we're going to be scalping things out, and then I'm going to be adding. So got involved at 138.40s. Initially we wicked below it, then we came right back. So I put my order right back in. Took about that move there to that previous area of resistance. I'm going to be adding if we get back below 138.50s. It does not look like we will. Might have taken a little bit of that position out early, but if we come back to bounce off that area, got out like 70s, I don't mind. You know what I mean? I'm not trading it for P&L. I'm trading for progress, and I'm trading for learning, Sharif. And we are currently about 60 cents in the money here on this Broadcom. With that in mind, another level I'd like for an add, because like I said, guys, I've really been trying to be a little bit more aggressive about adding within reason. If we get above this wick here at where is this 139.15s, I would love that look. That would be where I'd like to add. That was the same, I guess, kind of principle with me getting above that wick there at 870, so that's going to be what we're trying to do here. Let me look at this 1 minute chart so we can kind of get a sense. Because like I said, one of the things I'm still working on is moving my stop as I'm in the trade. I think right now, as long as we stay above that 138.70s area, I'm cool with that. Honestly, usually I'm pretty cool with the break even because like I said, as long as I'm not trading P&L, I feel like that the progress has been going decently with that in mind. So AVGO, let's see how far you can AVGO to the upside. That's what we're going to be doing here on AVGO. CMG, which I mentioned on the sector recap because it is oddly strong, and I didn't see any catalyst on it. I guess that everyone's using their Brian Nichols to put them into this stock because he actually starts his tenure at CEO on Monday. So true story there. Keep an eye out for September 9th for some Brian. But right, sorry, Brian, I called you that. Look at this 53.70 level here, trying to push up above. Was it the 15-minute there was something I liked in the 15-minute here on the Chipotle one. Shout out to Sharif. Oh yeah, there it is. 53.70. Oh my gosh, this is actually level. We bounced off yesterday's high. This is a crazy look here on CMD. It is on my side chart for good reason. We'll see what happens here. AVGO actually holding up remarkably well. I am going to risk this here into break even. I'm cool with that, and I'll be adding because I think we're going to get here into 70s. What I've noticed too is even if we have a move down in the queues, Broadcom's like, yeah, cool story, bro. I'm going to hold on to 138.40s. So I do feel really bullish about this as long as we hold into 138.40s. I'm at again 81s, which is just above that 75 area I like. We are making higher lows here on the Broadcom one. I will continue to add as we push to the upside. I really would, as I said though, I'd love to see us break above VWAP into that above 139.15. And I want all the smoke at 140s. And I will stop ranting now. Also, guys, vote for your tickers, ! Dwayne, space, $ ticker. You want Obi to look at tickers for you? You want Neil to look at tickers for you? Oh boy, oh girl, oh person, oh cat, oh dog. You can let us know there in that chat. Shout out to Obi and to all of you, everyone here. How are you doing?
Sounds good. I added here at 215 on BLMZ, a little bit lower than where I wanted to, but that's okay. It does hold a volume weighted average price, but we're going to have to keep an eye on this one because VWAP's at 206. So it's close enough to $2 for me to actually use the whole dollar as my level. So I'm looking to actually add in front of 2, and then the 2 is going to be basically the line in the sand. So if it doesn't hold up at that $2, that's going to be as good as it gets for me on this one. So we'll put the stop in place for now, and we're going to let this one cook if it needs to. So this one holding up generally, but I am alive to this head and shoulders pattern. We'll see if VWAP ends up being anything of import on this one. I saw the world's greatest mod there in the chat vote for Mara. And, you know, the Mara indicator sits behind me, and he's got his hands on his head right now. And he's straight chilling. We were talking about this before the show started. Really interesting on Mara. You guys saw me point out that $15 area, talk about the 3-period rule, the 3% rule. Ooh, Mara's really putting that to the test because I think we're a couple of days now below that $15 area. So if we hold up this way, that's not going to be good for the longs on Mara, if anybody's holding this long. I mean, obviously, it's been a little bit disconnected from the movement with crypto as of late because, you know, with the halving event that came in April, it makes it a little bit harder to do that whole thing. So we'll keep an eye on Mara over here. But as Adair was saying, if you guys have a stock you want to vote for, there's only one segment per day on this here show where you can have your say, and that's the afternoon rundown. So make sure you're getting your money's worth, so to speak, and getting the OB, the one he is, Kenob, or it's the OB, he is the one, Kenob, and the Neil, baby. he's here, and they'll be looking at those tickers for you. So make sure to get that in. All right, let's have a look at these other names that I'm still in at the moment. Still in BLMZ, nothing doing there, packing my patience. This one's starting to catch a bit of a bid. BENF, after, bamboozling me somewhat over here and cutting me up a little bit, looking like it found its footing at that 280 area. And there is a topping tail area candle that takes us into 280 for support. Should have been more alive to that, was not. Let's see, though, if we're able to weasel above 3 again, maybe start curling, get into that high a day at 333. So we'll basically pack our patience and see if we can extract some money from this bad boy over here, because it's been taking money from us so far. BENF, the bamboozler that it is so far. BLMZ still do nothing. What are you guys looking at? Any small cap gappers? Angry Bear says he's going long Intel. All right, he wants you to go long with him. Haven't had a look at Intel on the day. Let's have a look and see what it's doing over here. It's down about a little bit less than 3% on the day. Lots of headlines today for Intel, whether Qualcomm related or whether otherwise. What was the other headline?
Mobileye.
Qualcomm, and then there was the other one of what? Was
Mobileye.
Qualcomm and what?
Mobileye.
Mobileye, thank you. I thought you were saying, oh boy. Mobileye, yeah, they're looking to divest Mobileye, about 88% of the position that they have there. They want to get rid of it. That'll be decided at the Mobileye shareholder meeting, or not shareholder meeting, board meeting, excuse me, I think next week or later this month. So interesting play that could take. Mobileye has been a bit of a tough hold as of late. We'll have to see if it can catch a bit of a bounce there. So that's the look. In 2 positions, nothing doing at the moment for either. How's your look there, Adara?
Yeah, I got out of Broadcom. I know I said I was going to wait there for a break even, but basically, I said I found, I think what's helped me this week a lot, and what helped me, I was really proud of that Lily trade I had yesterday where I got out basically it didn't get any higher after that point and I was in a long. What helped me there is trusting what I saw in the book. The book on Broadcom was not the stuff of dreams. I'll put it that way. We had this wick, and to be clear, we didn't actually get above this level. I was watching the book. We got this wick here, it was like 139.15. So we got to like 139.10s. We couldn't break above that. And I was like, Adara, last time you saw that in Dollar Tree, you saw that in Snowflake, both times where you had longs that would have been profitable had you gotten out at that resistance instead of being like, oh, it'll break above. So I was like, you know what? Get out here if we can't really hold back above that 138.70 or 138.80s. I got out 138.75s. To be clear, we are still holding above 138.40s, so that look was not bad at all, but I do stand by my decision to leave. I trusted what I saw in the book, didn't like it. Took probably it was a 20-cent move, but like I said, I'm really not trading it for P&L. I'm trading it because I like it, and for that reason, I was like, for the process, Adara, you should be scalping out. You should just be getting out. So that's what I did with this AVGO. Still cannot really break decisively above 80s, so I stand by that decision. You have to trust what you see. Lily, hello. Lily, that 895 level, strong as all heck on the Mademoiselle, because look at this. We never got below it. I mean, we wicked below it here. It's at 894 as we call right back up. If Lily can break above this area that we've now had kind of as wick resistance 3 times on the 5-minute, and that's going to be 903, I would actually maybe like it as a long here. Look at these volume candles. With the exception of that big floosh down in the market, we're having green volume, overwhelming red. We're 1.32 million shares in Lily, and it's not even 12 p.m. That's a lot of volume for Mademoiselle. Ooh. I know how she works. I know how she moves. So I'll be watching this here. Gonna wait and see what happens. Gonna be patient. Happy with what I did with Broadcom. Generally happy with what I did with the SPY, except for not giving myself enough of a stop with that second trade. But it's all good, baby. You're gonna have to take trades one day at a time. It's not all gonna be a dream, but you can try. People did say apparently they also thought I was saying oh boy and not Mobley.
I know, I saw.
So
it's all good.
Pretty funny. It's all good there. Yeah, what else are people looking at? Amazon 173 long, says David Clark. Yeah, I mean, shout out to, speaking of oh boy, make sure you vote for your ticker there, guys, if you have anything you would like us to look at. Okay, so Amazon here, 173. Right now we're just okay.
Blue Jays.
I like this 173 area, or I guess actually, I think more specifically 173.20 is kind of interesting to me. That is a level that we had as hard support. We have this massive bearish candle, right? Then we have what I would call this an umbrella handle. We flooshed to the downside. But what I've also noticed sometimes, I think this L8 wave thing, things come in threes. We have one floosh down, two floosh down, maybe a third. This one could be maybe a move in the different directions. I know when you have these on the upside, generally sometimes you can have a bit of a reversion. So let's see if we revert to the upside. As we always say here, we hope you print David Clark, and you've made me notice this 173.20 level on Amazon. So I appreciate that. Amazon on watch here. A lot of other things still watching, but I'm waiting till I have the right move. If EVGO does break above VWAP, and more specifically into that 139.15 level, I might be interested, but I'm going to wait for now. How are you doing?
I got cut up here on BENF. I'm just not getting a good read. I'm trying to take it ahead of the 10 exponential. I think that that's my mistake, is because it was well extended off the 10 with that big volume candle that came in at 1120. It was about over 10 million shares. So it was due for a mean reversion there because it was just so extended off the 10. I wasn't alive to that fact and I paid for it. So that's the look there. Now I'm going to be a little bit shy with this one. I got to tell you the truth. Unless it really does a VWAP hold right at that 260 area, because that's where VWAP's showing up on my chart, I think I'm going to have to steer clear of this one because I don't have a read. So there's just one more shot I'm going to give to BENF. It's a good looker, 82%. It's got all the right things beside its name, the low flow, the decent short flow, yada, yada, yada. But I'm just going to wait for the back end, as Neil likes to say, get it to prove to you that it's going to hold up at these levels, stay above VWAP, then we can get involved. Hopefully it doesn't skyrocket off the levels and basically not leave me an opportunity to get in. So BENF, leaving that for a sec, but we're going to keep it on the side chart and see what else we can do with it. Now, this is the one that I'm a little concerned with here. It hasn't broken down below any technical levels, but the volume starting to drop off here on BLMZ, not BENF. BLMZ, a bit of, look, I got a good entry here. It seems to be holding into my entry. I'm still above the $2 area, still above VWAP, but this stair stepping down and this head and shoulders like pattern preceded by a big move up has me concerned. And the fact that no volume is coming in to at least test highs, like at least get up into that $2.30 area to test this previous area of resistance. It's not even doing that. It's in fact having trouble with 220. So I'm alive to that as well. Just about how I execute on the trade is going to be the question here. The only reason I'm really holding, I don't want to say holding out hope, but waiting to see what this one does is still above $2, still above VWAP, but for how long? That's kind of my question to myself there. And so we're going to have to find out what the sitch is. Now, as I say that, I'm seeing a bottoming tail candle come in on BENF right off the 10 exponential. So right off that 268, 267 pops up into that 280. That's not enough for me to weasel in here. I'm going to need to see a little bit more, maybe some green candles for once on BENF after four successive red candles in a row. So on the 5 minute, that's what I'm talking about. I don't even think I went over my small cap gappers. There's not a whole lot. These are the two that I'm trading. MCRB, I mean, it had its moment in the sun here at 10:30, then gave up the ghost at the $1 trade, but it's trying to work its way back into $1. MCRB, there's a trade possibly to be had here at $1, whether short or otherwise. WHLR is a good percentage winner on the day, but when you look at the chart, it's tough. It really had its best moment at 4 a.m. It had a great day yesterday. We already know WHLR had a great day, but the real move right was the beginning of the pre-market trade. This thing opened up at 4 3/4, and within about 20 minutes, it was at $15. And so it basically has been selling off since that time. Now, was this on high volume? About 280,000, 200,000, 134, 200. So nothing even above 500,000 shares. But you don't expect that at 4 a.m. At least I don't. If anything, this one seems like it might be holding up here at this 710 area. Seems to be a lot of interactions with this here area on WHLR. Nothing really for me, though, on either of these names, as the small cap gappers today don't look as strong as they did yesterday. LASE Lace here trying to work its way back above the volume weighted average price to get tradable again. It had a good little nice bump up there at 9:30. It goes, I don't want to say went green or red, but all these topping tail candles through that 6.5, 6 2/3, and then we come down to test 560. However, since that time though, incrementally higher lows to look what looks to be a possible flat top break through that 6 1/5, 6 1/4, essentially, cordoned off there by the volume weighted average price. So you could say higher lows with that flat top. Now we're getting that break. So we'll have to keep an eye on LASE. Let me see what the details on this are. Here we go. So the company is about 78 or 77 and change $1 million market cap. The volume on the day is not that much, 2.75 million shares. And the float for this, about 4 million, a little bit less than 4 million. And then let's check out the short float, 7.44%. So not bad short float there. This one could squeeze if it catches the right bid and triggers out the wrong short sellers at the right price. So LASE, I guess now it's back on watch. NVD looks fantastic, but when you try to load it up on our system, it doesn't pop up. So untradeable on our system but at the moment, but doing a nice little move here. Not much in the way of an actual move, 226 the low, 255 the high, but look at the respect for the 10 exponential on NVD. Nothing really for me to do here. Adara.
Yeah, so I have thoughts. I have things that I'm looking at. So basically, I did try a trade here in Lily, and I fully stand by this. I was looking on the book, and we were holding $900.41 in just a really beautiful way on the bid. And then we creep on the ask, go, oh, hey, hello. I was like, okay, I see you. I went long here. I basically, the second I got in, I was kind of like, oh, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I thought you said you weren't going to do that. and then we had a bit of a move down here on the SPY, and I was like, you know what, Adara, just let it be. Took lost like $1 on this. I was willing to risk $1.50, so you know what I mean? I'm okay with that. Sometimes just, you see something you really like, and to be clear, I did love that hold. I do stand by how I felt about that, the way that was holding, but sometimes your opinion changes, and I think you have to really honor that. You obviously want to follow your stops, want to follow your rules, but sometimes, like I said, for me, trusting the book, I find I get into the most trouble when I don't trust what I see in the order book. So in this case, I was like, I loved it initially. Then when we had a bit of a push down in the SPY, I said, Adara, you gotta forget it. So that's all good there. AVGO. Okay. I love this. I am really sad I missed my 138.40 short because I was busy doing whatever with Lily. And again, I'm not going to, continue to belabor that point. I did it. It happened. Didn't work out. Where's the next trade? It could be Broadcom. Because I'm happy I got it where I did here. I realized, hey, that 139 breakout looks elusive at best. I'm going to wait here for an entry till I see what we do at 138.40. Again, I know I missed my first pop at that, but that level was a huge level of support. We'd wick below that and come right back up. So I trust 138.40. That is the level for me on my Broadcom. Then I risk it into 138.70, risking 30 cents. I would like at least a break into 138. So to me, that's realistic. I know I could get short 138, but I want to make sure this isn't a higher low trying to form because we already have had some higher lows. That is my thesis on Broadcom. There's something else I want to shout out to. I saw something in the chat I forget exactly what the wording of it is, but sometimes it's it's always better if you can get the move the first time. Sure, it'd be awesome if we got all the trades exactly the first time you hit them, right? But like I said, I find sometimes the trades are even sweeter when you get it after having a couple hits. You had it, didn't work out perfectly the last couple times, but you managed your risk appropriately on the losses. You came back, and you came back swinging. That's what I did yesterday in NVIDIA and Meta, and I was able to be up on both those names, even though I did take some L's. So, as 21 Savage says, take less L's, or I guess take less size in your L's, try to make some more M's. Vote for tickers, guys. Also, yeah, what else are people looking at here? I'm just trying to make sure. I'm okay, wow. SPCE, I know, Adara looking at spready tickers. It's a day that ends in Y. But I accidentally typed in AMCI.
Like that day that ends in Y.
Let's see here. SPCE. Yeah, okay, so SMCI. This is another thing. If I want to trade a spready ticker, Adara, trade one that's in play. Come on now. All jokes aside. But look at, okay, that 388, yes, but also, I don't know why it's clear on my side chart, but there's this wick into 385. And then, is this a 5? I don't know. I can see better on my side chart for whatever reason, but there's a bit of a move down here that we come back up and we continue. The point I'm trying to make is there are some levels here I've definitely missed the better short opportunities here. Short opportunities, I don't know. But I'll still have my eyes out there for some opportunities on SMCI. I do like that 388 that I obviously missed, but if we come back into that, that could get spicy. SPY continuing to just kind of whiffle waffle here. Nice little bottoming tail candle though at 541. My SPY chart's been a little bit, like I said, a little herky jerky. So we'll use my SPY chart. Look at this 541 bottoming tail candle. Will we hold it? I have no idea, but it looks like we're trying not to. But I think that 541 area has been really interesting. 541.50 though, previous low of day. Every time we have some kind of interaction with that, you see some of these S&P 500 names react. That is what I'll say to that SPY chart. MM says, Tesla, are you the market maker? Did you make the market maker? I'm joking. But TSLA, I always have the Tesla book up, so I'm always looking for opportunities there because I find sometimes with Tesla, I'll see stuff that I like in the book before I see it on the chart. Wow. Wow, Tesla 218. Drawing a line there. If Tesla comes back to 218, that's a level for me. I don't really have any other levels. Okay, 218. I like a little bit this 223s. 220 50s. I usually like 221s on Tesla, not just because of 21 Savage, but also Tesla trying to make some bottoming tail candles here, albeit not on much volume. I think if we hold this, I think if we eclipse that 216.75, and then we eclipse 218, which to me is the biggest level of support resistance on this chart, then we're smooth sailing. Then I want to see what we do with that 220/220.50 area. We've had a wick into that. Then we had a bit of a support resistance flip on that. That'll be an interesting look. Part of me. Okay, but this is interesting too. The Q is kind of moving into a new low of day. Tesla fighting here tooth and nail to stay above 216. Tesla might be a long for me at 216, and then you just get out at 218. I don't hate that. I'm going to watch the book for a bit longer. Look at that bid. Look at that push below 216, and we come right back swinging. Tesla, don't make me long you 216. I don't want to go long Tesla low of day. I'm really okay longing CrowdStrike low of day. I'll long Lulu low of day, but Tesla's where I draw the line for some reason. But I have drawn some literal lines on this chart. Let's see if any of them come into confluence. Because Sharif, I got to say, Tesla's making me salivate a bit here at a long potential.
I like it.
How are you doing?
Good. Finally got that break on BLMZ. It was able to break that 220. Now let's see if it can work its way back into highs. At least it's broke. Well, it's not broken the lower highs. That's incorrect. It's going to have to get above this $2.41 area to break that lower high pattern. We'll see if the testing of this neckline here at 230 prevents this from moving up. That's where I've gauged the neckline on the head and shoulders to be, or what I perceive to be a head and shoulder at that 230. It did move up into 228, and then it was met with a wall of sellers. You can't see it right now, but there was a whole lot of selling right there. I suspect there was a bit of an iceberg too at that 228 because I kind of felt that the support or the amount of selling there or the size at the level wasn't really conducive to the amount of prints coming in here on the time and sales. So we'll see. We'll see if this one continues to go. Now it's knocking the door of 230 right at that area where I'm concerned it may reject. This is the neckline. I have my beak wetter above that 230 area, so we're just going to let this one go. If it rejects 230, I end up losing on the trade. I'd like to catch it to see if it can go a little bit more over here. BENF still in this one. Let's see if it holds up at that 270 level. It did find a little bit of support there. It put in a candle to make a new high after a doji candle on the 5, so it had me feeling a little bit bullish on it. But yeah, this one's been a bamboozler. This is the candle I'm looking at. Then the subsequent candle will make a new high. That's going to be my line in the sand, that 270 area. So we'll see if it can hold up above that. Yep, as I suspected, we got that bit of wall of selling at 230. That's the neckline, I guess, resistance level you could call on the head and shoulders pattern. So if it rejects off that, then I'll know what I'm seeing is right, and maybe we can base a trade off that. And that trade for BLMZ will be a neckline break of VWAP to manifest the head and shoulders pattern. So that's what I'd like. If we don't get that continued move up to at least test this area here at around 240, 241, then I'll see how much shorts will cost me on this, but I'll wait until we get the neckline breakdown below $2, and then I'll participate in the short. You can even wait for it to actually, like if it flushes without you, which is totally normal with these small cap gappers, sometimes it comes back up to test that previous area of support. And this time it uses that as resistance. That test for me would likely be at around 206 and change. So we'll see when we get there, and we won't get upset. It just did another 231. Okay, so this time it breached 230, got up into 231. So there seems to be some buying around there, but there seems to be an equal amount of selling because, well, we know why. Because if I'm seeing this pattern, then there's probably umpteen amount of traders who are seeing it as well. Most of them much better than me, who are able to, with more buying power, we're able to manipulate this one a little bit more. So if we get above 241, I'll feel a lot more comfortable. Until then, I will be suspicious of this position, despite the fact that we're in the money on it. Nothing to write home about. Okay, back to BENF. For the moment, it does hold on to that 270 area, which also on the 5-minute is the 10 exponential. So it's done 4 candles now in a row where it's held the 10 exponential. We'll see how long that lasts for. I have my suspicions about this stock, despite the fact that it's up a healthy amount, man, 84%. Who's going to scoff at that? Yep, here we go again with BLMZ. I'm sorry, I'm jumping between one and the other, but I've got to manage both trades. This one now putting in successively lower high candles, albeit on the one in front or south of that $2.30 area. That is my concern, that it gets up to the neckline and then ends the trade, and then I got to go all the way back down into that $2 area before I can either get stopped out or add that beak wetter in front of 205. So we'll have to wait and see. The small caps today, though, a bit ziggy-zaggy, or maybe I'm just not trading them right. One of the two here. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Michel Hebert is talking about GME. Let's have a look at GME. A lot of, not everybody's favorite, but a lot of people's favorites. Brings back the memories of the good times, and I don't know why my chair keeps falling down over here, but GME, not a bad look. Michel Hebert, 2180 low, just got back into Greensville over here above that key area of technical resistance at 2240. 2240, by the way, is the closing print yesterday on GME. You can see the interaction with that level, both as support and resistance yesterday. Today, not factoring as much, to be quite frank with you. Seemed to break down below the closing print quite handily, and then really took it quite handily as well. So unsure exactly how to see this one. As I look on my side chart here, looks like I did get stopped out at BENF for the umpteenth time. So we will take a hit on that one, sadly, but we're still doing okay on BLMZ. We'll see how long that one lasts for it here.
Okay, I have things to talk about on Tesla. And we're mixed emotions here in Tesla, not that we're trading with emotion. And the fact that we're not trading with emotion is arguably why I went long on this in the first place. Let's discuss. So I was like, oh, I'll wait with Tesla. Basically, the second Sharif took over, I was like, punch, because I liked that move up. And I said to Dara, you're not always going to get the exact entry you want. Tesla is setting up here. Risk it into 216s. So I risked into 216s, got long. I want to say something, we're around 216.25, just as I saw that continued momentum. Then I watched this bounce off 216.10s, and by that point I was like, okay, you can maybe breathe. Maybe breathe here. I actually added when we got into 216.70s, because that was that area of previous resistance. I was looking to just take out half the position at 217.20s, and that was that area that we kind of chopped and turned around here. That never happened. We never got that fill. We didn't get above 217. In retrospect, should have been prepared for that whole dollar, especially with it being resistance to the 90 EMA. Really happy, though, that I tried the trade. This is the most size I've ever taken Tesla live, sim, or anywhere. And it's because I felt really, really good about it. If we bounce back above 217 on Tesla, or sorry, 216.70, sorry, I would get long 216.70. Arguably, I didn't risk enough, because basically what happened was I saw that break back below 216.60 and I got out. If we get above 217, I'd get long 217, risk it into 216.70. Like, I can live. Let's find out what happens. Freddie, the friendly guy, saying, look at NVDD and SQQQ, please. This market is broken. Look at the 6 months. So much weight to the downside, right? I mean, I find like I guess I can look at NVDD. I don't know if I have NVDD in mind, though, I've kind of noticed, but I can look at NVDA for you, if that helps, and give you some levels there, if you don't mind, because I know, and some of those NVIDIA levered ones, the NVDD I know we don't have. So I'll take a look at that for you. 6 months, let's look at like the month, or 6 months, okay. Give me a moment there, Freddie, the friendly guy. I'm still also, by the way, just watching Tesla in case that sets up how I wanted to. Because like I said, Tesla book is always open. I am always reading that book. I'm an avid reader in the librarian, or librarian in Tesla. So I'm just watching it 216.70s here. NVIDIA on the 6 month, wow. Thank you for pointing this out, Freddie, the friendly guy. We are here below that key support area of 148, 149, I guess, on this NVDA split adjusted, right? So that's kind of an interesting look here for NVDA, though this is not a split adjusted. I need to find a split adjusted chart for this. Give me a second. I forgot about the NVIDIA split now that impacts things. Also, I'm just watching you to punch along Tesla as we speak. Well, NVIDIA, let's go. I'll pull this up on trading view so that we can have a view of it, a trading view of it. Yeah, that looks definitely a bit of a resistance here at that 124 area, and I'll try the SQQs here as well. It's an interesting look for sure here on these. I think NVIDIA, though, I see what you mean. There's some resistance there at 124 on the book. I apologize that my analysis was skewed earlier because I was looking at like a non-split adjusted chart. I'm watching for Tesla, speaking of names that have been split adjusted, because we are going to go long if we stay above that 217s. You guys know what I'm trying to say. We keep seeing higher lows too, so I actually really like this look. And we're seeing higher lows as the Qs continue to be weak. Qs and Tesla don't necessarily always interact anyway, so they're not necessary. I guess divergence isn't like the best indicator to use if you're looking at Qs versus Tesla compared to like Qs versus other Next 7 names. But Qs actually just making a beautiful, that's a beautiful topping tail candle. As Tesla is like, yeah, I'm going to break 217, that cool. I'm like, yeah, Tesla, that cool. That very cool, Tesla. We're going to get long 217. We're going to get in here with a Scotia, a size 0, 216.99s. If we get back above here, we are just waiting to place that order. Do you mind if I hand it off to you?
Yeah, of course,
deal with the Cybertruck one.
Yeah. We're still looking here at BLMZ. I'm not really doing much I'm not doing much else. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. I'll get it right. I'm still keeping my eyes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm still keeping my eye on this 220 level because it's kind of the area, the resistance flips to support on some of these areas, and that's kind of what it's doing right now. It kind of held that 220 as that resistance area for the better part of 20 minutes, and then weaseled up to 230, where we anticipated we might meet some selling. We haven't put in a newer low. So we're either going to start consolidating and lulling me to sleep, or we're going to make that new low come very soon. So we'll see which one this one wants to choose, which direction this one wants to choose. Right back up into that 2.25 again. I'm still going to wait exactly where I am. I'm not moving down my beak wetters. The trade has to make sense from a setup perspective. And if I'm going to start adjusting the beak wetters, essentially the trade, to fit in with where I find myself, then it's not going to be the look for me. So I'm waiting here for that 230 break. It already did. I mean, like that level at 230 got taken because it did work into 231, but obviously not on a closing basis. So here we go with 230 again. And we're met with some selling again. Keep your eye on my time and sales. My time and sales probably a little bit better than yours. I'm not bragging. It's the program. It's not me. What I can do on my time and sales, which I haven't seen on other platforms, is colorize it and make each print mean something. Here's what that means. So see those orange prints that came in there? Those are above the ask. Somebody just bought aggressively with an order above what was listed here at the top. See those green? Well, that comes in right at the ask. The red comes in right at the bid, but the blue comes below the bid. So when we get umpteen amount of blue coming in and red, well, I know that there's a lot of seller exuberance. When I see a lot of green and a lot of orange, I know there's a lot of buyer exuberance. So it typically works with stocks just like this that are small caps that, tend to get bursts of liquidity aggressively, at random times and intermittently, not consistent. Like most of these ones are not buy programs, right? Like let's be honest, BLMZ probably not being bought up by big money. Probably retail traders, you and I, maybe some bigger traders with some bigger accounts. The point is, these buy programs are typically associated with big money, sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, pension funds, whatever you want to call it. And so you don't typically get bursts of liquidity when there's a buy program on, but you will get bursts of liquidity with these type of stocks, Fabian, because that's just kind of what they do. So we're still waiting over here at that 230. We knowing full well we got that 231 break. Here we are. Look, there's barely any size here at 230, which means that the iceberg order is there. I don't know with how many shares. We can try to kind of gauge that by looking at the time and sales to see how many prints we're getting at 30 to see whether they get taken out or not. So that's my look. I'm still packing my patience. We're in the money on it, but definitely not writing any letters home to tell everybody how well we're doing. And I hope I don't get bored to death before this 230 area gets broken or gets rejected. The other area, the other one that I'm still looking at is BNF. You call me crazy, call me whatever you want, but I'm seeing it hold up here at the volume weighted average price. For how long? I really don't know. And I don't even know if it's going to hold up there. So we're going to give this one another try because that's what we're doing here. We got to do these trades, baby. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to put that essentially all the way down here and give this one the old community college try and try to get a couple of good prints off it, knowing full well that I'm stuck in a range on another, but I'm in a better area. I think this is the best area I've been in on BENF. If it gets a pop here, that'll be fantastic. We'll look to wet our beak maybe at around 280s or something like that. You good to go?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. The drama of I appreciate you checking in there. Me being extra with Tesla continues. So basically, I tried the long there above that 217. I added it 217.20 because that was the level I liked, and then we kind of broke down. I got out as we broke back below 217s. I had to move my stop, right? Because initially it was 216.75, and I was like, that's not really that realistic now that you've added. But then I was like, Adara, this is kind of an umbrella handle pattern. You can't really see because of all my triangles, but look at that sharp move up when we're in a downtrend. This could umbrella, but also what it could do is it could make us thank all our lovely friends at Moomoo. So we're going to get ready to do that. I will get ready to do that in 2 seconds here. Thank you, Ramin. But yeah, so basically, what I'm trying to say here with Tesla is I'm using the same levels that I liked as the long to flip short. I'm going to get see what we do here at 216.75. I'm going to actually get out of this trade, though, before we do the Moomoo ad read, because it looks like, why will it not let me buy? Okay, we're going to go to that trade as we before we do the Moomoo ad read, and now we will be thanking our friends at Moomoo. Are you ready to go? Okay. Yeah, perfect. So rate cuts are on the horizon, and the market is about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA. Down 35% one moment, then bouncing back the next. To protect your gains, you need Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Partnered with NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders, ours move up as your stock rises, locking in profits before a drop. And it works for options too. Plus, enjoy 0 commissions, 0 contract fees, 8.1% APY on invested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. Check out the link in the description or scan the QR code now. But yeah, so thank you very much, Ramin, for that. Yes, thanks again, Sherry, for taking over while I was dealing with the Cybertruck one. Tesla now pushing back up above the 90 MA. To be clear, like I don't mind that I flipped short. I had reasons for flipping short. I just arguably should have, not added to Tesla right where I did, and then I might have still been in the long in the first place. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, though. That's the thing with these markets is that's what the whole point of journaling is. Like, what could you do differently going forward, right? I think it's a little bit easier to when you've had some space, whereas I always like to think of what we do here on the show is we're like live journaling for everybody, right? So pretty fun times there. Shout out to the market.
All right, before Neil, though.
Oh, before?
Yeah, we got
the real deal. We got this.
All right, so Roaring Kitty just tweeted, thank you very much for that Bears versus Bulls. He is the world's greatest moderator, and that's the way it is. So there's the post right there from the Catman, and Guma is really going here. GME popping out. Shout out to Michelle Berry. He was talking up a storm about this earlier. So shout out to him. 6% right now, knocking on the door of $24. High a day, $23.92. Neil, I didn't want to keep you waiting, but I just wanted to let everybody know that GME is moving, and Roaring Kitty just tweeted.
It seems like he's dumping Chewy is the implication.
Very much there, Sharif. You got to get to the news. And, before we get to the lesson of the day, I might as well mention Chewy, because I was actually just talking with the floor manager. We were looking at the tweet of him throwing out, because when he did the positive tweet, that was like the dog, Chewy, and then he's dumping that one. Yeah, so this is what happened to Chewy in the moment before we get into the lesson of the day. And I just got out now. I was thinking maybe you could go a little bit further to the downside. He tweeted it. It broke 26. It essentially bounced here, right? So first, and this is a 3-minute chart. So initially it goes to these lows, and then it goes to those lows, and now it's breaking back out. Whenever you have like a news event, or in this case it's not really a news event, but any kind of event, the first thing I think of is, can you get in early? If you can, great. Take the trade station to station, and if it breaks this low, hold on for dear life. If it doesn't, I usually wait for a VWAP retrace. In this case, where the news came out was underneath VWAP already, so I don't think it's much of a reload trade. It might actually be a liquidity squeeze back to the other side now that we think about it. Speaking of squeezes, nothing squeezing to the upside today on the NASDAQ, but the lesson today, and I tweeted something about this earlier, was if you have a move like we had today, and you have some short setups that you like, or if it's a big up day like we've had in the past, and you have some long setups that you like, your work isn't done. Like if you want a specific price at the open, let's say I want a short Intel 20, which was the case today. So I don't just look at this and say, well, every single day it's been giving me the trade at 20, whether it's into 20 or it's off of 20, and then you're just banking on it. Well, if it never gets to that price, you don't just throw your hands up and say, oh, well, you know what? I wanted shorts on Intel into 20 or underneath 20 or through 20 or in front of 20. Well, it's not going to get there if the market just cascades to the downside. And so I think I was looking in the right spot. I'm not going to complain too much about finding that first entry, because the part of the plan when this happens for myself, if I think a stock is a short till it's not, is, okay, well, pre-market lows on opportunity, previous lows on opportunity, VWAP, all those things coincided to get me into the first available pop, which I say all the time, first available pop, I want to join the short. Now here's where the problem was. I then got out of it when it bounced in front of even dollar at 19. Now, candidly, part of the reason why I'm doing that is I'm looking at the 52-week low just underneath 19 and saying I need to make sure I profit out in front of it. Fine. I'm expecting it to bounce or trend slowly into VWAP. The thing about taking it station to station like this is this was a heavy, heavy fall in an already weak market that just rinsed everybody by faking us out to the upside. It's not your average market drop. This was, let's have an economic number, break things out, trap everybody at the open when they think it's going to be bullish, and then just cascade to the downside. Context is everything here. And in that context, if you like a short, it's every available opportunity to get in. You would have heard me say that. I don't even bother with it till I scalp it through the actual low. It bounces off 75. And then, thank goodness, there was that. I don't even know what the heck happened here, but it was like right at 11, like right as we're ending the morning show at 11 o'clock, you would have heard there was like a big bounce, Apple, everything started going. Well, that was a gift. It was a gift that it actually did that move. So I'm like, of course I'm shorting that one on Intel. So you have to short the available pops. But that's one where at least I got in a couple of times and maybe missed 3 entries. Where it's a real fail is the exact same thing. And this is the one that's going to bug me the most. And it's going to be AMD, because I've only been looking short on AMD for the last however many days in a row. And how similar is this? Okay, so great. It doesn't get to your 43 resistance. Fair enough. It doesn't get to yesterday's highs. Fair enough. If you're aggressive, maybe you could be shorting the 140s. All of that, once it's broken down, you've got to forget about. But look at how simple the setup is. Remember the same thing as I was saying on Intel? So there is previous day low, 137.5. You saw that's where it came from when we broke out in the morning off of our NFP data. Well, when it gets to that price, it's not necessarily clean, but at least you take a swing at this and you scalp 50 cents or whatever, maybe 70, 80 cents, and then it comes back and stops you out. Fair enough. At least you swung at it. And then the second time, what happens when it retests that price level? That's where it gets good. You just stick with it. But you stick with it, that's the same price level. It gives you another entry point. When it's a big move to the downside, you got to have that one. And if you're extremely patient, okay. If you're going to be extremely patient, allow it to just consolidate underneath all of that garbage. And then it consolidates underneath all of that garbage. And what happens when it's an easy short entry? It's about 136 in here. You would have had something in there, giving it to 136.50, no worse than 30 cents worth of risk. And then you're joining the trend to the downside. You cannot be afraid to jump into a trend, even if you don't like your prices. That's the example, like with Mara here today. Okay, so I didn't get Mara early. Should have had Mara here. Should have had Mara here. Took a flat bottom break, stopped out. Took another one, it double bottom, got out. Then the gift into VWAP. Now this one actually got to VWAP, so fantastic. But you've got to be willing to find the trade, join the trade wherever you can. And as I'm saying this, let's go live for a second. Apple, the one stock, and I'm going to be angry with myself here, because remember all of that junk that I talked about where you're clearing out lows and you're consolidating under? The one stock that I just gave up on the long maybe a few minutes ago that didn't necessarily set up the same way, actually Apple. Because if you look at the significant price levels, okay, so there's your big significant bottom, which is also the pre-market low. No break of the pre-market low. So yeah, it was a big reversal off resistance, but no break of that pre-market low. Actually held on to it. But the only thing that can still be looking for any kind of a long would be that Apple. Now, granted, if you shorted pops in this one, you're absolutely laughing, but it's actually at least trying to set up into a long. And I can go through a host of names that are going to look similar to this. Like you could have easily just said, start with something like a Broadcom. Now, Broadcom, unless you were shorted off the top at the open, you're going to miss your opportunity. But it gave you all of the technical levels where joining the trend made sense. oh, you want to give it back into previous support, 142. Well, when it broke that, tries to retest, fails at VWAP. Fails at VWAP. Now it's actually trying to break VWAP. Everybody watch out. If Broadcom can hold on to VWAP, that would be a good bottom for the market to make, just because of the ones with earning, and their SSR as well. So when it comes to joining the trend, it has mostly to do today with aggression because of what happened in the futures. Now, on a normal day where we just have an inside day, I don't think you want to short every possible entry, willing to take paper cuts short because you're going to be aggressive joining that trend. Make sure you do it on stocks that you actually like for shorts, which I think goes without saying. But when you have a false breakout, irrational exuberance, all that stuff that we had going into the open, and then you start trending like this. On a 15-minute, there's one green candle. And that's that one buy that happened right at 11 o'clock where everything came to the upside for a hot minute. And even then, that was a short entry for everybody. So it's one of these days where, okay, so you can stem the bleeding by having a few shorts that'll pay for all the bad longs if you're doing it best, or maybe you don't have enough shorts like I didn't, so you end up red, but at least it's not too bad because you had them. Or if you have short setups and we get a false break of the high at the open on Friday on an NFP report, when you say short every single pop, sometimes it's just worth doing that. Especially when the market's confirming that. Especially when everyone's bleeding to the downside. Especially when everyone's trying to find bottoms in the market. Well, if you're just taking the other side of every trade, not some of them, but if you can be aggressive and you already like the short, you already like the direction in some of those stocks. I mean, heck, even as I'm talking, Mars making fresh lows. Like, are you kidding me? The market's making fresh lows. Mars making fresh lows. And this was one, like, it was an absolute gift. I didn't get enough. And you know what? Looking back at it, I should have had more here. Fail. Gates of, oh, that one doesn't work very well. Gates of hell. So I should have had more shorts in Mar. But you know what? At least you join the trend at some point. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And if you're going to stay right, that means short today until proven otherwise. Apple's still trying to hold out. Nvidia still wants 100. But should have been much more aggressive with some of the short ideas. It's okay to get back out, to get out and scalp trade. There's nothing wrong with that. But the whole purpose is to get back in and then get back in at the next available quality opportunity. That's what you always have to do more of if you're going to take it station to station, which I do and didn't do well enough today. We can all try to be better. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. You know what I'm going to say. Eloquent, informative, and just flat out awesome as always. Neil Roberts dropping these hotlines every day around noon. If you're with us, make sure to catch the Neilage, Neil's lesson of the day. Thank you very much. Speedy lines. No, speed lines. Ram, not speedy. Well, they could be. You can call them what you want, but it's speed lines. That's what Ram is referring to. She still won't wear the mic, despite the fact that she's going to use the camera. She's not going to use the mic. So I was able to get a little bit out here on BENF after going 0 for 575 on it. We get one win over here. We'll see if we can go a little bit more. It seems to be finding its footing at the volume weighted average price, much like BLMZ is doing the exact same thing, finding its footing at the volume weighted average price, still holding this one. I like what it's doing though, in terms of a setup for BLMZ, but I'm still concerned because now it's looking like a head and shoulders a little bit on the 5. Initially, it looked more on the 1. Now it's really manifesting a little bit over here. If we hold this for a little bit longer and that 230 level becomes elusive, well, then that's it. I think I'm also going to cancel my my planned dollar cost average at 205 because I don't think it really reflects the price action as well as it did before. 207 is where VWAP is at. I don't want to base too much on 2. Despite that's where my stop is going to be, but I don't think I'm going to add there. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to have to judge it when the time comes. So BLMZ continuing to consolidate a little bit over here. I'm seeing everybody talk about GME. I see GME, baby. It just dipped into the volume weighted average price. We've got it up on a trading screen here. It did dip into 23. Let me just make sure that 2308 is the low of that kind of basically inverse hammer candle there, and it's at VWAP right now. VWAP on my chart, that mid 20, 23, mid-30s, say 33, 34, something like that. It's essentially there right now. What I'm looking at is my 5-minute chart above. I execute on the 1, I chart on the 5. So I want to see if GME catches a bounce here off VWAP. The other level, everything good, Neil? The other level I'm looking at is the closing print on the day, which is 22.40 essentially, which is about $1 from where we are right now. So if it doesn't hold up here, it's not like I'm going to be holding it to DCA, but keeping my eye on this level, if it holds up at VWAP, we could catch a bit of a bounce here, Dara. How's your trading going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well here. I just got long AVGO, so we'll talk about that before I get into anything else here. Got long AVGO. I liked this. I talked a lot about how I liked this kind of, if we could break above the VWAP, I'd be interested in that. Higher highs, higher lows. I got involved basically at the trend, though, you know, sometimes the trend can bend, but until it bends, I'd like to be involved. I sized pretty aggressively, to be clear, and I'm going to talk about this with regards to my Chewy trade, which I have so many positive thoughts about. But what I'm trying to say here is, like, as long as, like I said, I've been trying to think about risk more in terms of percentage of your total risk rather than like, oh, this many dollars, right? Because as long as you're risking a reasonable, for like, you know, for how much you believe in the trade, a reasonable percentage of your total risk, you can be a little more frisky with it, emphasis on risk. But so anyways, that's what I'm trying to do here. We're definitely going to be taking some out here at 50s. I'm risking into 25s. So we're going to be getting, 138, 25s. I want to get some out here around 139, 50s. We'll do like 40% of the position there, should it get there. We'll wait and see. I'm also willing to move up my stop. You guys know how I usually operate there. I'll move up my stop pretty much more or less often to what the prior bar higher low would be. So let's take a look at Tesla. I had that trade, a couple trades in this. I tried to go short when we had that breakdown at 216. I clearly timed it not very well. What I tried to do was get involved at 216.70. That was clear support. Couldn't get filled. Then once we broke below 216, I got involved, risked into 216.20s because that was definitely a level of support resistance. Happy with how the trade was managed, but not happy with the execution of it. Where's the next trade? Also, the next trade is Broadcom, by the way. We already answered that question. Also, Chewy. I want to talk about Chewy because I'm really happy with what I did here. I got short Chewy. We had that big move down and that big pop back up. Then I notice where we're sitting, which is also, interestingly enough, a previous wick of support. I'm like, hey, Adara, get involved here, get some size. You know, as long as you're doing it by risk unit, you could actually size up in this. So I got involved here. I initially entered 26.25. Not initially, I got the whole position here. 26.25s. I said, go risk into 26.35s. The second I get involved, we wake up to 26.35, and then we sell off. I was like, okay, dope. So I got out half the position at 26s, which was that previous kind of level of support. It's whole dollar level. I liked it. Got involved there. So took a quick 25 cents with half the position. Then I used prior bar levels in the 1 minute. I think it was prior bar high to get out. And that ended up being 26.15. So I took 10 cents on half the position, 25 cents in the remaining half. That was what I did there with Chewy. Also, Broadcom looking like it's trying to make a bit of a broad move to the upside, in which case I have to say, thank you. I basically, the whole reason I bring up risk units, and I want to shout out Obi because I know he's mentioned this, they really help you to kind of, I guess, contextualize your trading less in terms of like profit and loss, because like I said, I'm really trying to get away from that mentality, and more in terms of, does this make sense for my total percentage? And also how much am I looking to gain for it versus like how much I'll end up losing. So that's what I have happening here on Broadcom. We don't want 50s, that we've wicked into it. So I think we're going to get might switch here 35s. We're going to see what happens here. 35s definitely seems to be an area. So we'll get out, you know what, we'll get out this a 30% here at 35s. I can live with that because I do not like this topping tail candle. Sam, I am, or Sharif, I am. What are you looking at over here? Can't believe it's already 12:30, guys. Vote for your tickers. It is a Friday. If you want to hear what Obi and Neil have to say about your tickers, get into that chat and let us know so we can let them know, so we can let you all know. Yeah, I'm in GameStop. Let's see if it breaks through that $0.25. I'm waiting at 77s. There we go. We get the first print. I'm disappointed with how I traded this. I've executed well on it, but I definitely didn't get the best price. I wanted something in the 40s. I put in a dip trade in the 30s. I was 1 penny from getting printed. So a little disappointed with how that one went, but we just took our first beak wetter. Where are we? We're still along 68s, printing 80s. Let's see if we can work our way maybe into that whole dollar at 24. I can pack my patience and wait till that. Good look for GameStop. I really like how it held at the volume weighted average price. All right, almost 20 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can work up into that mid
So what I'll do is I'll just take it out in the mid 290s if it is able to reach that level. I don't want to be met with the wall of selling in and around the whole dollar, which I anticipate probably will be where shorts want to set up. Maybe they're set up at 90. All right, so we're printing 88s now. We just got 90s there on the bid. Let's see, or the ask, excuse me. Let's see if we can break through 90. Looks like there's some selling at 90, maybe to front run that whole dollar level. We'll have to pack our patience and see. I've already put the beak wetter there and the stop is in place. There's really not much for me to do. Here comes 90 again. Can we break through 90? No size at the level. You can just see this is obviously an iceberg. Super easy to spot there when there is almost no size and two books essentially showing size at the level, not two gateways, excuse me, I didn't mean books, two gateways. Now it's opening up a little bit, so we'll pack our patience there. All right, what are the other trades doing? We're still in this holding phase right now on BLMZ. Haven't been able to get a print there. I was able to get a print on BENF. It's still holding VWAP, so there's not much for me to do with either of these ones. The stops are in place, the levels are set, the beak wetters are set. Now there we go, we get the print on GME, so we get that big break through 90 pennies there. Good trade. Let's see if we can extract some more money off GME. Let's watch for 24. If 24 gets broken, we'll use it as support. I mean, we don't have to be first to the party. Let me just take off my stop now on GME so that it doesn't trigger me on the way down. That's been an issue that I have had where I haven't cleaned up my stops. Where is my stop for GME, by the way? Okay. It looks like I didn't even put one. All right, so that's the look there. Let's go back into BENF because BENF's been really holding up at this 55 penny area on occasion. So I was able to de-risk at 75 with the larger piece that I have, but anything through that break of 55 and I'm going to be gonzino, especially with these lower highs, what could be setting up to be a flat bottom break. It could be a hold at VWAP, but it could also be a flat bottom break. Time will tell there.
Yeah, time will also tell if we're able to get out. We're already taking half out of this AVGO, guys. I'm really happy with what I did here. Got out the first half at, I'll switch to the 3 minute maybe so you can see a little better. Got out, is it the 1 minute? We'll see. Oh, there we go. Okay, so got out the first half here at 139.35. So like I said, I was initially saving for, no, sorry, not first half. I got out the first 30%. Then got out another piece out here at that 139.60s. We broke into that. Basically, any kind of level of resistance was where I was setting those beak wetters. So now with that in mind, we're going to wet our, that didn't work. We're going to look to wet our beak or do some more moves here if we get to that 139.35. So we break below that. It's all she wrote because that was certainly an area it took us some time to get above. Support and resistance can flip. You want to see it. If you see it in the book, that's something that I'm going to be aware of. Look at how we held that 139.35 on the book. I think I chose the right level to move that stop. And right now, we're going to stay in this. We broke below. I got out there. Really happy with how I executed this trade, Sharif. And everybody out here. I want to buy more GME, says Alzak. Tesla destruction now, says M. Allen. Yeah, I just looked at my side chart and that Tesla broke below that 216. Let's switch to a 5 minute, which is generally off of which I chart. LOL, so many Tesla little entries there. TSLA, what are you doing? Okay. This is interesting. I think 216 clearly like that level. Look at that topping tail candle following what actually looked like a pretty bullish attempt here with that bottoming tail candle back into 216. Tesla's been really bamboozling even by its standards today. I find you can have levels. I just don't think I've been trading it appropriately. But I felt the same way about NVIDIA yesterday. When something set up, I hit it full throttle. So if something sets up with Tesla, I shall hit it full throttle. We have just broken into new lows of days here on the Cybertruck one. Yeah, I would not be long here, I must say. But if we can break back above that 216, then you might be able to convince me. Emphasis on might. I would take a lot of convincing and maybe some matcha. Also, speaking of NVIDIA, what are you doing? The rest of your Mag 7 friends are making new low of days. And NVIDIA's like, I'm an individual. I'm an individual. Bad NVIDIA, insert bad. I was trying to say NVIDIA and individual at the same time. But look at NVIDIA with actually a surprisingly bullish look compared to any of the other Meg 7s. Oh, if Meta breaks 500, that's be dope too. Any of the Meg 7s I pull up here, right? Microsoft, little bouncy low of day. Amazon low of day. Google low of day. Meta low of day. Q's low of day. NVIDIA, hi girl, look at this attempt here. If we can steadily bounce off that 101.85s, you can, what do you risk this to? 65s, you're risking like 20 cents. I don't think you're gonna get filled. I think NVIDIA's a little too aggressive for that. But I do like this look. If we could stay, if we break above 102s, I have more conviction for that. Trying to break above 102s, but we can't decisively. I'll be watching, I'll be waiting. In the meantime, though, I will be scheming, plotting, scheming, getting money. Yeah, I know I shout out that song a lot, but it's a little underrated. Trader Forever is saying, well, I hate to throw this out there, but the quarterly expected move down for the SPY is to 515.81. You never know, though. Yeah, the SPY, Trader Forever, has been, that spider's been creeping to the downside. I told you my SPY chart. I forgot my SPY chart's been weird. I pull up my SPY'd chart. Okay, SPY also here near low of days. Like I said, 541.55. That was the previous low of day. That was, to me, the most interesting level of interaction. We bounced off it a couple times. We have some bottoming tail wicks into it, topping tail wicks into it. Now we're codunking. I think if we get back to 541.55s, that to me would be a bit of a decision point for the S&P 500. But we just broke 540, so who knows what's going on here. Wow, Sharif, some blood in these here markets.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching NVIDIA, Tesla, and really happy where I got out of Broadcom, since that's breaking back below VWAP. There could be a bit of a short in the woods for me if that one thing makes a lower low, Sharif.
All right, we're going to start the lesson in a hot second here. I just want to manage this BLMZ trade as it is at $2 now, so a bit of a tougher look there. I also want to mention that I got stopped out for the remaining piece that I had here on BENF. We're able to de-risk, but still very red on this name. I don't want anybody to think that I got positive on that one trade. No siree, Bob. So this one not going my way today, not really respecting these areas of support and resistance. We're going to have to wait to see if this BLMZ holds up at 2. That's really the line in the sand here with this name. It's broken down a skosh below VWAP, but I see a bit of a head and shoulders on it, and this is my concern, that the head and shoulders really manifest here aggressively. You can tell someone's selling up a storm or basically looking to reignite shorts here on that little pop-up was met with an aggressive red and blue, little showing up on my time and sales there, which means aggressive selling, as I kind of explained to you guys before what those colors mean. Look at the red come in there aggressively. Look to see if the blue comes in. You can see that D print right there, which means a dark pool print. Definitely not one of the ones that I'm keeping an eye on at the moment. Keep your eye on the main gateways, the lit gateways, rather than these dark pool prints. I don't know if everybody has the dark pools on theirs. I know on my IBKR platform, I don't see dark pools, so that could just be a P Pro 8 thing. All right, let's set up for the lesson du jour, baby. We are talking about these here speed lines. So we'll get to that in a hot second while I just set up, and then I have to put up these positions so that I can monitor them. All right, so let's just jump into this. So what are speed lines, guys? Speed lines essentially are a series of diagonal lines that are drawn from significant highs or lows on a chart. But unlike your typical trend lines that connect reaction highs to reaction lows, speed lines are designed essentially to account for the acceleration or deceleration of the trend. They provide you with something specific, which is a dynamic way to monitor the pace at which the prices are moving in a given direction. So we kind of use this as an informal way to gauge momentum. And so here's what they look like. Very rudimentary way, and this doesn't explain the 33 and the 66% rule, but I just kind of want you to get the idea there. What you're looking to do is you're looking to find an area low and then basically gauge the move, and then gauge the move from the area low to the area high. The area low for a long will be 0. The area high will be 100. And the opposite. If you're looking short, the area high will be 0. The area low will be 100. So how do you construct these speed lines? Speed lines are drawn, as I mentioned, by first identifying the highest or the lowest point in a trend, either a peak in a downtrend or a trough in an uptrend. From this key point, 3 lines are drawn to intercept the price trend at distinct percentage levels, typically 33 and 66% retracements of the price movement from the start of the trend to the peak for an uptrend or to the trough for a downtrend. So this provides us with what some call a visual representation of how fast or slow a trend is moving. So here's what they look like IRL. So you have your area low there on Linar, and you have your area high. So from your area low, you can draw fibs. Fibs make it super easy to do as well, okay? You start with your area low and you count that as 0. You take your area high, you count that as 100. And then from the 100 area, so this $120 level here on Lennar, you then basically gauge what a 33% retracement would be from this 120 area. And that happens to be in the high mid 80s. So then basically you draw a trend line from the area low to intersect with that 33% retracement area. You do the exact same thing for 66% by gauging what a 66% retracement would be on Lennar from this 120 area, and that would happen to be in the mid 50s. So what you would do is you draw a speed line from your area trough right there into the mid 50s to intersect with that 66% retracement. I'll show you what to do with these trend lines in a second, but that's how they're drawn. The opposite is also true for the short. Here's a look at Nike. So you draw your area from the area crest is your 0, the area trough is your 100, and then you just basically gauge what a 33% retracement would take you, where a 66% retracement would take you, and then you draw diagonal lines to intersect with both of those. And then you have your speed line. So that's exactly how we construct them. What's their purpose, though? Great figuring out how to construct them, but what's the actual purpose? The main purpose of speed lines, as we kind of mentioned, is to determine the strength of the trend. They help traders recognize when a trend is accelerating too quickly or decelerating too quickly, which may signal an upcoming reversal or correction. The concept, though, is useful for market dynamics where the trends don't move at a steady pace, and that seems to be it feels like that's most of the time now. Okay? Well, for most of these stocks, maybe the stocks that I just traded. What are the practical applications, though, of speed lines? How can we use them on a day in, day out basis with our trading methodology? So the first one I think everybody wants to be able to realize is to identify a reversal when the winds of change come. I'd like to have advanced notice. Speed lines help you a little bit with that, right? So they provide you with clues as to whether the trend may reverse. When the price breaks through that first speed line, that 33% retracement that we talked about, it indicates that the trend may be losing momentum. However, if the price continues downwards and breaks through that 66% retracement level, you should be on the lookout for a full reversal, which could be imminent. Okay? So that 66% retracement can kind of be that line in the sand. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it should put you on guard. And this is how we kind of do them, right? We draw from the area trough to the area crest. We draw 33% retracement, and then look at what happens over here. We get that break through that 66%, and then we kind of don't look back, right? We really continue to print lower. And by the way, I should mention that the 33 and the 66% retracements are just one of the possibilities. You can use whatever you want. You can use 75, 50, 25, as long as it works for you. What John J. Murphy posits in his book is 33 and 66, and that's going to be the scope of today's lesson. All right. Also, another practical application for these speed lines is adjusting your positions. So in an uptrend, when price action moves steeply above that 33% or above that 66%, traders may expect a correction and thus reduce long positions or basically take profits. However, in a downtrend, if prices decline sharply through these lines, 33 and 66% lines, it may signal to you a potential selling opportunity, and traders may increase their short positions at that level, says John Jay. If the price, however, respects the speed lines as opposed to breaching them, well, then you should be on the lookout for the confirm, or you should be. If the price respects the speed lines without breaking through, it provides confirmation, that's what I'm trying to say, that the trend is strong. It held the speed lines, it didn't breach, right? So looks like that, momentum shift back to the upside could be in play, and John Jay suggests that traders hold on or add to their positions in those cases. So you can decide how to do that however you want. The other practical applicator for this particular indicator is adapting to changing trends. So speed lines can help traders avoid prematurely exiting a trade by confirming the trend's pace is still intact. I know that how many times have I said, I took out too much too quickly? This is one of the ways you can help avoid that. that also offers you signals for adapting trading plans when the action deviates significantly from the established lines, ensuring flexibility in your trading decisions. For instance, when the price fails, for example, to break through any speed line, it indicates to you strong momentum and likely further trend continuation. And last but not least, using speed lines is great, understanding them is fantastic, but with all technical analysis, we never want to place too much weight on any one indicator, so it's incumbent upon us to really use them with other technical indicators, and that's what we want to talk about here. So they work best in conjunction with like moving averages, these oscillators like RSI, and obviously support and resistance levels work very well to it as well. For example, if the price, for example, breaks through a speed line and the RSI is in that overbought position, it would strengthen the case for a reversal, right? Making it a higher probability setup. So you should always be on the lookout for what other technicals are telling you at any one time and not just what the speed lines are setting up or saying. And so just to conclude here, speed lines are certainly effective tools for gauging that market momentum and the sustainability of a trend. But as with all technical tools, guys, they are best used in combination with other methods and analysis. As a general rule, traders can use these speed lines, though, to help them in their trading plans by using them for things like IDing or identifying when trends are likely to continue in reverse, fine-tuning your entry and your exit positions, and managing, certainly, risk through better stop placement. I hope everybody prints.
Yeah, and if I may say a bit, of a cliched platitude there, tools, not rules, right? Like they can help you, but they're not like, that should not be your be all end all, right? You want to look at the balance of the evidence. Oh, yeah. Pretend you heard the Law and Order theme song. Also, I'm back in Broadcom. I will talk about that Lilly trade that was on the blotter, but right now I want to take you guys over why I am in Broadcom. So Broadcom, and to be clear, my fingers were like itching to short this thing at 138.40 because you guys know that was a level I liked. And then I was like, Adara, wait to see what it does here at that previous low. We kind of broke below. I think maybe I should have been a bit more aggressive, gotten short 138.40, risked into 138.70s. Like that was a level I liked too. I get why I didn't though, because that would have actually literally been a higher low. It is what it is. But I want to see what we do here. We're going to be risking here into that little area of interaction, which is going to be 35s for AVGO. Let's see if we can have go to the downside for Broadcom, because that would be the bomb dot Broadcom if we could. What's my plan for this trade, you may ask? I will be adding, if we get here into 75s, look at this kind of chippity-choppity area, and then we wicked into it. So I think to me, that's a pretty strong area of support. If we break below that, I think, where do we go next? Well, I would love to start taking profit as we get here into 137s. Is that a bit ambitious? Sure. But you have to be a little bit ambitious with these trades. If you're not, what are you doing here? And with that in mind, I would like to present you Mademoiselle Lilly. So I said all day what I wanted from Lilly was an 895 breakdown. We looked really poised to get it. We had some volume coming in on the downside. SPY at low of days. The short worked out for half a second, and we ended up getting stopped out. I got involved, I think, just above. Sorry, I have to get out of Broadcom here. So I got involved basically with my Lilly and I became friends there at just shy of 897s. Got stopped at 198, 898s. So I think it was a reasonable level of risk to reward. Let's see, though. I'm not getting back involved in Lilly. It was fun while it lasted, and it's over now. Also, you know what I just remembered? There's an earnings name we have not talked about, and it's DocuSign, and that's because it was doing no volume, to be clear. Zero volume on the DocuSign one. No one was signing their documents with that one. But DOCU here, let's take a look at this guy, because I think it is definitely worth discussing. They had earnings, and yeah, like I said, we're on the watch list because there was no volume associated with that. Wasn't much of a move. This is interesting. They're up on the day, 4.63 million, so now they've got some volume here. Nice support, I guess, at 58.20. This is not like the most exciting chart pattern, though. Kind of a bit of a bull flag, and it is rare to see a name that is strong in this market. But yeah, I just thought we should shout out DocuSign with its earnings. Broadcom, like I said, left as it got above that 138.40 level. If we didn't reject 70s, that might be the better level for the short. I would take another pop at this, potentially. But I'm just trying to be a little bit more, breathing. We can feel the tired trade rules might need to be instituted. I'll put it that way. So I want to make sure I'm taking trades. That makes sense. Also worth noting, we have a creep up here in the SPY. Like I said, the SPY below 540 was great. When it started to creep above, that's when Lily started to spell trouble. But I keep forgetting my SPY chart is having issues. If SPY gets above, I've said this before, I'll say it again, if SPY gets above 541.50, then that'll be, to me, a great level, because that was that previous low of day, and it was a really spicy level of interaction. This long pop would have worked. I gave myself not enough risk on that. So you can have the level right, but it's about how you trade the level that matters. Shout out to Obi, I know he said that. And also, if you guys want to see what Obi and Neil have to say about any of your tickers, get into that chat right now and you vote! Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, the ticker. So let us know what tickers you're looking at. We want to know so that we can help you guys take a look-see at what is going on there in the market. Speaking of which, we've got someone in the chat, Jorge Alvarado. Any feedback on Amazon? Okay. Wow, I just looked at my side chart in Amazon and I said, oh boy, I feel like I had to. I'm looking at Amazon. I think that's the most appropriate homage to make. But this Amazon, look at this. If it would load, it's beautiful. Jorge, what I have to say about Amazon is clearly we had a downtrend. We had 1 umbrella handle, 2 umbrella handle, 3 umbrella handle, half an umbrella handle. But now we're trying to have a little bit of a curl. Look at, and Amazon, I mentioned this before for someone else, I think it was David E. Clark. Amazon keeps wicking into these levels and then quadunking. So watch this level we wicked into here, that 172.40. If it holds 172.40, to me, that would be a bullish look, especially if we can have the Q, which looks a little bit like it's trying to find a bottom, and the SPY, which looks kind of similar. If those guys can find a bottom and Amazon can reclaim 172.40, I think that's a really nice look. I actually might be looking at Amazon here now, too. So we'll have to see, if I say, oh boy, you'll know I'm involved. No, I'm joking. But we'll have to wait and see what's going on with that Amazon one. Guys, make sure you're voting for your tickers. Exclamation point join, space, $. I should get my Streamlabs. Oh, that's why my Streamlabs didn't work because my computer crashed earlier. So get into the chat, guys. Vote for those tickers. Let us know what you are looking at. Whatever tickers are fancy, whatever tickers are making you tick, we want to hear all about them. Also, this Broadcom short, I'm just going to touch on this again because this is the biggest example of sometimes the level that makes the most sense is not the level that makes sense. Why? Like 40s, I knew I cared about more 40s or 70s. So it's like, oh, but it'll get short because that'll be like if we make a new low below that low. It's like, Adara, that's not even a level you cared about that much. What I'm trying to make is make trades that make sense to you, not trades that you think make sense to the market, because the market doesn't care about your feelings. You have to trust yourself and your gut. To be clear, I'm not trying to I'm not crying over spilt milk with this trade. Happy with what I did with it, like the other trades here. And I do still think there could be a short in these hills, but I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be seeing what else this market has to give me. That Lily 895 looks mighty tempting, but I do not need to throw any more money at Mademoiselle. She's doing just fine. Thank you very much. She doesn't need me for her Ozempic. How are you doing?
She's good. I'm good. I'm in GME, so I was able to work this one a little bit over here. Found a bit of a support level. I did get in, wet my beak here in front of 23. I'm still holding a piece and looking at adding, in fact, if it does make its way back down into the mid-60s or low 70s. Here we go with 23 again. We did get above 23 momentarily. We got to that 23.10, but we seem to be met with a wall of sellers in and around that area. So if we don't break 23 decisively in a short order over here, I'm definitely going to be looking at just taking the profits I have and getting out of Dodge on this name. So GME is it's a lot of fun to trade. Obviously, it looks like the better move is behind it. It's below VWAP. It's trying to hold that 930, the IB high. The IB high takes us into about 2287 on the wick. The closing print on the IB high, though, takes us about to 2270 on the closing print. So we'll have to see how this one goes. The trade is already kind of set up. Not much for me to do. To be honest with you, BLMZ now is trouble because it's put in umpteen amount of lower highs over here. So if I get into anywhere near break even, I'm just going to take this one out because it's not setting up in the way that I'd like. It's holding VWAP. It's fantastic. It could end up being one of those VWAP hold high of day breaks. If it does, great. But I've got my suspicions about it. BENF is right back above VWAP again. Watch out for this one. It's catching a bid. Where'd it go? I think I took it off because kept getting cut up on it. Yeah, we have Meta over here. There it is. BENF right back above that VWAP, but there's a consolidation range that it couldn't break there. It's at 280. So unless it really gets above 280, I'm not going to be interested in BENF. I did see Microsoft, though, starting to work its way back up over here, and it was one of the only ones, I think it and NVIDIA where it got up above the 20 exponential. I don't want to put too much into that because it really feels like a down day on the Mag 7. I haven't touched the Mag 7 at all today, but there's a look. I mean, Microsoft makes a 401.46 low. It then works its way above the 20 exponential moving average. Compare that to all the others. There are really no others that actually closed above the 20 exponential moving average. And if I can say so, Microsoft is putting in higher lows and possibly higher highs. You're not seeing that as well with any other name. You saw it momentarily with NVIDIA at around that 1205, 1210. It did make some higher highs there and for that 102.50 move. But Softy is really the only one that you feel like is putting in, at least locally. We'll have to see if that just ends super quick or what the situation is there. So BENF above VWAP, but not interested unless it gets above 280. BLMZ, I'm going to cut this one anywhere I'm near break even or get stopped out. It's going to be one of the two. And then GameStop. I'm still holding this a little bit over here, looking at DCA possibly to get a bit more shareage at around that 22.65 area. It's obviously having trouble with 23. If it doesn't break 23 in short order, we're going to have to basically end that trade. Gorev, crowd looks awfully weak today. Looks like a great short here. Flat bottom break. Love your question. Let's find out what crowd's doing. All right. CRWD. Yeah, man. It kind of looks like every other Mag 7 right now, which is basically that hockey stick pattern, but maybe a little bit wider, rejected off the 20, below the 10 as we speak. Yeah, Gorev, I mean, there isn't a whole lot different between these here charts and the Meg and CrowdStrike. Let me show you. So here's the look on CrowdStrike. Take a look at that, and then look at the Mag 7. They all look alike. So I think it's just a general market thing where, you know, we're going to sell off. I mean, when we say that September was a weak month, we don't just say that because it's fun to say. It really is. And if you're going to be involved in the market, especially on the long term, you just got to be able to weather the storm. So shut your emotions off, be dead inside, do whatever you need to do. But September, not going to be a pretty month. That's just the way it is. So we'll pack our patience with the long term, and we'll see what we get there. Keeping my eye here on BLMZ as it works its way back into that 215 area. Here's 217. I'm long 222, so here it is. I'm just gonna, oh, wow. I was about to flatten out, just tanked. So let's put something out here for that 220 area because I no longer want to be in this trade. Where is my, okay, that's fine. We're holding a bit more share size here. Yeah, I'm gonna pack my patience on this one, I think. I'm just gonna hold it for a little bit longer, see what comes of it. What's everybody else looking at? Asa says Tesla's at 214. Sure, it's at 214.68. It's literally at the low of day right now. So there's just no stopping the bleeding on the market. Get ready, baby. It's going to be a hell of September.
Yeah, this it's like, you know, September's a little bit rainier, and if you're in the markets, it sounds like it's raining blood. I want to shout out, I don't know if she's here, but shout out to Marie S. Lyman in the chat. Bears vs. Bulls sent me a comment that you made in the chat a while ago, and it was like, oh, Adara, I thought you'd find this funny, because it's on the market recap, which I am, you know, not there for. So I think let me find this comment, because this really made me laugh, and it had to do with what we're saying with regards to September and the market weakness, and it was here. Oh my gosh, where? Oh yeah, here we go. Maybe that's why they say not to wear white after Labor Day, because it's a bloodbath. Yeah, I mean, the market's pretty bloody. Shout out to you, Maria S. Lyman. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for everything he does. And guys, Bears vs. Bulls also helps us with this, our audience segment. So make sure you get your votes in, guys. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. And let us know what you are looking at in this pretty violent September. Speaking of violence, NVIDIA's to the downside. Who's excited? The person who's short it. That's me. I am short NVIDIA. I'm seeing what we do here, this 101.80. If we get a bounce off 101.80, I'll flatten here. But basically what occurred for me here in this NVDA was I liked that 102 level. Initially I was looking at it as a short or as a long, sorry, because I've said NVIDIA's kind of been like a little bit outsized, like strong compared to the rest of what you're seeing here in the market. I'll take some out at 75s because we're struggling with that level. But then I noticed NVIDIA takes a nice little, we're struggling to hold on to that 102. So I said, Adara, we're getting to 102.20s, or 102.25s, that kind of level here, that support resistance flip. Take it with some size. Like I took this with pretty good size. We currently have a third of the position left, but I took it with good size already. Then I added when we broke below 81s, because to me that was a pretty key level. We got to 65s, which if you see here, I like 65s because look at all of this chip and top and churn here. That's where I got out. I would be looking to get out the rest of this position if we get to 101.40s. I have no idea if we will. What I might also do is get out half at 101.40s and save a piece for the dream at that beautiful bottoming tail candle at 101.20s. This is the type of trading I'm trying to do more of: aggressive, violent, but managed appropriately. Because that's what I want to shout out, the whole risk unit process. If you are thinking about things in terms of risk unit, how much you're willing to risk of your total shutdown, you'll take more size because you're like, oh, hey, that's actually, if you don't think about it in money, if you think about it in terms of process, it makes more sense. As we curl back above 80s, we get out the rest of this NVDA. I'm sorry for sounding like a weird frat bro there, but this trade is making me feel like, we could do a keg stand. Let's talk about Chewy as well, because you and I both were trading the meme-ier names, though I unfortunately was not trading it on the show. I traded it during lunch, and I say unfortunately because I know these are fun to watch being traded. Chewy here, I took that short. Now we have, oh my gosh, Chewy bouncing off of that VWAP level, but it's not just VWAP, Sharif and audience. It's also 2635, which was that level that we had some support here earlier. I was using it actually as my stop for this Chewy long. So or Chewy short. I don't want to go long here. The volume, there's like 15,000 shares of volume. I just think it's an interesting level here that I wanted to point out. That 2625 to 2635, the support resistance flips there have been really fascinating. And this trade is different for me too, because it really shows you could still trade trades based on levels, even when you have a catalyst-based move. Just use a smaller time frame candle. Look if there's any areas that we paused. The $26 level, as you can see, psychological level, because it is a whole dollar level, and there was some interaction there for CHWY. Also, yeah, I still like Broadcom here. Someone said, I saw someone say Broadcom not really a short. I think they're, now that we've decisively broken, I'm going to switch to fives. Now that we've decisively broken below 138, I actually like the idea of a Broadcom short here. And I know I initially liked it short 138 and that didn't work out, but that's because I really should have stuck to my initial levels of that area below 139. We're still watching here, guys. And again, if there's any tickers, vote, please. Let us know. Dan Emmons saying someone get a Dara coffee because she's going to run out of all this energy. I've actually no coffee today. I am 100% serious. I had some matcha earlier. It is no coffee. This energy is brought to you by the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the markets. Ramin was saying, because Ramin shared this theory, she's like, maybe you have more energy without coffee. Maybe I do, because I haven't really yawned much today. Although, shout out though, because last week when it was the Adobe show, I didn't yawn once that Friday, and I didn't even realize till someone in the chat was like, hey, Adara didn't yawn today. Oh. So, good times. High energy here. Really enjoying this market. AI saying, Adara, you need to stop wearing the color red, period. I'm sorry, with the period there. I'm sorry. Guys, to be fair, the day I wore all green, the market had the best day in 2 years. So, I can give you guys, I could be there for the Bears and the Bulls. Ramin also thinks she's the culprit because she dyed her hair red. So if you don't mind, Ramin, I will join you in that. We'll put Ramin. Maybe putting Ramin under the bus there. No, I'm joking, but yeah, it's a good time. I do apologize. I really don't think my clothing moves in the market, though. I had this outfit planned last night well in advance, and it was to match my nails, which I guess also don't help the theory that I move the market. How are you doing?
Good. Here we go. We're popping up here on GME quite aggressively. I don't know, I think we're like 20 pennies in the money or something like that. Let's see if we get up to that $0.25. Because that $0.25 is where resistance is. That's where that's where the volume weighted average price. We have local resistance, though, at around 10. So you can kind of see that over here. We're printing 7, so might as well just hold this and give this one the old college try. I was also able to get a couple of good prints over here at on BLMZ finally. But again, meeting with a wall of sellers at 230, hence why I moved my beak wetter down to take account of this area of resistance over here. We got a nice amount of volume going into that 230. So this looks like it could be one of those VWAP hold high of day breaks. If it is, fantastic. We've got a lot of shares here on this one, so we can definitely take multiple beak wetters. BLMZ, let's see if it can break 230. I think if it does, it definitely squeezes a little bit. But it's not going to be like a 230 exactly break, 231, 232. Reason being, you can see wicks over here where it got above 230. But then was immediately met with some more selling. So whoever's shorting, whoever's taking profit at that 230 level is doing it at multiple levels, not just 3-0. So good look right now. GME really going here. Here we go. Here comes 20 pennies. We're long 84s. Let's see if this can work into the quarter dollar. We're mere pennies away from that quarter dollar. That's what I'll be taking profits. Reason I'm taking profits there is because that is where the volume weighted average price is. And that's my trade right there, right at 20, as the volume weighted average price is at 28 technically. So happy with this trade on GME. You know, not one that I trade successfully all that often, to be quite honest with you. So today will, I guess, be a bit of an outlying day for me on GME. We'll see what this one does though at VWAP. So I think it's a pay for shorts type situation. Let's find out. Yes, it is. So I won't want to short this right now. I just want to see what it does at VWAP first. So if we get back into that, 30 penny area, quarter dollar area, whatever it's going to be, and then we get that nice rejection, then we're using VWAP there in theory as that level of resistance. So if we do that, I'll ask Neil to get me shorts. But for now, I'm good on that. And we'll see exactly what we get there. So happy with this trade, but looking now to this one as it comes right back down into the area. So we're long 15s as a result of the adding at the low end of the area, but I don't want to take it out here. I don't. And the reason I don't want to take it out is because it's holding VWAP and it's in the very illiquid time of day, this 1 o'clock time slot. So if I can weather the storm through 2 and it can hold generally 2, BLMZ, in my opinion, has potential squeeze opportunity going into the power hour or that more liquid time of the day. We'll see if that manifests on a Friday. Sometimes these small cap gappers. 12? Are you kidding? Okay, I gotta tell everybody. Shout out to Real Trading, and thankfully that thing is up there right now because the short GME is going to cost me 12 pennies for 100 shares.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I can't even get shorts on GME on my platform. Just to put that in context, okay? So IBK are not even offering you shorts on GME while Real Trading is offering 100 shares for 12 pennies. Do the math. I mean, that's fantastic. Shout out to Real Trading, man. Straight up, best prop firm around these parts. So here we go again with BLMZ, now working its way back for the zillionth time into 230. I'm going to continue hanging out where I am. I have all the shares that I want for this. And if it definitely breaks through that area, I will be looking a bit more aggressively to not only just take beak wetters above 230, but to add, because this is a squeeze candidate. Let me remind you guys about what the deets on this bad boy are. So we already know how much it's up on the day, 177%. The market cap with this 178% pump is about 30.5 million shares, or $1 million. 130 million shares traded on the day, and this is the one we can't find too much information on, BLMZ. We couldn't find the short float vis-a-vis trade ideas, but we know is the float, which is 1.25 million, which is dang small. It's not the smallest I've ever seen. Certainly, some of these Chinese low floaters are definitely sub 1 million. This one is not one of those. Look at the size stacking at 30. Look at that. And that's not even holding it back. I would submit to you it's the iceberg that's holding it back. Look, it's not even moving on EdgeX at all. The size is not even being taken out. So there's a lot of selling at 30. Look at it. Go, baby. Lots of selling. And look at all the greenery coming in on the ask. All the green prints on the time and sales, that means that's coming in at the ask. If you see orange, that means above, which means buyer exuberance. But the ask is just getting stacked here, where there is just no way you can break through this. We'll have to wait. Yeah, I know. We'll have to wait to see if this can actually get broken through. There it goes down again, but bought up aggressively at the quarter dollar. So higher lows incrementally here on BLMZ. We'll have to see if we get a 30 breaker there.
Yeah, you know what else might break is Meta 500. Shout out to Hog Rider, some other people in the chat mentioning that Meta. I think Daryl Flinch as well. I was saying earlier, if Meta broke 500, I wanted, how much of that smoke? All of it. I wanted to be choking. I wanted to be I wanted to be in Meta's DMs. Excuse that weird analogy. So I don't know how I feel about how I executed this. And that's, regardless whether or not the trade worked out, I have to acknowledge that. I got short 500.5, and that is because if y'all remember Meta earnings day one, I had a Meta 500 short, and I had a fifth of the shares I wanted because it did a part, like a teeny tiny part fill. And again, I should not be trading emotionally. I recognize that, but I also recognize if I want that Meta 500 breakdown, that's not going to maybe give me the smoke in the way I want it. So I was willing to try that and risk it, and we're going to see what happens here. I'm risking into 5 at 150s. That was the area we wicked into a little bit. I'm willing to risk $1 here because with Meta, like I said, I want all the smoke. I was looking at the daily chart. I think you can get, and I'll flip back to the daily chart to show you guys. Thanks again to everyone for mentioning this, because I was looking at my side chart last time. I was like, oh, Meta 502. Then you look again, and then all of a sudden it's at like just around that 5. So we'll see if this breaks. But basically the level I liked here in Meta for some potential profit taking around that 495s. If you see all of this trophy action, we just got a bit of an ask creep to the downside. Let's see if we can get that ask to drop down here. I would like to see some downward movement for META, though I don't love necessarily what I'm seeing on the bid. We're going to wait here. This is getting a little bit bamboozly, but hey, Meta, I've traded Eli Lilly. If you're going to bamboozle me with some spread, you've got another thing coming, Zuck and crew. So let's see what happens here. Mr. Lip saying there goes Adara again for all the smoke. Careful, we know what happened last. Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen with these markets, right? Like, but the thing is, you can't be afraid to try as long as you have the risk and you're risking appropriately. In this case, yes to both. Then I think you can go for these trades. So just to clarify my strategy for this, I'll be moving down my stop once we break below 500. Should we break below 500? I guess once a little bit excitable there. But if we break below 500, obviously we'll be moving the stop as we go. But my big profit taking area that I am looking for, my big white whale area, my AAPL level, shout out to Moby Dick there, is going to be, like I said, around 495. I have enough that I'm actually willing to piece in and out as well, but it looks like we might not need to make that decision because Meta trying to creep up back here into that 50150s. It is, though, same thing kind of as the Qs, and should have been trusting what I saw in the Qs a little bit more before I was like, dive right in, the water's fine, Adara, take your Meta short. But we've got here, let me pull up the Meta book so I can just look at the Qs here. Q's trying to get a little bit bullish here. We did make a lower low, but we're trying to bounce off the 90 MA. Let's see if we hold on to 449s on the Qs. I can't believe it's already 106, Sharif. We're going to do that last lesson pretty soon here, of course. Right now, I appreciate that. Right now, I'm just trying to ride out this Meta. Shout out to Zuck and his little suede jacket. Hopefully, we're not going to be swayed by too much of this price action. I just want to wait and see what we do. If we get to that 50150s, obviously, I'll get out. We also... Okay. We will get that.
Allow me a hot second here to set up. So do you want, because yesterday, I guess, I screwed up because you were supposed to be person number 2, right?
I don't know.
And I think I screwed up. I actually took your little read there. What is it called? Trade the pool, right?
It is.
Are we ready to go or are we not ready?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, beauty. So do you want to be person number 1 or figure 1, Adara?
I'll be person number 1 this time.
Go.
Okay. Now, you want to pay attention, okay? Because this is a game changer for stock traders.
You can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Literally anyone can join.
Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money and no more PDT rule, okay? You can even get funded with up to $260,000 buying power.
And trade real shares. You can short any penny stocks and you don't trade alone. You can trade with other traders in the Trade the Pool community on Discord. Search tradethepool.com and you'll find all the information you need. I wish there was something like this when I started trading. Amazing, Adara.
Right? And I'm definitely going to check this out. Trade the Pool. Before you dive into the pool with your trades, check out Trade the Pool. Also, thank you to the super chat from ForexAU. I smelled the Roaring Kitty return GME, baby. Yeah, shout out to Forex. I know you were in the chat earlier, I believe, as well, with some super chats. I think I heard that name being said with some GME super chats. So shout out to you, because the game was definitely on. The game was afoot.
Get it, Adara.
On GameStop. Thank you there for the shout out. Yeah, shout out to Sherlock Holmes. But you didn't have to be Sherlock to figure out what happened there. Roaring Kitty tweeted, he dished his Chewy position. Chewy actually recovered kind of beautifully, though. As I said, that Chewy kind of around that 2630 level is pretty interesting. And I like that we've kept bouncing off that 2625, 2630. But yeah, GME, I just typed in GMR, which is not what I meant to type. But yeah, shout out to you, ForexAU. You knew all of the, what do you call like that? Because I know there's apes for AMC. Is that GME as well? What, do they have a name, the apes?
That is a good question, Adara. I don't know.
The gamers? I don't know.
Maybe.
Whoever they are, the Jimmies and Amies of the world, they are, which shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for teaching me that term because I didn't know. But yeah, whatever those are, I think that's shout out to you guys. And also, guys, get into that chat to let us know what tickers you are looking at, because we want to make sure that Obi and Neil cover all of the tickers of your choice within reason. You can only vote for 5. I have a feeling GameStop might be on there, but we'll find out for sure in just 50 minutes, guys. So 50 more minutes with us. Hopefully you're excited. We're pumped for that. Bit of a bottoming tail candle on Meta. We'll see if this actually ends up bouncing at this 500 area. Happy I tried the short, but we might change our opinion on that. But again, not emotion, just based on what you see on that here book. And that breakdown before towards 500 was compelling enough for me to decide to get short there. Let's see what happens. How are you doing?
Good. I'm watching GameStop. Neil was nice enough to get me shorts, but I don't think I'm going to use them quite yet. There goes the break of the volume weighted average price. That was exactly on my side chart here, 23.25. This thing looks like it's going back. It did find its footing close to where you would expect it to find its footing. The low of the wick candle there took us to 22.50, whereas the I don't want to call it the pre-market support level. It's the IB high, was around 22.58. But if you look at the closing prints relative to each other, it does jive. But you would have probably got stopped out if you had a hard stop. So here it goes again, 23.50. Let's see what it does with that half dollar level. We did have some initial support there at 23.50. Does it act as resistance this time? Here's the book. Not that much size right now on the book at the 50 penny level, but we know with these type of stocks, likelihood is it's iceberg or it's going to come in at that level, so it won't be reflected prior to it reaching. So we'll keep an eye. One way to do that, to be able to kind of gauge what size is coming in when we get to the price, is to keep your eye on the time and sales. That'll reflect everything. So keeping an eye on GameStop, it did breach the volume weighted average price, but it is at that 50 penny level. And we know from previous price action, 50 pennies did act as resistance. Does it now support? Does it now act as resistance? We're going to find out in a hot second. Apple's really going here. Okay, so it looks like the market may be, I haven't looked at the Mag 7 at all, but I just had the Apple chart. All right, here's the other look right now. BLMZ broke down again, but is defending this 206. So I was able to wet my beak up here. I'm right back in again to defend this level. The reason I don't want to say confident in this trade, but the reason I like this particular trade is because it's so close to where my line in the sand is. It would behoove me to add there because my stop is so close to my add level that if I do get stopped out, it's such a small loss, right? So we're in here. I did add at 205. We're printing 205 right now. The breakdown below 2, and I'm ending the trade. So somebody's going to have to step up and buy it. Otherwise, I want no more smoke. Simple as that. Let's see what we're doing over here with the market in general. So we did find a bit of a bid here on the market, or at least it seems. Let's see what the NQ is doing. All right, so the NQ is back above 18.5. You figured the mean reversion would have to come at some point here. And now you're getting the likes of Apple. So I was right about this softy trade. I had something here because this one is obviously stronger than the rest, just given where it is relative to the moving averages. It looks like Apple and softy maybe the strongest of the bunch here. Let's not disrespect NVIDIA. It's also above the 20. It's really Meta and Google. And yeah, those are the weakest, quite frankly. I think Adara has something there with Meta being the absolute weakest on the day right now. It can't even get above the 10 while its counterparts are all above the 20. So interesting look here on the market. You know, you figured the bleeding would stop at some point. So we'll see there. So it did get punched out there. Oh, you punk. So this one is a specialist breakdown, but it's not going to outwit me. If we keep going up here on this one, so this did stop me out for BLMZ on the remaining amount there. But if it holds too, if it's just a quick specialist breakdown, then move above, I'll get back in. I don't want to be quick to get back in, though. I like my price by waiting at here. I had 215s. If I get in here, it's all good there. So keeping my eye on BLMZ, guys, because we did break that $2. But it's like it's kind of like a hammer candle with a bottom wick through. I don't want to call it quite yet. I'm not going to jump into it, but interesting $2 area here on BLMZ. Let's look here at GME. Where's my GME? Okay, because we have shorts on this one. But look, initially it looks like it did reject that $0.50. Comes back in to that $0.25, but we're right back up. So if that's the case here, I don't like my chances for a short unless we really reject that 250. I don't have to be first to the party. As Neil says often, getting it on the back end, so to speak, having the stock or the equity or the instrument itself prove to you that, yeah, this is a resistance level and reject off that level. So I'm packing my patience here, keeping my eye on GME, keeping my eye on BLMZ to see if it does.
Oh, keeping your eye on it.
Oh, I got it. I
That's
like
brilliant.
that, Ram Ram.
They're so quick on the ball, remaining.
Yeah, she's killing it. Well, I've been saying keep my eye alive. I guess she's had an opportunity to think this through. So shout out to Ram Ram. Goff deal. All right, keeping my eye on GME. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, that is the most jarring transition ever, I think, with literally jarring transition, not just joking because of that. I was like, oh, time, hello. But yeah, shout out there. I hope you killed those GME trades. Hope you print.
Thank you, Adair.
You say. Tesla. I am long Tesla 216. I have feelings about this long at 216. And honestly, part of it is I'm like, Tesla, all your Mag 7 friends are going, except for Meta. Meta's in its own category of, I don't know what you're doing, girl. But Tesla, I would like you to get a bit of a move off the schneid. The other reason I'm really hesitant about this Tesla short is I had that Tesla long earlier, and I'm not trying to be like, I don't mean like, oh, biased because I was long earlier. I mean, that level set up. This was such a random area of support there, that 216. So that worked as a long. I'm like, this support could flip to resistance. That is what these stocks tend to do. I like the long for now in terms of how we're shaping up in the book, and I'm willing to risk it into 75s. But if Tesla doesn't get off the schneid soon, I might get a little bit, wayward and look for some other opportunities that are not in the Cybertruck. I want to take out half the position here at 40s, 216 40s. If we get to that level, because that was a level I witnessed on the book earlier, was very spicy. You could see a little bit of that chop and turn action here as well, that wick into 40s and that quadunk. I don't even think Tesla's going to take us to 10s. Every time we get a little bit of a bid, we get, the sellers coming in like, oh, no, we don't want to do that. Close that Cybertruck door. Shout out to Sharif, who unfortunately was able to be in the Cybertruck. Yeah. But all jokes aside there, that is the look I like on Tesla. I don't think I've had any trades since I last saw you guys. I got stopped out of Meta. That happened, so I will discuss that because that's what we do here on the show. So Meta stopped me. Oh my gosh, Meta. Okay, Tesla, I might just get out of Tesla flat because I'm not feeling as good about this as I do about Meta. You can risk into 502s, you get long 50150s. And the fact that this week as the market's going down, sorry, Tesla, we're going to get out here. We're going to take our stance. Again, we're not trading for P&L. We're trading for progress and learning, which, again, I know is a really, cliched whatever, but I stand by it. It's how I feel, and it's the type of trader I'm trying to be. And so be the trader you want to see in the world, I guess, to use another platitude over here. We're trying to just get out of this Tesla if we may. Basically flat here. Let's go. So there we go. We're out of Tesla. Let's see if Meta's going to give us anything here. We're, like I said, risking to 502s. Let's get involved like 35s. I think that's reasonable. And let's see what we get here, because I would like all the smoke, Sharif. I don't even think I'm going to get filled over here on this Meta. That is how violent it's being. I think I hitched my wagon to the right, Mag 7 name. I used my Megan, I guess, to the right ticker. Bad Meg pun.
I like it.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Let's see what we do here at 501s. If we break, if we hold 501s, then maybe we wait for this point of entry. If we break below 501s, we'll just get involved 501s. Like I said, with Meta, I do not mind risking more. I'm looking for at least a 5-point move. As I said, I would love every single ounce of smoke that I can breathe in, to use a kind of a very intense analogy there. If we get to, there's a level I liked, 495s. But now we're doing a bit of a bid creep on Meta, which is interesting. Meta, are you bullish? Meta, tell me what you want.
Tell me what you want,
just communicate
baby.
With me, Meta. DM me. Send me a WhatsApp. Shout out to Zuck. You know what I mean? But don't, you can't trade with just Zuck. You can trade with pure Zuck. You need to trade with technicals. I don't love, because Meta owns it too.
Yeah, bro, where are you at? Where are you at in this world? You don't know Zuck owns
Instagram
WhatsApp?
DMs, and then
true.
it threw you off.
Oh, okay.
That's actually, maybe not. I mean, yes, maybe not. You're right. Yeah, this spread getting super tight here on Meta.
Get it, Ram.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be some sellers getting left on red here. I am not going to be getting.
That's a statement.
Oh my gosh, Sharif, I actually might be changing my case on Meta. No, okay. I'm not. No, we sold off. Okay, there we go. Not sold off, but we had that weakness I wanted. Okay, we're going to go back to my initial plan here. 35s. This size. Let's go, Sharif. I'm going to be having that Meta book up, and again, risking into 502s, and we're going to get that lesson ready to go. Are you looking at anything else before we get into the leçon du jour?
I think I'm going to get out of Apple here, Adair. It's rejecting off the 50. I'm at break even right now, and it's rejecting off the 50 exponential. And quite frankly, I don't feel comfortable being in a long on the Mag 7, and it's really having trouble breaking through that 50 penny level. Four topping tail candles, albeit on the 1 minute, so I don't want to jump out of this too quickly. I already have a stop in place, but you know, it's doing what I expected to do here, which is reject. So yeah, my spidey sense is telling me to get out. My hands are not following suit, so that's the problem.
Isn't that the worst when that happens?
Right. So we'll see exactly what we get there. I mean, this could be a bull flag, but again, I'm just seeing what I want to see, I think, at these levels. It's hard to look positive when the day has been so negative. And be quite honest with you, it's an anemic 18.5 break and take, right? We get up into 18.525, a couple of candles, they're not really ascending, so you can kind of get the feeling that this might not work out all that well. I'm also short GameStop. I'm looking at wetting my beak at $0.1, and the reason I'm getting out or looking at profiting if it does break down is because there was a consolidation area in and around there. So my stop is going to be through the break of the $0.5 to the north side, and it just popped up right there, so we'll see what we get there. And Apple showing some weakness. So here we go. I mean, kind of expected some weakness to come through here. If we get the pop on the future to break through 18.525, I think Apple goes. But if we reject 18.525, get it, Neil. What are you listening to? The one that I was just singing? Yes, man. I put that earworm in you. I knew it. Yeah. I love that song, man. Who's that by, Neil? It's by Guy. That's right. I forgot about that, man. That's been eons ago. You can't fault me for forgetting that. But yeah, I love that song. I'm dating myself, which is absolutely fine because I tell everybody my age. I'm just proud of it. I know, right? But it's all good there, right? Here we go, 50 again. Can we get the break of 50? All right, so Apple's going a little bit over here, not bad. Breaking through that 50 penny level. The future, all right, the future's at 18.525. I don't want to wet my beak here. I mean, this isn't the trade, 10 pennies above, so I'm just going to hold on. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's fine. GameStop is above the $0.5. Didn't cross quite yet. Good thing I came to this one because, well, there we go. We got stopped at a GameStop. So we'll go 2 for 3 on GME. Now I have to cancel that order. If it does tank off this level, I'll be fine. But now I'm actually looking a little bit bullish here because GME just reclaimed VWAP, took that 50 penny level. So let's see if we can ride this trend back up here, possibly on GameStop. We'll go long here. So we're long at 58. Let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit up here. We'll check that out. Apple still below the $0.5. It did topping tail. And let me see what the future is doing because the future is going to be operative here. It is back at that 18.525. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. Let Apple zig and zag. But what's the look at there?
Yeah, so we're going to do the lesson. A couple things to mention before the lesson. Someone was asking what the Apple event is about. You can check out the week ahead on Sunday where I'll talk a little bit more about it, but it's called It's Glow Time for some reason, and they're expected to talk a little bit more about that iPhone 16. Also, I'm still in Meta. We're chilling in Meta. Meta right now I think it made a lower high from what I can tell in the book, so we're just going to be waiting. I don't have the chart up. I'm only watching the book because that's going to, for how I trade, give me a better sense of what I'm looking for. Also, thank you to Drew Longworth for letting me know that the SPY rejected my 541.50 level. Looks like it's trying to break out of it right now, though. I'm just looking at the book there. Also, shout out to JKL146. Oh, NVIDIA. Singing Canada National Anthem. Okay, I can sing that. Yeah, and I'm also wearing red, I guess. Shout out to Canada. NVIDIA coming into that 103 level. That could be pretty pivotal. But right now we're going to pivot to what's happening for the lesson of the day. Thank you again to JKL for that super chat. So we're going to talk today about speed lines, and not lines from Rick Ross's speeding. No, they're things from the chart, guys, that we could talk about. So speed lines are basically a series of diagonal lines that are drawn from significant highs or lows on a chart. And unlike typical trend lines that connect reaction highs or lows, speed lines are designed to account for the acceleration or deceleration of the trend. And what they do basically is provide a dynamic way to monitor the pace at which prices are moving in a given direction. So here are some speed lines here. You've got your base there, right? This is your trend line. And then as we kind of have like a speeding and acceleration intensity of the trend there, you can move these lines. Then eventually we kind of break below these lines, then you kind of broken the trend line. So it's interesting to kind of see here. You've got one trend, a couple of different lines off of which you can be bouncing and projecting. It's something I want to learn a lot more about. Shout out to Obi, who I know is definitely using the speed lines and has talked about this before. So speed lines are drawn first by identifying the highest or lowest point in the trend, so either a peak in a downtrend or a trough in an uptrend. And then once you've got that point, you've got 3 lines drawn to intercept the price at distinct percentage levels. So you can kind of see here, right? Typically 33 or 66% retracements of that movement from the start of the trend to the peak for an uptrend or to the trough or a downtrend, which gives you a visual representation of how fast or slow the trend is moving. We've talked a lot about trend steepness, and this is one way you can kind of measure the steepness of that trend. How do you construct these speed? Oh, we are, yeah, never mind. There we go. Sorry about that. Let's talk about, though, some way you can construct in a bullish way. So you've got your trend line here. So from the trend starting point, which is all the way back here in March 2020 for Lennar. Shout out to Lennar, who's reporting in 2 weeks, guys. Draw 2 lines through the 1/3 and the 2/3 markers, right? And then you've got your 1/3, your 2/3. You can kind of see the trend steepness and what areas we bounce off of in this trend. Now here's one way you do it to the downside. So you've got your top of your trend for this Nike. And then Nike, as it runs to the downside, as it jumps off that cliff, does some cliff diving, you can see all the levels here, your 1/3 and 2/3 markers. So you can see kind of the extent of this downtrend. Also, you can use fibs as well, which is pretty cool because we love when indicators are able to intersect, and you can use them in different ways. And because one, as we said, indicators are never supposed to be rules, they're going to be guides, right? So how they can all manifest together, you don't need to just use one. There's lots of fun interactions there. What is the purpose of speed lines, though? So their main goal is basically going to be help to determine the strength of a trend. They can help traders recognize when a trend is accelerating too quickly or decelerating, which can signal an upcoming reversal or a correction. And so this concept can be really useful for dynamic markets where trends do not move at a steady pace, right? We can have some really wild herky-jerky trend movement, or let's say, you've got like a catalyst on a stock. If you're looking at longer term, you want to kind of see what's happening, maybe compare how it moved on that to our general movement. So you can see, is the trend accelerating? Is it slowing down? How do I want to interact with it? What levels are we hitting on both? That could be key as well. So what are some of the applications of speed lines when you're talking about trading? So they can help provide clues as to whether or not the market may reverse. Of course, just clues, right? They're tools, they're not rules. But if you've got the price breaking through the first speed line, so that would be the 33% retracement, that could indicate that you've got the trend maybe losing momentum. And if it falls through the second line, which is going to be your 66% retracement, a full reversal might be imminent. So that might be like a full tilt, you got to go. This can help traders determine when to enter or exit a position, or just to tighten your stop loss orders if you get a little bit of sense of the reversal. Now, here's one example of a speed line reversal. So you've got here holding of these trends, you've got your speed lines, then you've got this kind of move below, then look out below when we break below that last speed line. That is, look at these umbrella handle patterns. That's a lot of rain, blood red rain to the downside that you can kind of look at via these speed lines. So how do you adjust your position here? Because that's one thing you can also use these speed lines to do. In an uptrend, when price action will move steeply above the 33 or the 66% line, traders might expect a correction. And so in that case, they might be reducing their long positions, or they might be taking profits. In a downtrend, though, if you've got prices declining sharply through the lines, that can signal maybe a potential selling opportunity. And then you might have some traders increasing their short positions. You might be putting on your shorts or adding, another layer of shorts over your swim trunks. I don't know, because you're ready to take that dive to the downside, Sharif. That's what you're ready to do. But how do you adapt to changing trends, you may ask? Because speed lines can help you with that as well. Speed lines can help traders avoid prematurely exiting a trade by confirming that the trend's pace is still intact. Shout out to Obi. Obi and I we were doing some charting yesterday, and it was like, we were talking about charts, and like one thing I learned with speed lines is you can actually draw them to be like, hey, if you break below that speed line and you come back to the natural trend, maybe what the move you were looking for is over, or maybe that's a sign of support, resistance. Like you can use the different lines in confluence with one another to also to shout that out there. So there's just a lot of different ways you can look at their interactions and how you can adapt your trading to the changing of the trends. Also, what these do is they offer you some signals for adapting. Okay, Meta broke 500. Sorry, guys. All I'm going to say is it broke 500. I'm staying calm here. Like I said, I'm waiting. But I just wanted to announce that, and that's why I'm just sitting here chilling and smiling. So, for instance, example, if you've got the price failing to break through any speed line, that can indicate really strong momentum and further trend continuation. So you might want to stay in that trade just a little bit longer. You might be the party speed line might still be intact there. But how do you use this with other technicals? Because as we said, we always love confluence on this show. So speed lines are going to work best in conjunction with tools like moving averages, oscillators like the RSI, for example, and support in resistance levels. So for example, if you have that price breaking through a speed line and the RSI showing overbought conditions, it might strengthen your case for a reversal, which makes for a higher probability trading setup. So to conclude here, speed lines are an effective tool for gauging the momentum and sustainability of a trend. But with all analysis tools, like we've talked about this a lot, they're going to always be best used in combination with other methods of analysis. And traders can incorporate them into their trading plan by using them to identify when trends are likely to continue or reverse, manage your risk through better stop placement, and fine-tune your entry and exit points. Make sure, though, you fine-tune your understanding of it before you get involved, because this is just one little lesson. And yeah, you want to make sure you feel well-versed before you start taking your entries. Shout out to Real Trading. You can use a sim if you want. And also vote, guys, for your ticker of choice, ! Join space $. That ticker, that segment is brought to you by our sponsors and friends at Real Trading. And shout out to the sim, because that was really helpful for me as I started trading. Meta back above 500 here. I'll be watching movie 2 at 550, because 500.5, because that was a level I found interesting earlier. Right now, we're just kind of letting this thing see if it wants to go dunk any further. I might take some out at 500, but like I said, I have bigger ambitions for this year trade, Sharif. How are you doing?
Sounds good. I did well here on a couple of trades. GameStop, we were able to take 20 pennies, still holding a little bit over here. As it gets into that local high, I would say that local high is high 80s, mid 80s, coming a little bit down now. De-risked in the mid 70s. We'll see if we can continue moving up here as the future comes right back down. This trade on Apple is like the one that I'm most proud of. We were long. We got the break through the $0.50, came back into my entry, stopped out, quickly break even, added short aggressively, wet my beak. This, to me, was a 50-period rejection on the stronger names. So you saw it on Softy over here. Softy got into the 50. It rejected. I was looking at them because it was like all three of them were doing it. Softy got in there. Apple got in there. NVIDIA got in there. Those are, like, I would submit to you, the strongest of the Mag 7 names. Maybe not in terms of percentage, but in terms of retracement ability, they were definitely able to get to the 50. But once they did get to the 50, that was all she wrote for now. What I'm watching to see here on Apple is if this higher low here on the future, momentarily below 18.5, if we reclaim 18.5 and then move back up, print a higher high above this 18.550, then I'll be looking for the long on either Apple, NVIDIA, or Microsoft. They seem to be the strongest of the bunch at the moment, but I still think that is a big if. Still, I was about to say big but I'm like, oh, everyone's just going to say that in the chat, right?
Kyle Burnett's going to get all excited.
Where is he, by the way? I haven't seen him in the chat.
Shout out to him.
Shout out to the big smiled one, styled one. He is all those things. So anyway, keeping my eye on Apple, keeping my eye on the future. Those are the trades that I'm in or that I'm looking at. The trade that I'm in, though, is GME as it comes back into that 70 area. I'm all eyes and ears to see if it gets out at or breaks through the 24. So this was the initial entry that we had, and you can see I got out there, top wick into 24 because of that whole dollar issue. Let's see if with this time around we put in a lower high, so can't quite make it up into that 23 mid 90s, or whether or not we get that next test of 24. So I'm keeping my eye here on the future because we're kind of putting a bit of a doji candle, I want to say, at 18.5, and Apple's trying to hold 221 after that retracement. So I'm not going to jump into this. I don't need to jump into this. I can see exactly where we are, if we hold, if we move back down, or if we consolidate. And that gives me three possible trades, obviously. So if we move back down, I will no problem take Apple short here, especially seeing where it's coming from. But if we get the hold up, I'll be looking long. Right now, though, I got to tell you, it feels like we are going to head down because 18.5 looks like it might be giving way. What I'm looking at on the side chart here is this doji candle. And that's a candle we know to be a candle of indecision. But when you have a directional move like this, let's not put too much stock into one candle because your bias should be short until otherwise proven, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So that's the look there. Keeping my options open, not going to take any other trades right now until one sets up to my liking. We're still into this GME trade. I want to see if this one breaks the high. My look will be to see whether it can take 24 this time around. First of all, though, it's got to get above that 23.85. That's the local high right there. I didn't wet my beak there because it was too close to where I wet my beak earlier. I'd like to continue to hold to see whether $24 factors in or not. What are you guys looking at? A tool says seems like a recession has arrived. I don't know, brother. You might want to Google seasonality, see what comes up with that, because this is normal for September. Drew Longworth, does AMC and GME run when the market is down? That's a good question. I don't think specifically today they're running because the market is down, but the Roaring Kitty did tweet something to the effect of maybe he's dropping Chewy, something like this, or whatever this ends up being over here. The Catman is known for his kind of vague tweets, so to speak. There he is. This is all that it is. There's no text attached, but yeah, everybody getting their comment on there on X. So we'll keep an eye here on GME and AMC. I don't typically trade GME, but here it comes back down to the $0.50 a dare.
Yeah, Meta back above 500 here. I will be getting out if we, oh no, I'm on the daily chart there, wake up. So yeah, we're kind of at this 500 area. If we stay decisively above this 500, I'll be getting out. I'm just watching the book here. To me, the book looks like we could have a little bit more downside. I was just looking at the daily chart to get a sense of some other levels I like. One level that I like, I know I said I was waiting, all patiently on bended knee for Meta to come to me at 494.50. I realize that's a bit unrealistic. It's one thing to have, goals in a trade, and there's another for it to be like, hey, Meta's already sold off $16 or $17. How much more can it really do? Do you know what I mean? So with that in mind, I like 499.80s, or so 498.50s as a level, and that was a level I saw on the daily chart. If we that was also a level that was interesting to me when I was in this short last time, and that's where I find sometimes the eidetic memory comes in handy because I know what levels I saw interaction with on the book, on the stock, whatever. So that'll be something I'll be watching for Meta for sure. I'm cool with staying this if we stay below 500 because we had a fake break back into 500 and Meta was like, am I supposed to care? I mean, I guess you don't have to, Meta. That being said, part of me does also want to de-risk. We're kind of trying to be strong here. And Meta, and I was going to look to the Q direction, but Meta and the Q was not really playing in the same ballpark, which is why I liked this short more than I liked that Tesla long that I was in very briefly and basically got out flat because I was like, you know what? I am not feeling the passion for that trade. That's something Sean even mentioned yesterday. Sometimes you have minimal conviction in a trade. And then in that case, either size down or just get out. I do not like this bid creep here at 500s. We will be getting out of 500, Sharif. I am pleased to punch with that. So there we go. Pleasure knowing you, Meta. That was a fun time there for META. If we get a rejection of that $500 30-cent level, which is another level of interest, I might get back in, but happy with what I did there with this trade. To be fair, though, the Tesla long also would have worked. But again, I wasn't trying to take it for P&L. I was trying to take it for progress, and that was also why I could justify choosing my fighter, and that fighter was Meta. Meta now back below 500s. Like I said, I think one of the biggest things I need to work on is my stop, where I put my stops as I adjust my stops, like when the trades are working, right? So that's the thing I need to work on. I always, like I said, I like using the book, so that's why I like that the Meta 500 was interesting to me on the book. Tesla, though, rejecting that 216. What's NVIDIA doing? Looking at all, I don't like trading this many tickers. I think I've traded 7 tickers today, which is, I don't necessarily love that. But my best, some of my best days I'm trading more tickers, but I find as I tighten my styles, I try to get slightly cleaner trading. You're trading less and less tickers. I'm going to stop yapping now, though. Meta did not, Meta worked out. It's fine. It didn't give you exactly what you wanted. It's going to keep working, though. Let's see what we do here on NVDA as it curls around that 102.20s area. Guys, make sure you're voting also for any tickers that you want to see discussed on that here rundown. Get in the chat, ! Join. Space. $, that ticker, let us know. Yeah, Johan, there's no snow in Toronto right now. No. It is just all good vibes. Bro. No, I was referencing other things. Yeah, like I said, I am no coffee for me today even. I am just high energy and I'm having a great time over here in this market. And yeah, Ms. Lucia, progress and learning is P&L, which someone was telling me that it still stands for P&L. Yeah, that's kind of the point, I guess, of the joke. Yeah. So kind of, I know a little bit of a, kindergarten style joke, but you got to do what you got to do. Wow, Meta really working inverse of the rest of these tickers, Sharif. We have Meta pushing higher as the rest of these going lower. Meta, if you, like I said, I'm willing to get back in with less size if it wants to. Okay, it did reject that 530 level. Let's wait. Let's see what happens. Right now, scheming, getting money. Broadcom, I should have given Broadcom more attention because that held up pretty well. But you know what? You can't trade every ticker. You take the stocks you like and you aggressively journal about everything so you can try to get a little bit better every single day. Ren's who asking for me to have a dollar club for that meta trade.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Kind of fun. You know, I'm trying to, like I said, try to separate it from the money and the progress, but sometimes the dollar clubs feel pretty nice to get.
Oh yeah,
How
of course.
are you doing?
Still nursing this trade on GME. I added at the $0.50 over here. We're going to give this 10 pennies because there was some support at the $0.50, but if it goes, it goes. Looking to see if it holds. We almost got our beak wet there at 63s. Packing my patience with this one. It's still holding at the 10 exponential moving average. So that's keeping me optimistic about it. We'll see if the 10 exponential is operative here or the $0.50. We'll see which one. We're printing 49s right now. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple because it's getting awfully close to the low of the day. The low of the day, guys, is 220.46. We're printing 63s. Okay, I got to worry about GME here. As I might get stopped out for the last remaining amount. Let's see if we do break that 40 penny area. That's going to be as far as we let this go, or bounces back up. It's going to have to decide. So packing my patience over here, knowing full well this is a lower high and it's a rejection of $24. So this could be the technical look that we've been looking for. We have shorts on this. So this comes back down. I'm absolutely interested in getting shorts, but I think I'll wait this time. There, we're going to get stopped out. I think I'm going to wait this time for the short below the volume weighted average price. Last time, you know, I tried to take the short. It didn't work out all that well. Flipped long. It did work out well. So really don't need to get cut up on it. There's a rule, and the rule is there for a reason. I'm going to short it if it's below the volume weighted average price, and I'll go long if it's above the volume weighted average price. But right now, it's going to have to make its mind up whether it wants to hold 40 pennies, retrace, and do whatever. All right. So the other thing that I'm looking at is Apple. Is awfully close to the low of the day right now, as we just stated. The future, though, not at the low of the day. So the future is about 40 points above the low, which is 18,430. Apple supposedly was stronger than the market. Don't really agree currently. Maybe percentage-wise, it's faring better than the market. 2.62 for the NQ, only 0.82 for Apple. Chart pattern-wise, it's at lows while the future's not. So that is my look there. I did get stopped out, sadly, of GME there for the last remaining amount. Still positive on it, so we'll see exactly what we get there. Now, if we get the bounce off VWAP, which is looking like it's what it's doing. Yeah, I missed that. I shouldn't have been basing it off the 10 exponential when the 10 exponential and VWAP were so close on the 5. That's a mistake and an oversight by me. But we'll look to get back in if this one pops up. However, if it comes back below VWAP, that's where we're going short. Back to Apple here as we're talking about that. Here we go with the low of day. 46 is the low of day. We're at the $0.50 right now. The future's still red. And by that I mean it's still putting in red candles. Like it's not looking like it's going to bounce at these areas. So what I think I can do certainly is to get in here and then to put a low day break, right? But that's not what you want to do. Here comes the low day break. All right, so we just bounced off 46s. We're printing 47s, guys. So we are at, for all intents and purposes, we are at the low of the day. So if we don't find a bounce at this random area here on the future, well, then it's going to be another low of day break. So we're going to pack our patience and we're going to go in. So we'll go 220 and then we'll give this one the old community college try here. If it breaks down, it breaks down. That's the way it is. And we'll take the hit there. So we're at the low of the day on Apple. We're going to give this one a try, see if it bounces back. The future at 18,470, below 18.5 again. So the future not able to catch a bid here despite trying to work back into that 18,550. That seems like it was a long time ago. And look at the chart pattern that manifested after that. Like that's your prototypical lower high. Couldn't even get back into the 50 exponential like Apple and the other ones were. So here we go. We're printing low. Oh boy, I don't know why my stop's not working. Oh, there it is. Now we get stopped out. So Apple sinking, the future sinking. So we'll go. Well, no, I'm still positive on Apple. Good. But we took a bit of a hit there, so we lost about 20 pennies there on Apple, full disclosure. So let's see exactly what we get here. Do we get a bounce up or do we flip short? So Softy coming into the low day. Apple just printed the new low day, but we're still not at the low day on the future. But do we get that 220 move? That seems like an interesting move. Right back into that 220 area. Packing my patience. We'll see what we get. And we will not get upset at here.
Yeah, like that's always good not to get upset. You know, we always say you don't want to be angry as a trader. AVGO. I will say I'm a little upset I missed this long because I saw this support. I don't even think I mentioned this. I saw this support. I really should have been getting long risking it into 137.70. I have no good reason for why I didn't. I don't know why I was looking at Lily today. I mean, I did like that 895 level, but there were better tickers in play. Just because a ticker is in play doesn't mean it's the best opportunity, right? Like Meta 500, I stand by attempting that because, and like I said, that worked out. Like Meta 500, that's a different level, right? That's something else. But Lily, I should not. Anyways, not the point. Where's the next trade? We found this Broadcom here. I have lots of conviction in this. I know I did get long here at a bit of a support resistance flip area when we have higher lows. I got short. But I stand by this because I waited and watched and we were not getting up with that aggression that I really thought we would. Then I get involved. I'm risking into 139s, right? We get to 138.99s and then we floosh. So I was like, okay, Broadcom, you want me to feel a little bit more, broaden my confidence in this trade? Because you have. So let's AVG go, or AV go, AV go, I don't know. In this ticker, in terms of levels I like here, 138.40s, 138s, 137.70s, just based on previous levels. I have no idea if all those levels were hit. If we get below 138.40s, I will be adding. I will start taking profit at 138s, and I will save a tiny piece for a brief little dream at 137.70s. Let's go. Let's AV go. A little bit of green coming in on this book as we have the Qs to the downside. Is also worth noting here too. And I'm saying this for myself, I have to be cognizant of the fact that the Broadcom and the Qs have not necessarily been moving in tandem. So it's a little bit harder when you can't necessarily use the futures as your compass for some of these trades. SPY definitely, I would say as well, curling to the downside, Qs curling to the downside. Broadcom's like, do I have to? I mean, yeah, you could. It's up to you, Broadcom. I have no reason to leave right now. Unless you break above 139, risking 20 cents. As I said, looking for maximum like $1 here. That's a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio. They're not always going to work out, but you got to take chances here. If you see stuff you like, you have 5 minutes left to vote. Exclamation point. Join. Space. That ticker. You could see what Sean and Obi have been looking at all day, what they've been trading. Maybe you want to know how they would have taken that Chewy move or that GME move. You know what I mean? Maybe you've got some questions about that. You know that Neil talked about a little bit of that as we switched to his lesson of the day. So let us know here, guys. Palantir for long for possible S&P inclusion, says Vicky and Novak. Yeah, I heard a little bit about I've heard a lot of speculation there about Palantir and that inclusion. Shout out to Sean and his hat. I'm sure you'd be very happy with that. Let's take a look here at Palantir on the daily, because this is going to be a bit more of a long... okay. Palantir actually looking a lot like Broadcom, but more bullish to me, because we are bouncing off that 90 MA and VWAP right now. Higher highs, higher lows here. Let's see if we can eclipse this area of the 30-10 variety. I want to take a look at the daily chart, though, to get some sense of levels heading into this potential. Again, we don't know yet. S&P inclusion, because I know, shout out to you, Vicky and Novak, for mentioning this. Oh my gosh, this is a beautiful uptrend. I got excited there. Okay, almost a pushback. Look at that 29 level. We hold this as resistance, we wick into it, curl back down, then we actually hold another level that's interesting to me, which is going to be 26s, then we swoop to the upside. And then we come and bounce, guess where? Around 30s, which is the top of those wicks with that 29 area. So hope I'm describing this well, but the point I'm trying to make is there's a resistance to support flip here. And I think if that 30s holds, that could be a good look. Worth noting that we have a bit of lower highs with that base of 30s. That we've broken lower than that today, mind you, but just something to be cognizant of. I would say Broadcom getting a little close to my 138.40 level. If we can't hold this, this might be a bit of a level. If we break below this nicely, I want to add. If not, we're going to be taking some out here. So let's see what Broadcom does as we push into my level. Do you have any weekend plans, Sharif?
I do, Adira. I'm playing tennis on clay courts for the first time ever in my life. I'm going to a country club to which I'm not a member, because I'm not a member of a country club, but the person I'm going with is. Nice. And so hopefully we'll have a great match. She's actually a better player than I am, so she teaches me some of the stuff, but I hit the ball harder, and that upsets her. So yeah, it's all good.
I love your tennis metrics. Oh, no.
Right? All right. Well, we're printing really good well here on Apple. It's bouncing down, though. I was able to wet my beak. I took big shares here on AAPL, added into the pop, wet my beak on the way back down, but it's coming in aggressively to the top over here. A couple of bottoming tail candles on the chart. And I expected this at the 220 level. I just thought we would get into 220. So I'm not going to let this go against me. If it comes back into 44s, I've already wet my beak on this trade. Here we go. 44s incoming. We get 44. Well, I shouldn't give it right to my price. It's got to be based on technicals, bruh. All right, here we go. Coming right back down. Come back, baby. Let's go. Apple, go down. Let's see if it comes back down. But if it pops back up, I'm going to get out of the trade. Let's see how many exits I have left. Oh, we still got some size. All right, so we've taken 3 beak wetters. We still got some size. So let's see if this one can come back down into the mid-20s. Let's hang out at the $0.25 because I'm born the 25th and I like that number. So if we see a 25th print, I want to get involved there. Otherwise, it pops above my entry. That's the end of the trade, but I'd like a 25 print, and then we can hold a piece for the dream, right? Because we'll only have a little bit of sharage left. 27's now showing up on the bid. Well, come on, bruh. All right, we'll take it right there, and then we won't get upset, and we're going to let this one ride. I've got one more out, 4 out so far here on the dead one. Let's see if we can get a 220 touch. Like, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like a 220 touch, please, Mr. Dead One. All right, we'll see what we get.
Yeah, Sharif, I'll do what I can.
Get it in there. IB, I hate clay courts. Thanks, bro. I'm so excited to play now that you hate it. Vic, yeah, Novak. LOL. Clay courts are better on your knees. Yeah, Henrik, thank you. And I think you can slide on them a little bit more too, right? So it's a bit of a different type of game where you can't slide on these clay courts or, you know, that much on the grass, like a Wimbledon style. So that's the look there. The breacher ledge is forming on NFLX. Shout out to the OG Darwin as well with the little emoticon there with the tennis. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm still holding this 220 Adara. I got to get up soon, so I'm just gonna let this part ride. How's your trade over there going?
I'm really happy with what's happening right now in Broadcom. I added once we got into that 138.40. We are holding it right now. I should have waited for a bit stronger of a rejection before adding, but I'm not rejecting you, Broadcom. You're still in my good books. You know, you could still take me for dinner or something. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, all jokes aside,
you tell it, Adara.
Broadcom is like, this looks pretty bearish to me. I know we've got some green coming into the book, but I feel like we have a lot of buyers trying to keep this thing up. This 138.40 has been such a level that I will be absolutely looking for day 2 moves on this. I am obsessed with what it's doing here, and I want to be getting the first half of my position, or almost half, because I realized I like fat fingered an order and I had one less share than I wanted, so almost half of the position at one. Isn't that funny when that happens? 138. I think it's 01s I have set here. Other than that, we're going to be basically looking for prior bar highs as a stop. It's a little bit hard when these bars are that tight, even on the 1 minute, but we're going to be watching what we do here. Other than that, I'm willing to get out like flat. Like I don't want to give up much of this move, but I also don't want to take profits prematurely either. I'm watching what we do at 138.40. So what else are people looking at here? Iron slide. Okay, there we go. What else are people looking at? DCI and SPY Daily. Thank you, Rise and Shine Trader, for the kind words. I really appreciate that. I'm just really happy to be here and happy to bring a positive vibe because I'm lucky enough, and I've said this before, I've only ever traded, oddly enough, A, on this floor and B, in front of you guys. So I've never felt like the isolation of trading alone in a trading floor or not in a trading floor, like in your room at home. And so, if I can bring any positivity, because I know it's even like, there's trading can still have, the mental elements for sure of difficulty. And so, I mean, if I'm able to bring like any kind of, I guess, positivity there, I'm happy to do that. So I really appreciate your kind words. We're going to de-risk some of this Broadcom here because I don't like that we're bouncing off 40s. Let's see what we do. We're going to get some here at 51s. We're going to get out, we'll do a quarter. Let's see what happens here because I think Broadcom might be trying to curl back up. And in that case, I will have to go. Airbnb says DC4L. I have not thought about that ticker in quite some time. Let's take a look at A, B, and, not A space B. That is right there. We're going to take a look at Airbnb here in a moment, if I can get that thing loaded. Airbnb. So Airbnb here, let's take a look at what this one's doing. Okay, I want to switch to a 5 minute. I like that. That is a V-shaped recovery. Wow, Airbnb. Oh my gosh, DC4L. Thank you very much for letting me know about this. Look at this chip top here at 114.40 to 114.20. Then we quadrunk. Then we curl right back up. And look where we find a bit of support on this pseudo bear flag. Bull flag, 114.20. Also, I'm getting out of Broadcom here as we push back into 60s. Took a bit of profit on that, but what's the point of profit? You're here to learn. I mean, eventually you're here to profit, but you're here to learn first. So we got it basically flat on that one. Thank you. If we break back below 138.40s, I might try shorting it again. Airbnb on the daily chart. I know I said bull flag on the daily chart, though. This thing is a bear flag, if I've ever seen one. Big quadunk. Now we have a rounded top. So this is like honestly two very bearish patterns, plus breaking below that support at 146. And then look at the support resistance flip here at 155. Yeah, this Airbnb daily chart is pretty yucky. But on the intraday, I like the 114.20 level. Also, this is interesting. Airbnb was the first, this one and Lulu, I believe, my first S&P 500 inclusions since when I started on the floor. So shout out to you, Airbnb. Much like CrowdStrike and SMCI, I'm sure the S&P 500 is like, why did I choose you? No, I'm joking. Just some of these recent S&P inclusions have been a little bit, bleh. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good. I did well here on Apple. I'm happy with this trade. We got, this is like, I don't know, one of the bigger positions I've been in a long time. I don't take big positions on the show, but we added here because it's just so bearish today. I mean, it's just like, everything's so directional to the downside. I said, look, this $0.50 was very interesting earlier on. We had multiple bounces at the $0.50. Just go and check the chart from earlier. We're going to work our way back to the $0.50 apparently. So I'm like, no, that's not it. If we move back into the $0.50, which we did, I'm going to aggressively add, which is exactly what I did. And then we wet our beak there. For the moment, we have bottom wick at that 220.10, but that's for the moment. I don't know. I think maybe on the day Apple ends up defending 220 unless we get a very aggressive sell. I think maybe Meta maybe defending 500 by the end of the day. Who knows what we get on these here markets? It's just like September is volatile, but it's mostly negative. October is the one that's sometimes positive, sometimes negative. So I kind of feel like I know what to expect for September. It's just, you still always react to the price action. So even though it's been very weak, the 220 area still might hold. The 500 area still might hold. Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out by the end of the day. Here comes Apple with that $0.50 again. The exact area off which we were defending last time. Do we get another rejection at this $0.50? The $0.50 acted as plenty of support today. There's a lot of interaction between that $0.50 and say from 12:30 around till 1 o'clock. So about an hour's worth of defending the $0.50 here. But as we get into 5 minutes into the hour, Dara, I'm going to have to respectfully weasel my way on over to the big desk to prepare the rundown. I hope you print up a storm in whatever trade. No, you're not in a trade. You're trying to get into a trade. Tell them all about it, Dara.
But yeah, thank you, Sharif, and we appreciate the respectful weaseling. It's very kind of you there. Also, yeah, so NVIDIA, I loved that push here above the 90 MA. Tried to get filled. NVIDIA was like, you realize I don't have to fill you, right? I was like, yeah, I know. I was only going to risk 10 cents here. I was going to risk into 102.20s. So the risk to reward here was dope. I was going to take it with size. And NVIDIA was like, but the best part is I don't care about your feelings. And I was like, yeah, okay, I understand. We'll see what happens here. It's rejecting 102.50. So maybe this was just a quick pop. The other name I like here, though, that I want to keep an eye on because I do like some end-of-day scalps, as you may all know. Okay, well, Tesla's like, yeah, Dara, I do not care about your end-of-day scalp theory. I'm just going to dump that. Cool. That 214.70 area is kind of interesting. Could maybe risk this into 214.90s. I actually don't mind that. Let's see what it does as we head into 214.70s. Not that I'm looking for trades, but I do think you've had, especially lately, a lot of these drops or these opportunities here as we get to the end of the midday. As someone who used to scalp like almost exclusively, I do like the opportunity to get some of these scalps. Tesla right now looks a little bit stronger. That NVIDIA, though, I definitely missed that nice little opportunity on that stock. But you know what's great? When's the next trade? We can keep going. We can keep trying new things. Pass Overdose, reminding us of a name that we maybe passed over earlier today. That is Google. We haven't looked at this one much today, so we're taking a look at Google. Guys, I'm just watching here some of the books in case I jump in a trade, but I want to look at some tickers for you guys here as well. So, yeah, Google is just weak. Umbrella. By the way, guys, when I say umbrella pattern, I mean we have a sharp downward move, a quick upward move, and then we continue to quadunk. Yeah, Rihanna would love this, like circa 2007 Rihanna would love this pattern. That is for sure, because that thing and his umbrella, AAA. Look at us, though, now trying to find some support here, bouncing off that 151.60 area, which was that little bit of that chip and chop. Now we're trying to find support from previous resistance. Not at all a bad look when a stock does that, so we'll have to see what Google does. But we'd have a lot of levels we'd have to fill. We'd still have to push above that 152, which was another support resistance flip. Then I would be watching for any other kind of level that we had any interesting trough to see what the interaction was there. I tried to get a short fill in Tesla. That's definitely not happening. Devion Wade wants to take a look at Peloton. So let's see what Peloton, what they're peddling over there on Peloton. So we're going to take that. Also, I'm just gearing up to, if NVIDIA breaks below 1 at 230s, I'm shorting that. So I'm just watching that here. Wow, okay, Piton, low of daybreak, not a ton of volume here. Although actually 100,000 shares. So not a lot of relative volume compared to what else we did today, but not at all bad volume. Piton trading almost 25 million shares. Wow, Peloton, did you have a news catalyst? I will look right now for the Piton one. P-T-O-N. What are you doing, Peloton? Why are you running, or why were you running, I guess, better? I'm not seeing anything on this. It is a little bit squeezy, so we'll find out some Twitter attention. We have about a minute left here. Oh, I love this level for Peloton on the day. We've got a bit of a bull flag forming here, trying to find some nice support here at that 440 level. Bit of a lower high, though, and now we have a topping tail, double top on a wick basis into 520, which is previous support. So 520 might be a skosh elusive for Peloton. Pedaling or pedaling, said Bears versus Bulls. Honestly, you could use both. I was thinking pedal like a bike, but also like it's pedaling stuff, like selling. I don't know. I love double entendres and shout out to Eminem and the rappers with that. I did miss that the Tesla short, which would have worked out, NVIDIA long would have worked out, but NVIDIA was not really able to get much past that 102.50. This has been a really fun day. I'm going to look at we were flat on the day, so I can honestly live with that. Happy with the trades I took, except for I don't know why I felt the need to trade Lilly today, but had some good levels. Really excited to hit Broadcom tomorrow, hit NVIDIA or not tomorrow. You guys know what I mean. On Monday, lots of continuation plays, but we're going to have to continue on with the rest of the show. I really hope you guys had a fun day. I have so much fun being here with you guys every single day, and it's really exciting times here in these markets. We will see you again on Monday, and it'll be the same bat time and the same bat channel. But in case you were wondering what Obi and Neil were up to in the 3 intervening hours while we were yapping, you'll find out now. We're going to see you guys on Monday. Let's see Sharif at the green screen. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown the show. Here we go. Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, Obi, I'll get it right. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the trades as decided by you. So make sure to join Adair and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into the chat, subscriber only chat, and vote for your favorite tickers every day. This is a look at the NQ, and it is faring the worst out of the bunch right now. In fact, the NQ is down about 2.57%, faring much, much worse than the ES, which is down 1 2/3, the Dow about 1%, and then the Russell about 1 2/3%. All the indices in the red without exception, all the Mag 7 as well in the red without exception. Starting with the first of these Mag 7 names, NVDA. Bit of a tough day today for NVIDIA as the microchip trade winds down. There was this headline, which obviously not market moving, but very interesting for the long-term look here, guys. China offers NVIDIA's AI chips at a discounted rent as low as $6 per hour despite U.S. sanctions. Looks like those sanctions are working, guys.
A little bit. I mean, first off, I got to say a big shout out to the entire team at Trader TV. We had some new photos taken. So if you look at the thumbnail, I see Vic Yan Novak just said oil painting quality on the new pics.
Okay, all right.
I mean, we were doing our Vogue thing.
Yeah.
I was without my crutch as I was doing different poses. Not really. We were just standing and smiling. So hopefully everybody likes those. So the good thing about NVIDIA for me today is I don't have a single short in NVIDIA, and yet it's not even the worst stock I had this week. Which is weird because hold on a second, I'm going to count them up for you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times long. And okay, so this one technically was profitable. That was profitable. So 2 for 7, which is pretty good if you're a Toronto Blue Jay. The worst part is the last entry at noon. Of course it was at noon. Then I did the lesson of the day and then I got up. And that's how it works. Obviously it would have been nice to have been short, and we're having a lot of conversations about this. And this is why the lesson of the day was, if you don't get the price that you want for the direction that you want, maybe just join the trend somewhere else. Now, in my defense, I like the short in Intel and AMD better, but I don't have any shorts in AMD. But it never got to the 110 on NVIDIA. It did feel like if we couldn't push through that, you were going to get more range bound into 104. And lo and behold, the best long for me was the 104. If I'd only taken that one trade, then you're laughing. It goes 104, I trailed at 105. I didn't even hold on to any of it on the way back in, so it wasn't even like the VWAP trade. But you've got to be able to jump in the other direction at times. I thought we'd get a test of that high on some strength. It just never happened. Now, what did I short? Spoiler alert, Intel's a piece of you-know-what. Its chart looks, it's so much easier. This is the thing. It's so much easier to be short something like this when you're looking for negative than it is NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is NVIDIA and Intel's Intel. And I know that's kind of a weird oversimplification, but joining the trend early and then just shorting pops made a lot of sense when you're looking at a relatively weak name. But you got to be able to flip the script, even on the ones that you think are strong. NVIDIA feels to me like we're inevitably heading for a $100 test. So if you're short the chip names, great. NVIDIA cannot seem to get back to that 104, which is that key support level. If we're not above there, or even at least the 103 this afternoon, if we just barcode off the bottom, I think you want to play some short pops. Just keep in mind that any covering that would happen, it's the shorts that have been printing. So if you get covering going into the end of the week, it kind of would be some buying, but the trend is your friend. And it's all well and good to be like, oh, I like this stock a little bit more for the long than the short. Well, it might be true that I liked AMD and Intel for shorts better than NVIDIA. That didn't mean I needed to be long NVIDIA 7 times. And that's the way you got to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I got some learning to do with that. To the downside for sure. Again, I was also attempting longs multiple times over and over again. Spent a little too much risk on NVIDIA longs as it just continued to kind of bleed off. We were like, oh, that 100 could be coming in off of that 104 break, and that 104 was definitely key, and definitely my fault for not respecting it. Take a look at this, Neil. A little bit of a triple, quadruple bottom right here. You got some 4 a.m. candles, you got some intraday opening range lows there, you got some pre-market lows going into the open off of 830, and then today as well, a little bit of a hold of that 104 area, but incrementally making lower highs as well underneath that 110. And take a look at this. Just continuing that trend to the downside. Leg down, chop, 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 consolidation. A little bit of a continuation down into that 100 area right now. 195 is the day low, and we're trading a little bit sideways there, but take a look at the NQs. We can't really get above that 18.5, so I'm curious to know whether or not NVIDIA will give us that 100 going into the close today. End of the week, coming in a little bit red, just a skosh, I guess.
Mara's continued weakness, continued weakness is obviously present here as it breaks down below that $15 level. There was this headline, though. This shares of these crypto-related names obviously weaker with in sympathy with the overall market. There was this headline from yesterday as well. So production falls about 3%. In August, the amount of Bitcoins that they mined, but their hash rate went up 11%, possibly explaining the big move that we saw yesterday in Mara.
Well, Mara, like a lot of other things, if you were looking short on Mara for the continuation of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, now 9 days in a row, barring a miracle, that it is to the downside, well, the market went down. So if you just went back into the same thesis, which was short Mara, every chance that you get, you would have won today. That's easier. It's always easier said than done. There was, I think, an absolute gift right at 11 o'clock. And you'll probably remember, we were just heading over to the midday when all of a sudden you saw a bit of a volume candle and explosion in a few charts to the upside. One of them was, Apple was going, everything was going. Like Mara just popped right into VWAP at that moment. And I essentially had it. And then as it started to come back in, I was getting out sort of aggressively, then realized, hey, we just got a gift. Shoot, we should be thinking about this a little bit better. By that time, I had already covered 3/4 of it. I was like, oh, now I need to hold. I need to find a way back in. And then I didn't take the break of the low. There was some discussion about the break of this low on Mara. It was right down around the August 5th bottom as well. And when that went, I don't like it. I should have been adding to it. I'm flat on it now. I'm out of it now because I shorted a pop back into it, and I feel like I should still be shorting back into this 13.5 on Mara. You couldn't have gone wrong shorting it, but it was certainly not. I didn't have the best timed entries except for the lucky one where it just popped into VWAP and gave an absolute gift. And I feel like I should have had a little bit more going with Mara. 13.5, that's that August 5th bottom, and that's the big one. It's holding on barely underneath it, but if it doesn't get back above, got to favor the short still. The miners have been taking on the chin, with the exception of HUD 8. HUD 8 hasn't really fared all that poorly.
Yeah, I think something to remember when you're taking a look at some of these miners is, of course, some of the coins that they're mining, right? Bitcoin and Ethereum, again, being the leaders of the crypto market right here. You can see that Bitcoin has been taking a little bit of a pullback from about end of last month. We did bounce again August 5th, a little bit of a bounce coming in on Bitcoin as well off the 49,000. We get to 65s, double top 65s, and we've been in a pretty much a strong downtrend since then. And now take a look at Bitcoin today, right? So today, coming in off of the open, off of some of these pre-market prices, straight fade to the downside. 53.6 are the lows, and yeah, Mara looking very, I guess, distinctly similar to that Bitcoin price action right here, 1436 day high, and look at that clean trend to the downside. I'm curious to know where this will stop. A little bit of action here as well. Look at that double top, 1380s right here, coming in, failing to follow through past this consolidation from prior day, kind of honing in and, like, I guess, reinforcing, confluencing on the idea of the continued multi-day downtrend that Mara, and again, as Neil said, as some of these miners have been having, again, with the confluence of cryptos selling off like Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. So something to watch.
All right, the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day, TSLA. Tough look here, 7.25% in the negative. But you'll recall the last couple of days, Tesla's been quite strong. So giving back a bit over here. There was this headline from yesterday, Morgan Stanley reiterating their overweight rating on Tesla and maintaining that same $310 price target. But this is what I wanted to show you guys. What do you guys think about the new Model Y, the Juniper? I think I'm digging it, man. I like the front. I like the back. I like how they're doing the light bar now, which is like very consistent with these electric vehicles. I think the front looks a lot more aggressive.
Yeah,
I think it looks fantastic. You know what? The only person that likes that more is Little Sharif. I mean, Big Sharif likes it a little bit. Little Sharif is digging it. Like, trust me, you see the grin on his face when the Tesla rolls in there. All these laughs and all this fun and this segment of the show is brought to you by our good friends Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investment game with its cash sweep program and offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app backed by NASDAQ and the SEC ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now to snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Scan that QR code below. Maybe make a little bit of extra coinage with Moomoo. And then you can not only, I was going to say you can invest in a Tesla. No, you can invest in a green screen so you can have a little mini-me running around at all times. What I'm trying to figure out here, we'll get to Tesla in a second. How come there's no, like... Oh, he doesn't know? Sharif doesn't know about that? Oh, he's saying he knew. Ramin's saying Sharif didn't know. But I want like a mini me too. Like I want, like if I'm in a trade, if you ever, no, I want, like, I know we can't do it here, but like if we taped like little things of us doing stuff, right? So like me as a devil and me as like an angel. And then all of a sudden, if I'm trying to go long Tesla off of 220 instead of taking the break short, I can have like Devil Neil saying, ooh, fight the trend. And I can have Angel Neil saying, stock's going down, bruh. You need to just go short. And we could tape those kind of things. And you could pop it here when I'm kind of fighting a trend and then let me know. So I actually had an accidental trade in Tesla, which probably would have been really good. I made one trade. I liked one level in Tesla. The only good news is I waited for it to get there. Now, obviously, that 235 level, it's all well and good to say 235 resistance. But this turned off 235 before the market opened. And my gut was telling me that if that's a short, it's a fail to break short, it's a short after the open. By the time 9:30 hit, like you were already breaking down on Tesla. And this is why the lesson of the day was what it was. You missed the opportunity at the key price level. You got to find a place to join it. And someone asked, red or green today. It's like, okay, so yeah, found enough shorts so that it's all right. But it's like just one more short. Like if I catch AMD, if I catch Tesla, anything that I like that I didn't get in, just one makes your entire day from having what I like to consider like days within a certain range up or down flat. So even if I'm green, it's a flat day because I didn't have any big, like where's the big one? There was no big one today. And I think it should have been something like this Tesla when it came back into 225, like somewhere in there. I did wait till 220 to try the long. I got a 50-cent win, and then I kind of lost like 40-something cents on the rest. I accidentally went short, meaning it wasn't my intention to flip into the short, and clearly like it was a fantastic breakdown at 220. I think Tesla's in some real trouble here because 235 was a pretty big zone. The good news would be that you haven't really broken the upward trend that it's been in. You connected like that. Like, there you go. Like, you're going to retest the bottom in here, which would seem like about 210. That's the good news, and it's above the 200-period moving average, but it went right into the resistance on the last bounce. Obvious 235 support to resistance to dump into 210. So I think until you get to 210, I don't even know why I'd be thinking about any longs on this thing. It just should be all shorts. Yeah, pretty nasty day. 7% for Tesla here. Not good. Not good.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. No real relief. And sure, yeah, the trend kind of slows down, but the trend is still definitely there as we were printing, I guess, only about 20, but within 20 pennies below low a day right now. Again, Tesla's super kind of weak on the day there, or super strong to the downside. Depends on how you're looking at it. But yesterday we observed that 235 come in, and again, as Neil pointed out, a little bit of a key level if you look further back on the chart as well, and that resistance showing up very aggressively right off of the open there, breaking those pre-market lows. A little bit of a double or like a support and resistance area right here on the 226s. Now, that was a great trade yesterday. The 226 pre-market high, kind of opening range break as well through that 226 into 235. And take a look at what happens when we come in and break below. You even on the bid on the first kind of slowdown here. This is a 3-minute chart. When you finally actually start seeing some green candles, you just reject that 226 once again for a continued flush to the downside here. Yeah, those Teslas are definitely looking nice. This chart, not as much, but a little bit of a red Tesla Roadster going downhill here on the day. 234s to 213s. Oh boy, are we going to get to 210s today? That's the next question right there. We did wipe prior day's kind of range, and we're coming right into Wednesday's range as well. I want to point out that the week low is all the way down here at what is that? 207s. 207s is the opening, or actually that's Friday. Never mind. I keep forgetting Monday. Monday was the day off. So I guess week low at just shy of that 210. We're only about 4 points away from there. Tesla to the downside. Again, market tailwind is definitely on the side of the shorts today. So that's something to keep note of, I think.
Dow and the S&P having their worst day since March 2023. Not the NASDAQ, though. Next on the hopper here, GME up about 4 1/4 last time I checked. Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, Catman, whatever you want to call him, he tweeted with on X, and here it is. It's, Toy Story, I forget the name of that character, but dropping a dog there, which was kind of interpreted maybe as him dropping Chewie. And that's exactly what we got here at around when the tweet hit. Chewie dropped, but got back up, guys. I'll get it right. It's Friday. What's the look?
Yeah.
Dump it. No, so I actually was in Chewy twice. I should have just stopped it once. It was...
You had the short.
I mentioned this during the lesson of the day, I think, because this was happening in that moment. Like, it broke 26. I'm thinking the floodgates are going to open up. So I just essentially took the 26 break. Then, it bounced off 25.5. It bounced off 25.20. Did not need to do any reloading. It's so gimmicky. Like, I ended up trailing out, and then I tried another little short in there. It probably should have been once it gets back above 26, it's probably a long at that point, and now 26 is support. I think Chewy's done, but you know what ain't done yet? GameStop. GME is back above VWAP. So, okay, fine. You can argue it's forming a bit of a wedge here, like lower highs and lower lows, but you choose to look at it any way you want to. And one of the things to consider here is you have the morning highs, or technically we'll just call this like the opening area highs. Like we got to like 2280 in here, and then yesterday's tops, 22.6. So you essentially find support at both of those levels. Like first support ends up like yesterday's top, and then second support ends up the morning's top. Either way, you're finding support underneath 23 on GameStop. What's interesting about this is how coiled up it is right now. You know, like you're getting, I call them muted moves. They're not really all that muted, but compared to what this usually squeezes, they're very muted, and they're rejecting the 50 period. Like, why does a squeeze stock care about the 50 period moving average so much? I have no idea. It just seems to. That's about 23.5. So if you can see what's happening at that 23.5, like you have close, you have runaway, support, lose it, resistance, fail it, drop. Like 23.5 has been the key level. Today, it's an absolute mess at that price, and it's completely useless. So I think it's better for like a close or a swing. I think looking at just the day trade today, it's best to ignore 23.5. It's completely meaningless right now, and look for any dips that can hold into 23, I think are good. And until we start holding above VWAP, and I'm not talking about just like hold above. I want like consolidation above. Like what happened here, that's what I like. There's your consolidation above. There's your break. I know it didn't continue, but that's what I like to see. Consolidate above, break out, start giving you some longs into the high of the day, and maybe this can go squeezing. Because if the market decides to just go sideways or bleed, one of those two things, I mean, you're either holding on to some good shorts, finding new short entries and names that'll follow the market, or you're looking for some kind of a squeeze name or a low float runner to start going, and then you might grab yourself a bit of a long. Right now, I don't see anything better than GME here. Maybe there is. You guys let me know. Is someone else that's moving better than this? GameStop? Because like just in here, it made like a 2.5% move or whatever that is, like 22.80 to 60 cents there. So yeah, you get like a couple of points in just about 15 minutes or so on GameStop. What else is doing that?
Yeah, some crazy action there. And again, I wonder where Roaring Kitty kind of made his tweet. I think the volume's pretty telling here. Kind of intraday news. You see that breakout right there. That's pretty solid right there. So, but the thing is, I think that you'd have to be kind of maybe on the ticker or be pretty fast with that. I guess intraday catalyst type of news. We did revert pretty much the whole move, but we are holding above that opening range high as of right now, 2280s, which I think is definitely interesting. The lower highs building on top of VWAP as well. So I guess right here. So we're basically kind of orbiting VWAP as of right now. Take a look at this higher lows as well, higher lower highs. So a bit of price compression happening into this VWAP today. Let's see where GME goes. But yeah, this is definitely one that is that can and definitely will move if there is pressure one way or the other. But look at that prior high right there, 24.69. Today we can only get to 24.48. Let's see what GME does going into the close. A little bit of spice starting at the beginning of the weekend here.
A little ice spice?
A little ice spice.
Obi getting good with the segues there, despite Ram hitting the fail. All right, Neil, the last one on the rundown over here, up much higher than the market, about 4 1/3 last time I checked. Yeah, they reported not that long ago excellent EPS growth, delivery growth. They beat on the top and bottom line, and they got the upgrade from the King, JP Morgan, from neutral to overweight, and a price target bump up from $5.30 to $8. Guys, what do you think about this one though? Because this is the ES8. So I showed you the new Model Y, but this is Neil's version, their high-class SUV, and it's obviously got all the toys. Well, let this play out a little bit, Neil. What do you think about this? Ob, you like this car or what?
I mean, it's got some seats, it's got some wheels, it's got a chassis. Don't know how it drives yet. You gotta get it. You gotta get in the vehicle. You gotta take it for a ride, test drive. You gotta be like, all right, is this the one for me? I don't know, but it looks all right. I mean, a lot of things look all right.
You literally just named a bunch of stuff that are in all cars. It's like, hey, it's got all that stuff.
I mean, it's got some wheels, It's look, it's got a hood.
You know what's actually
lights? Those lights are actually pretty dope.
You know what I noticed first? Yeah. No, at the very beginning of that video, there was like a dude outside of the store or whatever I guess it is, the showroom, that was walking by with just like a gaggle of balloons. And I'm like, oh, I'm not even making this up. My first thought was like, oh, were those helium balloons? You see, play it again. Notice, like, I'm an attention to detail kind of person. No, you'll see it if you play it. The guy's like, here it comes, boom.
Boom, right there. That's like toys or something.
Is it toys or is it balloons?
Balloons or something.
That's my first thought was like, yo, are those helium balloons? Like, what's going on? Be careful with those, how you tie them down. Because we did a bunch of helium balloons for my daughter's, I'll get to Neo in a second. We did a bunch of helium balloons for my daughter's last birthday. And I remember, like, we had to transport them to the place that we were doing our party. And we lost a couple on the way. Like, you could think you tied them down well, but like it's, and then of course it's like if the princess one's gone, it's just going to be a complete mess. But Neo was great yesterday, and then Neo shook me out today. So I'm not happy with you, Neo. Like, Neo yesterday was easy longs. Today I was taking the break, and then I had my stop in underneath what at the time was like a 95 level support. I get wicked out of this stock. And of course, at this time, at about 9:45, this is when I'm looking for, can I get into short in AMD? Can I get into short in Intel, which I'll get to in a second, all that kind of good stuff. And I just completely missed the best opportunity to get back in. Generally speaking, if I like a stock like this and it wicks me out early, I'm jumping right back into that trade. I did so yesterday on Neo, but this happened a little bit early in the session when I was still trying to get into some of the bigger cap names. Huge mistake for me on NIO today. But it ended up not really doing all as much. It never broke the 525 level. There was a question in the chat. Where was it? Who said it? Tony, hi Neil, you top ticked this short in Intel on this push. If you did, would you love to hear why you shorted it? So the short answer for why I shorted Intel is because it's Intel. The long answer for why, and if you ever wonder why I like certain prices, to me the most simplistic trade, technically speaking, is to find when a stock is trending down, find a previous support level to turn into resistance. That's the most simplistic thing for me. If I'm looking to short a pop, then the lowest hanging fruit is where did it find a bid before, and does that turn into a sell zone? So it caught a bid at about, and this is like early pre-market, it was about 1911, 1912 or so. So I just pulled on over. And if you look at what happened at that price earlier in the day, like I was short into this level where it bounced. And when it rolled over, it essentially was the same price. Like this is the same price. That 1912 I just talked about, it turned at 13 and then made a lower high where I was telling you guys in the middle of the day, in the lesson of the day, that I should have shorted right in there, which would have been about 1904, 1905 with a stop at 1907. So absolute blind luck, later in the session, it pops to the exact level that I wanted to short but didn't short at 1024. And I happened to be sitting in my station when it happened. Every now and then the market gives you a trade back that you should have already had in the first place. And you know the level because you were watching it and you missed it. And then it comes right back to that price and gives you that chance. So you want to have muscle memory when it comes to price levels. If you know the stock, the levels that it traded at. When it's popping to the upside, I'm thinking, does it get to that price? Because that's where I wanted to short it that last time through. So I didn't get top wick ultimately, but it's like that's the level that it turned at before. And that's the most simplistic thing when you're looking at or trading a stock. And it's why Sharif likes to say, both Sean and Sharif like to say it, like, don't let the stock off the hook. I don't remember who said it first, but that's what it means. If a stock that you like goes to a price that you like, or the direction that you want, then you want to take the trade. I understand if you're under a PDT rule, you can't always do stuff like that. But when you're at a prop floor and you can make as many trades as you want, if it's still setting up and the trend is good, why wouldn't you get back into the trade? Unfortunately, on Neo, I did not, despite how cool that car may or may not look.
Yeah, I mean, the car was all right? I mean, like I said, I described that it has certain features of a car. It's acceptable. Nonetheless, but again, I don't know how it drives, so that would be the whole experience, right? You get the car for multiple things, and one main thing is to drive you around and give you a good experience. So
Some people just care about getting point A to point B. Like, not everybody's about driving for the fun of driving.
No, of course, but it's like if
everyone's
it's
different.
uncomfortable, that's a little. That might be a little bit of an issue. But yeah,
That car is
that
definitely comfortable. I mean, I'm sure it's comfortable.
It looked comfortable. Yeah, let's say that. So VWAP hold. We were talking about the $5 level in the pre-market right there, and we did break through that $5. Got up to 5.18s, but a little bit of a sideways chop. Holding on to VWAP, a little bit of VWAP orbit here around that $5 mark on NEO. Now, taking a look at the daily chart, we can see that it's been in a little bit of a run over the past few days right here. Since I guess end of August, you had that strong little flush right there, and then post earnings as well, getting that bid through earnings, even before earnings coming in, and then a little bit of a gap and push off of earnings, attempting to push back up into its former glory. Let's see if this double bottom or this bottom here at that 361 is it. But taking a look at a higher time frame, you can see on the weekly, oh boy, have we come from quite a way there. All-time lows being here at that $1.19 all the way from early 2019 as well. So right place at the right time, a little bit of a hype through 2020, 2021, and then that nice little backside coming in over multiple years here on NEO. Yes, sir.
So there was a very quickly here.
About that.
Not to interrupt, but there was a huge volume spike and a big wick through the low of the day here on JP Morgan. As you can see right here, here's what just happened. JP Morgan's going to report customers who exploited a TikTok glitch to authorities, investigating thousands of potential check fraud cases, and will share evidence with local police. So JPM gonna snitch on all them TikTok people that made that coin.
Oh,
I'm just saying. And okay, I'm an old man, so every now and then I'm gonna rant and stuff. Now, if you're gonna do if you're gonna do something to exploit or whatever, like, or make a little bit extra money, or just there's a glitch in something and you want to show it off, what's with the deal of let me just show everybody that I'm doing it? Like, why would you film yourself doing it and then try to get big? Because if you're just getting free money off of something, why don't you just keep the money and keep it to yourself? Because at least that way you're less likely to get caught, and then not as many people are gonna know about the glitch because you didn't share it, and then you would make more money off of it. I mean, that's where my head goes with all that. So I never really understand the mentality behind it. Everyone wants to get themselves out there. Like I said, I'm just an old man. But that was a pretty hefty volume spike on JPM. So apparently they don't like it when you snitch. Just broke the low, and it's trying to come back into the upside as we speak. JP Morgan down 2.5 points today. Not very good. So when the futures lost that bottom, this was the stock that Chris said when the Bretcher ledge broke, this is the one that he wanted to short. So let me go look, and I'm just going to do this where I'm pulling up my ES. So when did we lose 5,500 on the way down? That's about here. That's too early. That's 9 o'clock. So you got to look for the retest. So let's call it, that's like 11 o'clock. Sorry, this is futures time. So it's 10 o'clock there, and that's 11 o'clock. So what happened at 10 and 11? So at 10 o'clock, you are here. Okay, you easily could have just shorted VWAP. And at 11 o'clock, you're getting this spike. So I'm going to talk to Chris next week. And if he didn't have one of those two JP Morgan, I know he did. That's how he rolls. But that was a pretty hefty spike. When the market popped back up to retest the Bretcher legend the other way, he would have been able to short JP Morgan through 216. And this was the stock he picked. He said he wanted to find something that was lagging a little bit. So a good look there. Yeah, you guys can explain all that TikTok logic to me. It doesn't make any sense. Why are you going to out yourself? Why would you film yourself committing a crime? Or it's not even a crime, or just exposing something. You're young, maybe you understand it, Obi. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know what's really going on there, but something interesting. I did pull up the JPM chart here, coming into a couple, potentially significant levels. Here's an anchor. The blue anchored is to prior earnings right here from Friday, July 24th. And then this red anchored is off of that August 5th kind of dump here. A little bit of a cross of those. We're coming into those levels right here off of this flush. So it could be interesting here. 210 on that earnings anchored, and then 211.66 on off the anchored on the dip. Lots of volume coming in and picking up the ticker off of that August 5th. Now again, not only is that the case on JPM, but multiple tickers as well. A lot of things have been bid up from that August 5th drop there, and we are coming in to some of those levels here on JPM on this flush in today. So it should be interesting. A little bit of a sandwich between 211s and 211 halves and 210 halves is where both of those anchors lie. And as of right now, we did dip into that area and take a look at that. A little bit of a wicking action with some strong volume. This is, Neil, the strongest volume bar on the day as of right now. That's pulling into that prior anchored level. So let's see whether or not some of these levels hold. If it gets below, it would technically mean that any and every long from both of those events would be a little underwater. I would say, or at least half of them.
Like usually that's kind of like a reversal candle, but I feel like going long when they're basically like snitching everybody, and everyone in the chat's like, "Oh, it was a crime. It's check fraud that everyone was doing," which makes it even more weird that they would rat on themselves like that. But yeah, unless it regains, when you get a reversal candle like this, like a huge volume candle with a wick like that, unless it breaks back above prior resistance, you can't look at it as a reversal until it's back above like 212.30. Like it has to regain that bottom, unless it's just still a short. So yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that one. GameStop's trying to hold VWAP, so I'm gonna go back over to GME. Just made a nice little bounce off VWAP here. The thing I don't like about it is if you look at that kind of double top, like since the last move, now you're starting to form a bit of a downward pattern. Like you could join it like this if you wanted to, or you could join it like this, which I'm more inclined to. Either way, like very clearly, like you can maintain this resistance, bounce off VWAP and break it out. So when I say I want something to consolidate, in a general sense, what I mean is I want it to hold VWAP and then break away from either one of those loose trend lines, right? So that's what I'm looking for in GameStop. I mean, I don't have to leave those in. Like visually, it kind of makes sense to everybody. I know sometimes I'll draw them, sometimes I won't, but that's what logically when I say I want it to hold VWAP and then break out, it needs to break somewhat of this downward trend, which it hasn't done. You need to be patient. This market doesn't want to go. Like we're just about to test the ES bottoms again. The NASDAQ is on the lows. Just to go back to what I am in, I have a bid down at 75 for obvious reasons on Intel, and then the low of the day is going to come into play. But I'm looking over at some other names here that we haven't even touched today.
What are those?
Like one of them, so I'm looking at Micron. Let me go to the daily chart first. So I know no one ever likes picking bottoms on a day like today, but if you look at where Micron bounced, so this is that August 5th, everyone's crying day, and then it holds on to 86, the next level. It's at 86 right now. So like essentially where it held the higher low is where Micron is trading right now, holding yet again a higher low. If the market is able to reverse, I want something that with room to go that's not making fresh lows when the market's making a fresh low. And that's at a good level. So Micron kind of fits into that category, where if it holds on to the higher low and the market decides to bounce and there's some short covering, I guess, going into the weekend, then this would be a name. But it has to hold on to that higher low. Until then, I'll look for GameStop to be the way as long as it can break out of this trend line, GME, which it's struggling to do, unfortunately. Like, look at it. It just cannot seem to catch a bit of a bid. Where the buying's gone, the volume's dead. Maybe there's something else moving. I keep my eyes on the scanner to see what's going around, but there doesn't seem to be too much of anything that's making some fresh highs or wanting to break out or doing relative volume right now.
I think that things are just attempting to potentially push day lows here, Neil.
Yep.
I see that Sinful Davey in the chat. Why does Obi use 15-minute charts? Well, I don't just use 15-minute charts. I use 3-minute charts. I use 5-minute charts, 30 minutes as well. Hourlies. We had this conversation last time as well. I like the 3-hour. I like the daily as well, weekly. Kind of building a bigger picture perspective, right? If you're kind of locked into the 1 minute at all times, I guess it's not. I don't know. I don't really like to I guess operate like that. But 1 minute, a little bit too choppy for me. I know people like the 2 minute as well. 3 minutes. I definitely vibe with the 3 minute for sure. Here, it kind of cleans up the action on the 1 minute, gives you a little bit of a bigger picture. And again, 15 being a multiple of 3s and 5s there, kind of giving you a little bit of a bigger picture perspective as well. Also kind of chops up the day chops up the hour into quarters as well. So that's I also like that look. And again, taking into consideration the bigger picture price action is what I like to use, those multiple time frames before 4. Ponzi Fonzie saying SPY short. Let's take a quick look at the SPY. Oh boy, we are attempting to push day lows here on the Spider. So Spider definitely falling down a little bit there. A little bit of consolidation. 557s, 564s over the past couple of days there. Sure, you do attempt to break out. You do attempt to break down, but staying within the range. And then over the past couple of days, we did break that range low and started to fade in, and then I guess we're seeing some more of that similar action happening here on some of the other names as well on the day. There goes, is that low day? That's low. We're about
ES
15, 20 pennies away from day lows. ES lows for sure coming in on the Nasdaq as well. But yeah, nothing too much moving too crazily. Things were moving off of the open there, and we flushed to the downside. So I did kind of I did now I do want to be open. I did I guess shut down on getting too aggressive on the longs. Right, I was too aggressive. I kept on trying the long, being aggressive, getting chopped up, paper cut, and before you know it, you've spent too much risk on the day, Obi. You got to reassess your plans. You got to reassess your discipline, your executions, and maybe reassess your life as well, as that aggression is obviously not the best. Again, don't exactly. Fabian saying you got to check yourself before you wreck yourself, and I definitely wrecked myself today because I was not checking myself. Spent too much I guess aggression. Again, we talk about having rules, Neil. Today was a day I did not follow my rules. I have a 3-strike rule, being like, all right, if you're trying to attempt a direction, right? Getting long, get stopped out, getting long, get stopped out. I got long multiple times today, Neil. I think over 7 or 8 times I attempted the long, so definitely violated my rule. And it's clear when you violate your rules, the market is very unforgiving. So a little bit shut down on the day, but that's perfectly, I mean, it's not perfectly
so
okay.
Weird.
We're in the demo right now, trying to take reps, trying to build back, let's get a couple of wins under the belt in terms of decision making and process is the goal. So we come back on Monday swinging harder, right? What is the next trade? Where is the next trade? That's the mental that I like to have. And right now, I know it's not showing on the position board right there, but I do like this hold of that 101 on NVIDIA. Taking a look at NVIDIA. Now, again, I am long once again on NVIDIA after trying the long all the way to the downside through the range break. But take a look at this, Neil. One of the bigger candles on the day here, dipping off of 195 day lows, and we've been chopping sideways. So I do like that 102 hold that we're doing right now. Sure, we can continue to the downside, but this is holding and consolidating underneath that 18.5 as of right now. So again, where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Better decision making, better discipline. So Neil, I have a question for you.
The answer is maybe.
All right.
Okay, no, go ahead.
So
I'm just
clearly I'm not in the best mindset today. Not really, I guess, respecting or trusting this price action. That's clearly showing me that okay, VWAP is crashing. We're breaking below range lows. We're broken below multi-day lows below that 104. We're respecting the trend, which is basically the rejection of that 130, rejection of higher time frame trend resistance around there. We're continuing to the downside, back down into 100. So I don't know if you've gone through this, but what is something that you do to kind of get back on the horse when you've been on a bit of a losing streak, or like a little bit of a I'm not really following my playbook or my actions, or not really faltering on your discipline?
But you're gonna hate this answer.
All right.
Stop doing the thing that I was doing when I was making those mistakes.
All right.
So like the first thing I would do, like if I'm sitting there and I'm like fighting a stock, then the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just not gonna go the direction on that stock. Okay. Because from a psychological standpoint, like if you're breaking your rules, like that, like the thing that's causing you to break your rules is the worst place for you to be, because that's the one that like you can find a long somewhere else. And it's something, I have nothing against NVIDIA. Like you want to get reps on it because it does a ton of volume. There's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like there's probably a bunch of other things that could be bounce plays. Like find one, like a bounce play that's doing something. Find a long that's following a rule of yours. Here's an example. Hey Davis says take a walk. No, I just saw in the chat. Here. Fluffy Hippo. And I'm showing you guys in the chat just so I didn't make up this name, man. Like, hey, Neil just said Fluffy Hippo said Palantir's along. No, Fluffy Hippo just said Palantir looks good. So here is what I would say to that. PLTR. You want to look for the market to bounce and find a long bounce. Find a stock that's following a rule that you would, generally speaking, want to be long it anyways. So here's an example of that. Palantir, do I have a level where I'd be buying from where I'd know I'm wrong? Previous day 30, is 30 significant? Well, it was this morning, and then it was resistance, then it was resistance, then it was support, then it was support, and it's bouncing off 30 for scalp trades into 20, which also happens to be opening range tops. So like this is actually setting up a long, which would probably follow a lot of people's playbooks. You can just long off VWAP, give it to 29.95. Now I sound like an infomercial. Give it to 29.95 down here. Scalp it to here. If it breaks out that, take it to there. If it breaks out the top, you're going. And if the market goes, you're good to go. But the stock that you haven't been right on is usually the one that you're going to have the least clear sense of how to read it. And sometimes you just got to be scanning. I'm always looking for other things. The other thing you can do is I'm on the imbalance locator, but you can go through like a quote board, maybe scan to see what isn't as bad today. Oh, AMC's up today. And just sort of look at what's actually up. Really not a heck of a lot. The GameStop and AMC and Chipotle apparently is having a decent day. It's just my quote board. Like you find things that aren't as bad in that sense and look for longs there. But I actually kind of like this Palantir. And Palantir looks pretty good off this 30. Someone seems to be in rather control of it with this triple top. I don't know that I want to take a breakout with the market's at its lows. Maybe it dips into VWAP. I'm going to throw Palantir up here because GameStop is not looking good anymore. But Palantir does look pretty good. It gets to VWAP, maybe consolidate after this break. And if the market rallies, you've got a stock which is already green and already relatively strong. So shout out to Fluffy Hippo.
Yeah, Fluffy Hippo definitely pointing out some interesting price action. Yeah, that triple top looking quite enticing. We've held that base as well, whereas that 29 halves as well. So looking pretty decent. It's building up, right? And then that's VWAP on your screen as well, right? So we're holding VWAP, Confluence with a whole dollar mark at 30 as well, and we're attempting to push back up. And yeah, no, I guess the market is at its lows, but the market has been failing to follow through its lows, right? We had that aggressive flush off of the open, and then you kind of have a dead stop right here at this 18,450. You attempt to push below it multiple times. You attempt to push up as well through that 18.5. But take a look at this, man. We're just chopping sideways right now, so nothing too crazy is moving, but we are holding a little bit of support here. Let's see if that support gives away. I'm curious to know, going into the end of the week, will the Nasdaq close above or below that 18.5? And I see you reaching for it already.
This time I'm not going to shake while I'm asking the question, because I screwed that up last time.
All right.
Will the Nasdaq close today above 18.5?
What does that say?
It's upside down. Give me a second.
Oh.
More sure than anchored VWAP.
Whoa, okay, all right.
So I guess that's a yes.
Apparently that's a yes.
More short, so we're going to close above 18.5 according to the Magic 8 Ball. Remember, that's just a specialty Magic 8 Ball. Shout out to Mr. Westermeyer, one of our fantastic viewers who gifted us. Actually, both of them. We had an older one. I have no idea where it is now.
It's right there on the other side.
Oh yeah, it's on the midday desk. Yeah. So Palantir's pulling back. I'm going to look for VWAP. It actually looks like a good setup. Like, show me a stock that's strong, and I'd rather play. If you're playing range bound in the afternoon. One order, not two. If you're playing range bound in the afternoon, then I'd rather be buying dips on a strong stock or relatively strong stock than trying to catch a bottom. The reason I pivoted from GameStop, I mean, it doesn't look bad yet. It's not like it's bouncing off VWAP, but it's not really breaking the next level out and breaking this downward trend. You're just not getting a heck of a lot out of it. I also took a little bit more out of Intel as the market was making a bit of a bounce, but you're starting to look a little bit better. I mean, that NVIDIA of yours, it is looking better. I just rather find something which is a little bit strong.
Yeah, I guess
Palantir definitely fits this bill. I'd rather lose on a strong stock long.
Yeah, I guess that's definitely fair. I'm doing a bit of a scan here, looking at all the well, not all the chips, but some of the chips that I do have kind of on watch along with the TQs. Interestingly enough, NVIDIA is holding like that dip into that 195 level right now is a bunch of anchored VWAPs from the past that are just hovering above that 100 mark. So I have here, what is that? Was it 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 anchored VWAPs? Some of them might be from earnings, some of them might be from significant events from the past as well. Again, confluence with volume, but that 101 area holding on top of those as well. Rivian Millionaire talking about Google, Goog with an L. So let's take a look at this goggle here as well. So let me pull up some of these Mag 7s here. Mag 7s, yeah, pretty much looking very similar to the ES and NQ. So so a little bit of a bid coming in on that Google as of right now. So I just got to pull up that read real quick.
That's okay, because, Obi, now you're going to want to pay attention to this. Everyone out there is going to want to pay attention to this, because this is a true game changer for stock traders.
Yeah, you can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
You better believe it. Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money. No more PDT rule. You can even have a funded account of up to $260,000, Obi.
Yeah, you can trade real shares and you don't have to trade alone. You can short any penny stocks. You can trade with other traders in Trade the Pool community on Discord. So search for tradethepool.com and you'll find all the information you need. I wish there was something like that when I started trading. It's amazing. Definitely a little bit of a community, a little bit of a Discord group can go a long way, especially when you're starting off with trading. So any sort of community to kind of gauge the scene, I would say is definitely a good place to begin.
No questions asked. And truthfully, every single time we talk about this, it's really important to understand that trading is not easy. It's never been easy. I had this conversation with a trader, and we were sort of just talking strategy and developing, which is always great. It's always fun to be able to do that one-to-one. It's fun to do it with you guys, but it's fun to do it one-to-one sometimes, which we don't get a chance to do as much when we do the show. But one of the things we talked about, just giving an offhand comment, I wish I had been a trader this time, or like 10 years ago. And everyone always used to say that. I remember after 2008, traders would come in and say, oh man, I wish I had started and got to trade the financial crisis, or I got to trade that market. And I actually said to them, there's maybe 4 or 5 moments on the floor. In my 20 years, there's about 4 or 5 periods under which pretty much everybody doing a certain strategy that had half a brain was making money, and they'd only last for a few months. So it happened back after the dot-com bubble burst. There was a couple of months where like everyone doing something would make money. 2008, it was really easy to make money momentum trading, and so everyone touching it was pretty good. There was when Fannie and Freddie had their big crisis, trading those was kind of free money in the moment. A few years back, marijuana for like 3 months at the end of the year was every single person on the floor dropped what they were doing to trade marijuana stocks every single day. Like those types of things are there, but the actual nitty-gritty of trading is always challenging. There's no such thing as sustained free money. Even 2020 in the pandemic, like there were lots of great opportunities, but you can't just sit there and say this era I would have just printed. No, you always have to put that work in. You always want to have a community behind you. You always want to have someone to run ideas past that keeps you in check, And you always want to have someone like Fluffy Panda giving us ideas. So I decided, okay, so I was going to buy VWAP in here, and then something different happened. So it ended up wicking the previous low. We'll see it here, and then holding a higher low. So I entered here at the quarters, technically 24 as I got to fill, that I'll just give to this local bottom here, about 10 cents worth of risk on Palantir to play into this 30-40, which is about 15 cents higher. Lets me get some out at 1-to-1, which I can sit on the offer in case it wants to make that move here into this range. And if it makes the break, great. I'm going to stop out there and then get to VWAP. If it gets to VWAP, fine. Like I'm going to get VWAP if we can. I'll get out and be willing to re-enter at VWAP. That's the best way of thinking about it. It's not that I'm not abandoning a VWAP dip, but if it's going to break this top and consolidate higher, then I want to join the move. The market's not doing anything, and this is a strong name. So it is what it is. And I like this one, L87P. Buy low, sell high.
Okay.
Now, I'm not making this up. The very first day when I was a trainee for the prop floor, and this is like 20-something years ago. The very first day, we're doing classroom for like 3 days before we even got onto the trading floor. And the very first day, the owner of the company comes in And he says everybody wants to buy low and sell high. If you want to be an active day trader, you better get accustomed to sometimes buying high and selling higher.
Yes.
And what he meant by that was if the trend is up and you only want to buy low, sell high, you're not going to make any trades. And if the stock is just only going up, you got to be able to join. So this is an example of that. Like, yeah, ideally I'd like to be long at VWAP, but I'm not in it. Fluffy Panda's in it, probably. And then I'm going to buy in here and give it to that. And if it continues its upward trend, if you had done that since the big bottom, higher low, maybe you're taking this long into VWAP, who knows? But you have all kinds of opportunities where you can buy not at the low and sell higher. So you got to be willing to do some different things when you're trading. I think joining the trend is the most simplistic thing. Because if you lose, well, if it's trending up all day long, that means most of the entries have been good. So the odds are forever in your favor. Let's go to Adair.
Oh, this part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
That's okay. First of all, thank you very much, Adair. That's my bad, Fluffy Hippo. I think I did it like 2 or 3 times, and nobody corrected me until just now. It's Fluffy. I said Fluffy Panda.
Fluffy Panda.
And I don't know why I had
Where's
panda
that
in
from?
my head. Why would I have the panda?
Fluffy Panda.
I don't know. I have no idea why I had panda in my head, but it's Fluffy Hippo in the chat.
Panda.
Yeah. So, I know I got it right once or twice, but thank you very much. I never mean to get a name wrong. The chat flies really, really quickly sometimes, or like Obi will be talking, and I get to it, and I have to scroll to find it again. Shout out to A. Davis in the chat. While I'm waiting on Palantir to do something more than move 2 or 3 cents, my guys used to tell me, if you want to have longevity in the market, you better be able to short the market, or the market will let you off at the next stop. I think that's true. It's very difficult to be a single direction trader. That said, there's usually always something going up in a given day. It's challenging. And like, I'll take you back to, like back in 2008. Well, I mean, like back in the financial crisis, if you were uncomfortable shorting stocks, like the Greek credit crunch, like if you didn't want to short stocks, well, I have no idea what you were doing on those days. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of the best moves in 2008 were off of these ridiculous bottoms, where essentially you would just have market makers decide and make it very obvious, oh, we're buying Citigroup at this level. And it would be an even dollar level. And you would literally just punch like 1 or 2 cents above it. And you just see the millions of shares on the bid every now and then. It would happen like once a week. And you just go long in front of it. And you'd get like this 2-cent risk trade that would go 10 or 15. It was just easy peasy. Like anybody could do that. But that doesn't happen all the time. Like you had to be shorting most of the time in 08. And I'm not saying you can only go short or only go long. You find what works for you. But ultimately, you have to be flexible. You can't be married to only one way of doing things. It's a good way to get yourself into trouble. So come on, Palantir. You know what you're supposed to do, which is go a couple more pennies in here to get me my first exit. Good thing we got some more out of Intel, because that's starting to creep back to the upside. I'm making the assumption that NVIDIA is looking good.
Yeah, NVIDIA's pulling up into that 103 here. I guess, again, position board not updated. Again, just taking trades in the demo right now to put in those good reps. But again, had a little bit of a long on top of that 102, stop out right below, get back in on the reclaim. A little bit of a sideways hold. I like this hold on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can get through that 18.5. A little bit of a support showing up after a strong day of selling. I like that. I guess my average right now is 102.20s. But we're pushing into that 103 right now. No real size showing up at that 103, but that prior high right here, 103 quarters, just above that 103 quarters. Let's see if the NASDAQ gets above that 18.5. Again, the Magic 8 Ball has spoken and said more sure than anchored VWAP, right? That's what it was.
And you love anchored VWAP.
I do like anchored VWAP. Again, little showing us again. Shout out to Brian Shannon, showing us where some potential participants maybe sitting as well, right? So it gives a nice little perspective. And I don't know if it's too short, but it's a good place, I think, to look at. And that 18.5 is definitely a good. Well, I think it's a good look there as we're holding in and around that area, just 50 points below 18,450, holding as a bit of a base. We attempted to push down a little bit lower, but again, after almost a 500-point flush off of those highs in the morning session right there, we have held 500 points lower. So let's see if anything else is really curling here. Again, Nvidia might be really the only one that's looking like it's attempting to curl, but still a little sideways as of right now. Looking at some of these other chip stocks, everything looks relatively the same there, Neil. Everything got crushed in the morning session, and now we're just pretty much consolidating sideways for multiple hours. Oh boy, and Tesla is still continuing to the downside.
Tesla is a dog.
Tesla's continuing to go. There is not one.
Even Apple looks really weak right now.
Higher time frame here, I guess. Let's go to 30-minute. There's not too many green candles here, even on a 30-minute chart. Straight to the downside. I got a lot of lines on there. But kind of clean that up. That 235 definitely a little distinct there. We're pulling into some of these levels from earlier on in the week. Aggressive selling to the downside. The short was definitely the way to go today. And yeah, let us know in the chat. Have you guys been shorting anything off the open, or did you guys short anything off of the open? Did you take some of those range breaks? We talk about kind of ranges when they break out or break down could start trending, and a lot of things. I guess not necessarily a lot of things, but the thing that did distinctly do that was Nvidia back through that 104 down into 101s there. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at.
Well, that's a challenge.
Freddie, the friendly guy, is saying, come on, man, seriously, look at the 3-month and the 6-month on the Qs and NVIDIA. The gravity is tremendous. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Let me show you my NVIDIA chart on a higher time frame. I know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to that. But the thing is, I gotta do better at respecting myself and respecting the charts as well. Take a look at this. One day, actually, no, you know what? We'll go to, I like the 3-hour. It's much cleaner because it also captures some of that pre-market after hours action that does kind of include some of those pre-market events. You have economic numbers that come out at 8:30. You have news events that sometimes come out in the pre-market or after hours that bring in volume. You have earnings that also come out in the pre-market and after hours. So I do like to capture all of that information, and that hence why I don't just like to use the daily charts. I want some of that information as well on my chart. So taking a 3-hour or like an hourly as well, I do like, and take a look at that. Oh boy, yeah, a lot of lines there, but multi-time frame trend resistance here, higher time frame trend resistance from all-time highs coming in. We attempt to push those, and yes, sir, Freddie, the friendly guy, the gravity is definitely immense. We attempt to push that. A little bit of a consolidation breakdown. Now, these are some anchors. That's the anchored from August 5th. We broke that on Tuesday, right? So we broke that, anchored on Tuesday. So that's definitely interesting. And now we're coming into some of those levels here. A little bit of trend resistance that did break initially, and we're coming right off of that as well. So a little bit of confluence happening there as well. But yeah, bigger picture, we are kind of rejecting some of these highs. We've been making lower highs there. We attempted to push and we couldn't really make it, and we flush all the way from 130s off of a 130 failure to follow through down to 100. So yeah, definitely a lot of gravity to this situation when it comes to chips. And yeah, NVIDIA is definitely a chip with the dip over the past, I guess, how many days is this since we actually kind of broke down? It's been about 9 to 10 days since that has happened. So yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, so yeah,
it's power hour.
Freddie the friendly guy. Thank you.
Freddie the friendly guy. There was a question in the chat, and it was like, can you find a time frame under which Coinbase chart looks good? And I'm going to save you. So while Obi was talking, I checked. My answer is no. I actually couldn't find a time frame under which I thought the chart looked good for Coinbase. So I'll save you going through all of them, and just the answer was no. If you were curious about that, it looked bad on every time frame I checked, like every single one. Like it didn't matter. And that should say something if you're not willing to short stocks. Palantir just tagged the 30s, so it is still going into the upside. And this is how it always works. So Palantir, consolidation, break higher a little bit here. And the stock that I didn't play, GameStop, also wants to start breaking out. But it hasn't broken this top. But what it has done is a hold of VWAP and the consolidation above. This is, it's eerily identical setups in stocks that are relatively strong. Now, it's not doing a ton of volume here. I'll grant you that on GameStop. But it did break out of this little consolidation, call it 23.5. This is more like 58, and it's trying to hold this. I just need it to show a little bit more strength. It's on the back end. If it can show some strength over 60, it's a very similar setup to what we just took over there in Palantir. So again, a relatively strong name. Just want to see a little bit more out of it here in Jimmy. And I never looked at, I know I was surprised, and I said, oh, AMC's up today. Well, I should have just realized it would just go up at the moment that GameStop went up. The reason why GameStop, not AMC, is it's doing a little bit better volume. It's a bit better of a breakout. AMC can't break $5, and yeah, AMC can't break $5. That's sort of the problem with AMC. I don't mind squeeze names if they're breaking something out and are strong. And if you look at this stock, it's easy to say. Until it breaks $5, you need to have it at lows off the bottoms. When it's close to $5, you want to wait for it to see if it can hold above $5. And that's the story with AMC. Don't mind trading anything, but GameStop has been doing things the last few weeks, whereas AMC is doing nothing till it breaks 5, in my opinion. So yeah, GameStop's starting to find some weakness in here. Needed holding this $23.50 level for that similar setup, or you got to wait until VWAP there. Hey Davis, GME is called Jimmy. That's what we try to call it. Jeremy Newman, is it actually going to be an hour of power? Can't make the markets move. I'd like it to be so. I just watched a few things spike. There's a move in IBIT, so Bitcoin started to make a move. You got Nvidia at VWAP, which is going to bring me right back to Micron. What's Micron doing? Yeah, Micron's trying to go. Right, Micron, remember I said I kind of like this one given where it was on the daily chart? Well, you've got VWAP, you've got this test here, and then you have about 86.80. Like if this can break out, get above this 86.75, the 86.80 level, but show me that you're breaking VWAP at least. Otherwise, that's not enough for me. Relatively weak names, Apple. That's still weak, but I'm past looking for the shorts. I want to try something reverse to the long side. Micron's not there yet. I hate coming back into GME, but it's the one holding some higher lows, and we're already in Palantir. Did we miss a super chat? We might have missed it.
Western. Yeah. Perhaps? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, we did get one.
Wind.
That's my bad, Mr. Westermeyer. Thank you very much. WINT, 275, buy and forget.
Ooh, okay.
Well, I'd never consider buy and forget on any small cap runner because I think that's how bag holders are created in a general sense. We've all done it before. There's nothing incredibly wrong
Buy
about
and forget, sell and forget.
This is really not doing any. What the heck is with the volume on this thing? Why are we even looking? It's done 100,000 shares of volume today, 160,000 shares worth of volume. You're looking at this low right here. Okay, so fine. Post split, bottom 275, 275. It's at 275. If by buy and forget, you simply mean buy and give it 5 cents and then hope it squeezes, crazier things have happened. I'd never want to own things like this. Look at the chart. It doesn't even have a green day. What you can usually do with these is, well, if it's going to hold 275, then let it hold 275 and break it back out at like 330 or somewhere in here. Break it back out at 330. Actually give it 25 points of risk. And then if it doubles up, you have a reasonable risk to reward and you're catching it on the other end. But I never want to catch a falling sword. Like these stocks, they reverse split, they come back, they break the low, they go back to penny stock, they reverse split, blah, and then rinse and repeat over and over again. I think usually I want to get them on an upswing, if possible.
Yeah, also like that thing's been doing pretty much no volume on the day. I think that's, like you pointed out, that's definitely something to remember, something to consider. And yeah, sure, it did some volume a couple days ago, bringing that attention to the name. But take a look at this. We gave up pretty much that whole move, and then some. A kind of a slow bleed happening there on WINT. But yeah, Fabian with a dope pun coming out. He was saying the volume on the volume on this ticker definitely went. It's because it's not. It's definitely not there anymore, and it definitely went away. I like that one. Yeah.
Do you though?
No, it's good.
Really?
It's good. I guess it was better when
Not
you
just
said-
being
when you said
nice?
in my ear, perhaps. But yeah, no, I don't know too much about that one. And I think Neil's definitely right. A lot of these tickers, smaller market cap, they tend to be like repeat offenders. You look back at the chart, it's probably done more of the same over and over and over again. Take a look at that. I just
like
need
the
to pull
repeat
up the
offender.
weekly right there. And oh boy, you can see that this ticker, yeah, I'm pretty sure Wint was not. Oh, okay, we can keep
Whoa,
going.
what just happened?
We can keep going. I'm pretty sure that Wint was not a $7 million, 10 million. Oh, we keep going. 20 mil, 40, 50 mil. Oh boy. The high. Oh, wait,
Is that
this
even
one.
real?
So the
No,
high
that-
of Wint is at $157 million. So are we going to play the reversion on this one, Neil? It's trading at $2.83. I could make a fortune.
That's worse than Camber Energy. I always
Talk about a
thought
back-to-back split fest. Yeah, this
I thought
is definitely a repeat offender.
No, I thought
100% a repeat
CEI was the worst stock in the history of the market, or like that or
CEI is
Mullen.
definitely- Camber is definitely one of them.
Camber's one of them. CEI, but wow, WINT. I had no idea. That is that's putrid.
Yep.
It really is.
That's
Not to
dangerous
harp
stuff.
on it, but
I mean, you can think about it the other way as well. What a beautiful swing short.
I mean, if you're into
If
that,
you're talking about like long-term swings and your fees are like low
Never getting
on
out.
the borrows, you just wait for it to go to zero, right?
Get
And you're short
low.
from what? 150 million? That's wild. That's wild.
That's and that, everybody, is why hedge funds make a lot of money, because when
Really,
people
hedge
are
funds that revolve around swing shorts.
yeah, that's, and believe me, they'll just sit on that thing and short every single pop, and like that's their
Sit on
entire.
that thing.
There's probably a firm somewhere that like 90% of everything they made was shorting WINT.
Yeah.
Over the last over years, seriously. And then that's how the GameStop thing happened, because it's the same thing. Like you make a bunch of money always shorting them pops, and they actually got squoze, and they finally lost one. But then for every GameStop, there's like a million other, or 100 other small cap penny stocks that have been leaned on. And what's crazy about it is you could always see when they release the offer, when it tries to regain compliance and wait for it to pop the dollar. I used to trade penny stocks. Those were the best days to be long. And you'd see it happen. Like the market makers that would be there regularly holding resistance levels, like when it would start making the rally to $1, when you're getting in that last 30 days where you got to get compliance, someone's trying to get it to the dollar level, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we'll just let it break the dollar, and then everyone's going to be trapped when it breaks out, then they start shorting it again. And you'd be long those couple of days when they're trying to run it to the dollar. That's old school stuff. It doesn't really work that way anymore. It's never that obvious. Outside of the one time Mullen needed to hold the dollar for like 9 days in a row or some nonsense. And then it was very obviously somebody was buying it into the close, and you could just kind of, if you saw the big bid, you just buy in the last 15 minutes and see if they could get it to the dollar for the close. This is me trying to get into GameStop. I didn't. It's trying to go up. It might just break out this top. I don't want to take a break. I do want to play a dip buy if I can. So I'm still sitting on the bid here in the 60s to try and pick it up here. This is going, the market's going. Palantir just tagged 40, so we're able to get that. We're ringing a little register there. You just got to be patient and maybe even have a fluffy hippo whisper in your ear that Palantir is doing some things.
Yeah.
One of those two things will be good for you.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Neil, on the big bids. I love big bids, and I cannot lie. That is definitely, I'm pretty sure other brothers cannot deny. But somebody in the chat, I'm forgetting who it was, right here tagged me. I think NYC Urbanista saying, take a look at Wheeler. WHLR. So I did pull up the weekly on this one. Now I know this one's been having some significant volume as of late, but we're seeing a similar kind of story here, right? This is definitely like I don't think I would take. Now this is just my personal opinion, right? This ticker, I'm pretty sure was not $38,000. It's just proof that they've been splitting back to back over and over again since 2012. Right? So it is definitely a repeat offender. If it's done it once, it'll do it again, and it has been doing more of the same, just back to back, just flush right here. So yeah, okay, you go down to the shorter time frame, and then yeah, it looks spicy as of recent over the past couple of days, but more, I don't know. Let's take a look at Wheeler again in a couple of weeks and see where it's at then, right? more likely than not, if it hasn't dissipated, if the bid hasn't really broken down, more than likely going to be back where we started on this one when kind of eyes are definitely off of this ticker, and that's when that swing short strategy definitely comes into fruition there on some of these smaller caps. Now again, market cap 2.35 million, Neil. So yeah, anybody with a little bit of a pocket change can come in to this ticker, corner the float, manipulate prices.
How much do we need?
2.35 million.
Oh, I got $4.
$4.
That going to do it?
That's
This is actually more than $4
Like,
though, because this is American money.
Yes.
So like here, this is a toonie,
That's a toonie.
but the
toonie is Rameen.
Oh, the toonie is Rameen's. Wow, you're very particular about this toonie. That's okay. I'll
So I
make
guess
sure.
we only have $2 then.
Then we only have $2, but that's more than
right.
$2. It's U.S. money.
Well, here's the thing: we need at least $2. So we're somewhere. We're almost there. Just need 2.34xx million.
The market's turning
Keep
again.
going. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback here coming into that 103 on the NVIDIA as well. So I got to keep an eye on that one there. This 18.5 test, right? That we were talking about that 18.5 being a little bit interesting. Let's see if there's any follow through on the bid back up. Softy catching a little bit of a bid as well. Apple, slight little bid to the upside here, printing 220.80s as of right now. Any of the chips turning right now? Nothing really. TQ still a little bit sideways, as you can see on the NASDAQ here. Haven't really broken past that. ARM catching a little bit of a bid. 114.91 is the day low. Intel, Neil, is all
just got back to
pretty
19.
much back to 19. So I see that you are reloaded on that one there.
I don't have that key.
Yeah,
I don't have the reloaded key.
I don't have it either.
I need that one. Get me the reloaded key. I just realized I don't. Sure, I'll hit like awesome.
Yes.
But I don't know if it is yet because I just reloaded it. So it could actually be bad. I have no idea. But Intel just got right back into resistance. So it's just above 19. Like this local high is technically 1905, and then this resistance was 1907. But I am back into it. If it pops down underneath VWAP, we'll look to take some out underneath VWAP. Apple, I was saying Apple's weak under my breath. I'm going to quickly do this for you. Here's Apple. Like you can sort of see since that wick, and the reason I'm doing this wick here is at 11 o'clock when everything spiked, and I'm talking about everything spiked for a good couple of minutes, and it looked like a big reversal play. This was the top of that range, and then this was a lower high. Now it's done this a couple of times. Apple breaks this trend, play long into VWAP is generally what I would want to do. So Intel was a new one. I did just get picked up in GME. Looks over. How much do I like that? There is no way I'm adding to that. My stop is already underneath 55. That's a bit of a hammer down where we just got in. So GameStop, very similar setup to Palantir, which already worked. At this point, can't lose money on it. Gonna leave the stop in. I haven't really moved my stop. Actually, no, that's not true. When I got the second fill and it got up to this level, then I moved my stop underneath here, which would be about break even. So we go under that. I don't want to use sticky keys. So if we go under that break even, I'm out, and that's when it tagged this resistance from earlier. So I am out of Palantir for no worse than flat on the last third, and GameStop is the new position to the long side after getting an Intel short. Hey, maybe this is the time Intel breaks out. I have no idea. GameStop 24 even looks like a little bit of a resistance spot, so I'm just going to pop on the offer just above 90 where it turned the last couple times, see if we can't catch a fill. And L87P, Coinbase does look brutal. It absolutely does. I concur with you. You just said that in the chat, and I have to agree 100%. Like I said, every single time frame I looked at the Coinbase chart, the 3-minute, the daily looks bad, the 15-minute looks bad, the weekly chart looks bad. I can pull up a monthly chart, but it doesn't look much better. I mean, the weekly chart could be worse. Actually, the weekly chart could be. It's not that bad, but then it just broke support on the weekly, and it's Friday, so you're going to close underneath support on the weekly side. It does look terrible. Every time frame, it's just a bad-looking chart, which is why
dropping it down.
Not a huge fan of it. It's just dropping. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all for coin. Right, I should be on the other side of 90. I'm on the wrong side.
We're holding above that 18.5 right now, so I'm kind of I got eyes on. Again, it's 3:17. We only have about 43 minutes left until the closing bell here. And yeah, Let's see if we close above or below that 18.5. A little bit of a flush coming into the end of the week. And now the question becomes: are we going to continue this going into the coming weeks? Right? NVIDIA 100 pretty key, I think. Key in my opinion. It might not be for others, but let's see what NVIDIA does in and around that 100 mark. I do want to point out that August 5th low right here, daily low. That was 90.69 on NVIDIA, and yeah, we are kind of headed in that direction on the weekly. Take a look at this gap down, a little bit of a doji indecision happening at that 120. Again, 130 failure to follow through, and then a strong quadrunk. We're down about 13.67% on the week here on NVIDIA, Neil. So yeah, we were talking about a couple of days ago. What was it? The largest market cap loss in history, right? Was it what?
Yep.
On NVIDIA, but take a look at this. This bar is I guess a little bit smaller than this bar. So just literally a couple of weeks ago, before that, it was August 12th, right there. We have one of the strongest days as well, right? And I guess you hear this often. Some of the strongest days or some of the weakest days are usually followed by some of the strongest and weakest days within again, maybe not right the day after, but within a reasonable range of time.
Well, that's the problem with NVIDIA. Like that was one of the first things that we were talking about. Like, how is it that you almost never see something like that, where it's that bad of a day, where that much value is wiped out, and then you get essentially the relief rally that everyone was anticipating. It's like, oh, what are you thinking? At the end of the day, on the 3rd, we were basically all saying, well, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? NVIDIA is going to go up. That's what everybody was saying. NVIDIA is going to go up, and it went up, and then it did not hold on to the gains. It came right back to the lows. That's bearish sentiment. So, I mean, I look at this and it's like, that's annoying. Thankfully, at least we got out of every long and managed to come out of it not too bad. It should have been a heck of a lot better, but that's bearish, 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 as far as I'm concerned. You want to hold on to those gains. When you get a relief rally or dead cat bounce, the whole idea is it's supposed to keep on bouncing, or at least hold some of those gains, because the shorts have taken their short-term profit, and the longs feel confident that you're not going to retest those lows, so they want to hold it for a little bit of a weekly swing, or at least a couple of days. And the chips are still bleeding, man. I don't like it at all. GameStop goes right into 23, like 90-ish, to print the mid-80s, and can't seem to break out 24. Now, the good news for GameStop, I think if it takes out 24, we get a retest of the highs. The bad news is it's already 320, so I do think it's going to have trouble with the way the volume is going to break out the highs. Probably not worth reloading this late. Like, look at the vol. It's trying to get there, but you need a little bit better than that to make it rally, and we're not seeing enough just yet. So I'd like it to go, but then I look at what happened in Palantir, which was strong. Like, it was able to get up to that 40 level, you get a couple pieces, and then immediately starting to pull back. Nice consolidation, but you're just not getting a big flash to the upside. It's like a nice grind to the upside, as opposed to, flying all over the place. Tisha Perkins used to be the king of small caps, somehow never trades them anymore. Everything comes in cycles. Things sort of change. Like back when we started and came to YouTube, it was like this was January during COVID. And for like a good year, you'd have these runners like all over the place. Like usually you'd come in the morning and the best thing to trade was some kind of a meme stock or a low float runner. And it was like that for a while. And then sentiment changed, and it just wasn't true anymore. And then the AI craze happened, and things shift. So don't get me wrong. Like, I'm
in the chips.
Yeah, you trade whatever is out there.
Yeah,
like,
what's moving, what has volume.
Put capital towards things that are actually making you money. And sometimes it's different one day to the next. Sometimes it's the same for a few months, and then you might shift. When I started trading, when I was a trainee, they put us on a group of stocks, tech stocks, and then eventually like small cap stocks. And then when I graduated, I chose penny stocks after that because it actually just made money for me. And you flip around from back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's got to make sense to you. There's always going to be a time, and it doesn't mean that small caps aren't still good. Like look at that Wheeler the last few days. I don't know. Is it? What was it? It's a WHLR. Is that what it is? WHLR.
LR, yeah.
Is that right? Wheeler.
Yep.
Like this stock, I mean, I haven't traded it. I know Sharif was looking at this. I think he was in it a few times the last couple of days. It's been good. A little choppy, but it's been pretty good. I'd say yesterday was much more clean because the way I would try to trade it, at least like yesterday, you could have had this nice little VWAP breakout trade, and then you would have had like the breakout of the highs late. But today, this is a chop fest. Like, I don't have many quality strategies for trading this because I'd have probably been long in here. That's not doing much relative to your risk. I guess maybe you could be long in here. I could have had this long, but then I'd be out of it when that broke. Yeah, it just looked pretty nasty there. I didn't catch that, Fabian.
Ooh, he found a screenshot of the first stream.
Like our very first stream ever? No way.
Yeah, let's see that. Okay, all right, that's dope. What?
You know, for a second, I actually thought you were serious and you had a real. That would have been really cool. Like we used to keep. We had video of like before we were even on YouTube. There's actual video when we were doing it internally just for the other offices here.
Those, yeah.
And it was different. It was different. I'll give it that. The quality was a little bit different. And I'd like to say I was awful. Horrible. I mean, I'm not that good now, but I was horrible. I had no idea what to say half the time. Like, we have to talk this long. It was just an absolute mess. You get used to it after a while. Obviously, that's not an accurate description of what we looked like before. I would never wear that ugly of a suit.
Yeah.
Like, look how horrible that is.
I mean, no, that's not.
I got more sense than that. How come look at Brendan. Can we go back to that for a second? Like, Brendan's just sort of chilling out there. Like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. You can put the heads on, they're going to look kind of good. Sean's making trades. That's what he's doing. It makes some sense. Brendan looks like he's going to a cocktail party.
My order right here.
No, like, why does Brendan look like he's going to a cocktail party? Anyways, that's neither here nor there.
He's like,
that's true OG.
You guys were bidding on Long Island iced tea, right? At that time?
Yes, greatest company in the world.
Let's go. All right.
That was what an absolute scam that was. That was terrible.
Yeah, East Dutch India Company. I don't know. Do they still trade? I don't know if they ever did. East Dutch India.
You know what? I have no idea. Matt Carnes wants to know about MCRB. Sure, not Matt. Sure, Matt. GameStop. Just very quickly, I'm going to rehash here. I pulled my reload bid on GameStop. Volume is not good. And it feels like it doesn't want to go to the next station, so I'll let it try to break out for any kind of a re-entry there. But it was MCRB. MCRB. No, maybe that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Let me try to find it again. It was Matt Carnes. Matt, I'll try to find it. I'm trying to find your message, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe just type it again, because I don't know if I got that symbol right. So put it in there again, and I'll have a look at it. But I did miss that symbol. Oh, goodness. Woo, guys, AI is the future. NVIDIA back to 1,000. Why not? Why not? Eventually, one day. Not today.
Yeah.
Definitely not today.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
I'm sure markets will eventually reclaim their all-time highs. Again, you look back at the charts. Markets apparently stonks only go up, right, Neil? And I always talk about this. The S&P is almost rigged to have. Well, if you want to call it rigged, it's like. It kind of kicks out the worst performers and it puts in the better performers and it sustains the best performing kind of company. So you can almost use it as a bit of an indicator of, I would say, maybe economic progress, perhaps, maybe, when it comes to certain fields and certain businesses and stuff. But I don't know. We just kind of a tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit type of theory there, maybe, perhaps. 103 is holding as we bid above that 18.5 on the NASDAQ. So we're attempting to push a little bit higher going into the last half hour. We only have about 34 minutes until the closing bell. Where is the next trade? What are you guys in? What are you guys trading? I know people were talking about Google. People are still talking about Google. Ian in the chat talking about Google as well. Oscar, almost power hour. Buddy, we are in power hour right now. 26 minutes into power hour. So let's see what that goggle is up to. Oh boy, Google is relatively weak, Neil. It has not bounced significantly at all, while some of these other tickers are attempting to bounce back towards their VWAP. Now I can tell right away, even without pulling this VWAP up, how far extended we are off of VWAP. So VWAP all the way at 153.15, and we're trading at 151.76 right now. So let's see if that kind of curls up. A little bit of a top there. Range highs at 152 on Google there. So let's see if that comes in with this bid coming into the market. What is going on, Adara?
I actually just got a bit of a update here from the Google antitrust situation, though there's not really much of a reaction here in the markets as of right now. CNBC saying that the judge has asked for the Department of Justice's proposal in the Google antitrust case by the end of the year. The decision is apparently likely speculated to take place by August 2025. So it'll be about a year until we get that decision. Also, as of this morning, too, we did have that update with Google and the CMA, so some of the British antitrust organizations, so GOOGL, some more antitrust concerns, though these ones will not be resolved in the U.S. until roughly August 2025, guys.
Ooh, okay. I mean, it's going to take these always take some time. So you get to wait a full year for that. That's fine. So we are breaking out a little bit here. I did say I like Micron a bit earlier, and it's taking a long time to do the same setup that everything else is. Hold VWAP, consolidate above VWAP, break out of consolidation, dip back into prior low. So there it is. Now, if it holds on to VWAP, great. But if it can't hold on to like the prior bar high, or I guess in this case low, then I'm going to jump out of it. The market is trying to get to the upside right now, but just understand it's not a huge move up in the context of where we went, but it is going to be a retest of like 18.56 on the NASDAQ. So when we get to that point, 20, 30 handles from now, I would be at least a little bit cautious with holding out, and we still have only 30 minutes to go. So you have to have like station-to-station type levels with only 30 minutes to go, 20 minutes till the imbalances. I'm looking at these quarters above 87 for Micron specifically. If I can get some out there, then I'm just going to pop on the offer. Palantir's still not really doing a heck of a lot more. Like, it just tried to break the highs again. Yeah, if it can't go, I'm going to tighten this stop up again on Palantir. Tried to break out again above 30.40, just not doing. I feel like this has got some room to run if it can take out that 40 level, but each time it gets up there, it just sort of rejects it. I'm going to tighten my stop on PLTR as it refuses to do what I want, which is go even more. Yeah, now Wheeler's going. Of course it is.
Yeah, maybe. I guess the good thing for those ones when they do start moving is like they will potentially trap shorts who are trying to get in on that swing short or maybe overnight short, and you get those Friday end of day squeezes. Now, if that's happening in the last half hour or even in the last 15 minutes, I found that more like again. If we're breaking tops and the market is at its lows and we're breaking tops on a name like that, which is clearly disconnected, there might be some other pressure to that buying, and that pressure kind of being a little bit of, I guess, maybe intraday shorts or short-term swing shorts as well on a name like this. Now, again, we talk about what is the probability of the ticker kind of pulling back in and reverting in the next couple of weeks.
One chance in 3. Micron just came out, so that ain't going. The market's, by the way, the market's pulling back a little bit here. NVIDIA back under VWAP, Apple back under. I know because Micron failed. I'm going to get to, Fabian just mentioned he did actually find a screenshot of the first stream. I don't believe him. I think we're going to get shenanigans again, but we'll see in a second. So I did come out of Micron. It could not hold on to the consolidation. At the same moment, Intel dropped back underneath VWAP, so maybe we'll get like 85s next. Got to go station to station here. It's not going to, look, Intel's not going to move more than this 30-cent range before we get the imbalances. That's it. So every 10 cents or so, you got to take profit. All right, Fabian, where is the screenshot of the first stream?
Ooh, okay.
Okay, that's very old.
Yep.
See, I was trading, look at that. I was trading Virgin Galactic, Codex. See, I did trade those stocks all the time. Valeria, oh my goodness, there we were. Those were the shirts.
Really changed,
so we had, our producer actually wanted us to wear specifically certain types of shirts. So we had like this like uniform. Like I had these 4 or 5 colors of the same shirt, and Sean had the same as well. And I'm wearing one of mine, he's wearing one of his there. Sean painting purple flowers in Apple. You know what I actually really love? It's too bad Sean's not here seeing this. See, see how well kept? Like, oh, he really did a job with the beard. It's like he got the good We must have gone to Halim that day or something, looking fresh. I'm not looking all that fresh. I have less gray in my hair, though. Definitely less.
Yeah, I mean, trading has definitely, I guess, I'm losing hair as well. From my,
Oh my goodness, I have way more.
Let's say.
Yeah, I have a lot more gray hair than I used to.
You know what they say? They say a lot of great traders either are going bald or they are already bald.
Now, in my defense,
that's what I've heard.
I love
rumor on the street.
Family comes first, but I started getting most of my gray from like the early lack of sleep when my daughter was born. That's when it started happening for me, and it is what it is. Like obviously sleep matters, but wow, and that's not even when we started. That's
the show, right?
It's one of the earliest streams that you could find there for Fabian. Yes. But believe me, it was even more gangster than that. We didn't have this fancy desk. It was way more gangster than that when we first started out. Like this is still very similar to what we're doing now. Believe me. Randy has some clips. I know we can find them somewhere. Randy's always hiding stuff, but he has the goods. I'm talking before we were on YouTube when it was straight up gangster. We were doing reviews of trading books and movies in the middle of the day.
Wow.
Like it was crazy. That's it was a lot of fun. We had some fun guests too. But a couple things moving here. So GameStop is now going again. Not bad. It just broke 24. So it just made the break at 24. If we lose 24, come back underneath here. We trail out. Otherwise, I'm holding for in here. 24.30. I'm just going to pop the quarters in. It's already 3.35 in here. So go GameStop. I want you to do a little bit of this. I know that's an AMC thing. I know. It's an AMC thing, but I don't have a specific GameStop key, so we're going to hit that one instead. Matt Karn says, embrace the gray. It's a sign of sophistication. You better believe it is. You will never, ever see me color my hair. I might shave it all off, but I'm not going to color it. And I will shave it all off. It's been my go-to plan. Eventually, let's go bald. It works for MJ, it can work for me.
I like that. Yeah, no, I guess that is potentially in the stars, I guess, for me as well. But yeah, no, have you ever thought about like a hair transplant? Perhaps?
No.
No.
I'm never doing that. First of all, that ain't in the cards for you, man. Like, look at your flow. In the cards for you, it's very kind of you to say that, Obi.
What do you mean?
I don't think you have those troubles, bro.
Oh.
You're good. You're good.
All right. I feel. How about that? I feel it coming. Let's say that. But yeah. Anyways. Nasdaq is holding 18 halves as
if the man has enough flow that he can do the tail in the back. I mean, come on, son.
Yeah.
What are we even talking about here? Like, look at me. Look at you.
I hide it well. Let's say that. I hide it well.
Hide it well.
Oh boy. All right.
Hide it.
Thank you. Thanks.
I know you didn't. Come on. Come on, son.
It's there. All right. So yeah. Rolati in the chat saying stay natural. Yes. JKL 146.
Oh, natural. Natural.
That's funny. Oh boy, indeed. Okay, so we are trading in and around that 18.5. Nvidia is trading a little bit higher here, 103.5. Kind of doing a little bit of a chip chop happening at that 103.5 as of right now on the Nvidia. But again, only about 25 minutes, guys. So where are we going to close today? And the magic 8 ball, it seems like it could be all up in the air, Neil. We are teetering right around that 18.5. Now, we still haven't had imbalances just yet, about 15 more minutes, 14 more minutes.
Well, we have the early look.
Imbalances. What's the early look?
Before I get to the early look, 24 lost on Palantir, so I punched out. Just really quickly. I actually had a take profit, so it's going to code as a short because I had a take profit out, so I throw another order. It's going to code as a short sell because you have to declare. But it was not. That was me covering literally at 99s when it lost the bid at 24. And good thing, too. Plan of action was to trail it. I was just putting my trailing stop in when it happened, so I just punched right out because I was on the level 2. Palantir is still looking okay, but the early look on the imbalances says BAC to buy 1.7 million. Ford to buy 1.3 million, Pfizer to buy 1.3 million. So basically all the names that we don't think are going to move on imbalances have imbalances, including Visa for $1 million, AT&T. You got a bunch of these. None of these stocks are names that I would expect to do anything if we end up having these imbalances coming out this direction. Now, usually it's like an NVIDIA or like some kind of tech name. Maybe it'll be Apple that'll show up for a few million shares and you might get a bit of a move. That's what I'd be more interested in. So with that pullback in GameStop, I'm checking back in. Palantir's still doing the same thing. I mean, you haven't had too many opportunities, I think, for big runners, but there have been some good shots. I should have probably jumped out when it got to 50 here. I was waiting for a 50 break to trail it. My trail's already in there. I'm not going to necessarily change anything here on PLTR. I tried to run. Yeah, I think you just had to be patient. Like, there were a couple of really half-decent scalp long trades, but outside of that, the market wants to roll over again, and maybe we should have just stuck. Like, wow, the market just cannot catch bids, everybody.
No, it's
the NASDAQ was trying to go, and now it's just rolling right over. Couldn't get through that resistance, so you had to take the profit where you could on any of your longs. Now, that's why I was looking at things like Palantir breaking out above VWAP and relatively strong, and GameStop breaking out above VWAP and relatively strong, as opposed to trying to find a long in, I don't know, Apple. Like, you can either take, like here, you can either sit there and try to take 40, 50 cents on Apple, or you can take 20, 30 on a stock which is a tenth of the price. I know which one I would rather do.
I think Sinful Davey in the chat asking, Obi, have you read Mastering the Trade by John Carter? I have not read that book, but it sounds interesting. I'll write it down. I'll definitely check it out. But no, I have not read that book just yet. Maybe I gotta add it to my reading list. What's your top read in terms of for like trading books? I know there's
I've said it so many times. It's always the same thing.
I'm pretty sure it's.
I'll see if you remember.
Not Flash Boys.
It's not a trading book.
Huh? Oh, Thinking in Bets. That's
exactly.
Yes, Thinking in Bets. Yeah.
It's all about decision making and how you evaluate your decisions. And if you want people who make high stakes decisions, like traders make high stakes decisions all the time. Who else makes high stakes decisions all the time and needs to make quality decisions based on probabilities? Poker players.
Yes.
And it was written by Annie Duke, who actually, a good friend of mine actually was at one of her book signings and got to meet her to talk about it. And he was in banking at the time. And it's like all of the same lessons apply, whether you're a poker player, you're a trader. You can't be sitting there resulting. Like, how many times do you do something that you know was a bad trade, but then it's profitable, and you have to ask yourself, should I do that again? And the answer is no. Like, I can go all in and would do 7, and I could hit on the flop, and I can laugh about it and all that kind of good stuff. But like, did you get your money in good? Answer yes. Do it again the next time. You know, did you put your guy on the right range, and therefore you played it as best as you could based on the information in front of you and the read that you had on that player and the way he was betting? Then that's what you're doing with the market. Based on the way the market is trending and this stock is going relatively strong or weak and at these levels, get the money in good. Does it work or not? Ultimately, you just need to win more times than you lose. And evaluate your decisions based on the information you had at that time and whether you think it would work over a long probability. Daniel, Trading in the Zone is good as well. There's lots of great books out there. I'm not saying it's only that one, but I always tell people to go read Thinking in Bets. And Annie Duke ain't paying me anything to say that every single time. Be nice if she would just come on the show. Anybody knows Annie Duke? Love to have a chat with her. Incredibly smart. Incredibly smart.
Yeah, and I'll have to say I have not read that book yet. I'm kind of going through slowly but steadily going through some other books. Market Wizards, I really like that series as well. Again, great kind of stories, anecdotes, and ideas of different traders along the way. Again, statistically significant traders as well from the past that have been interviewed. I like, I guess, Atomic Habits is dope as well. And was it Alpha Trader? Shout out to Brent.
Coffee Trader's got a good.
Definitely Coffee Trader.
Coffee Trader in the chat just said book you recommend for improving and getting rid of bad habits. Atomic Habits is a great one, and or maybe One Good Trade.
One Good Trade.
Which is like, what's interesting about it is when you read it, you'll understand.
I like the
It's not what people think. And Playbook, I think the Playbook is in some ways better. But
especially for like prop traders, I think it's definitely.
I think the playbook's better when you get more established. Maybe
one good trade is kind of like setting you up for that, and then you're just like,
and then you read,
you hone it in with the playbook.
No, but for one good trade, it's not what you think. Because one good trade, people always think, oh, it just means find that one best opportunity, only make one trade in the day. That's
a lot more than
it's actually almost the opposite of that. It's find a good trade, make the good trade. Once you have it, find the next trade, make a good trade. Once you have it, and then be going to the next idea. Don't just sit on your hands on this trade. You should be looking for the next good idea at all times. At all times if you're a trader. Because you don't know which one's going to be the big one. There's no chance for you to know. Like you can take 20 setups that are all good. One of them could be fire. And the way I always look at it is, as long as you have good risk management, then you can take a bunch of paper cuts and small losses and here and there and some decent wins. And then when you get one that's good, you hold it. And then you play it out to the fullest. And that's what you're looking for. An example of that would be pretty much any short today.
Yeah.
That's
pretty much. You could technically be holding any short from the morning session and you'd still be in the money right now. So
if I had the Intel, I don't. Intel never went to 20. But like when we get to 20 short the last couple of days, you're still in that one from all day. Like today, it's different. Like there's no chance. I wouldn't still be in the original short when it busted VWAP twice. But there's certainly other trends out there. If you were short Apple in the morning, oh yeah. Like easily you could be in that one as I'm fumbling to pull up NASDAQ. Like I was long it multiple times. Actually, it was good early. But if you were short this up here, easily you could still be in this. Like, where's the trend break? Since it made the bottom, it then just formed another downtrend. So you could easily be in a portion of this, and I wouldn't argue with anybody there. And Adrian, great point, Adrian. You can make one good trade even if you lose. That's so very important. So important. Sometimes the best trade you make is a trade that was a A+ setup for you that you took and you had the minimum loss possible. Sometimes that's the trade you're going to be the happiest about. Like when you're drinking your whatever, having fun over the weekend, however you manage to do it, everyone do their own thing. You'll be thinking about that one trade that I didn't lose that much on. Yeah. Speaking of which, I have not been trailed out of Palantir. It's back up at the highs. I'm taking it.
Holding the bid. I definitely agree with you there, Neil, on that one. And I think it's come more into realization as of late because in my daily journals, I've recently started to kind of grade my trades based off of different criteria. And sometimes I notice that like, all right, well, I got like maybe an 8 or a 9 out of 10 in the trade, but I lost on it. Right? But then I look back at it, I'm like, I did everything that I was supposed to do, and it just didn't work. That was a good trade. Right? Exactly. It was a good trade. I got out when I was supposed to, and that is literally the definition. And it's like once you start really meticulously, I guess. Now again, I'm still in the process of getting better at the whole grading and then maintaining that. I guess trying to figure out what are my best trades, and then going for just those 100%. Again, right?
Thank you, Green Bar, by the way.
Trades. What's up?
Someone was just asking who wrote one good trade, and
Mike Bellafiore.
Yeah, the chat was answering that question right away. I was about to get to it, but I was paying attention to Obi, and we're paying attention to Wheeler. Wheeler is now breaking $12. Tisha, tell me you're long in this one because I did take out Palantir, so we grabbed the dub on that one. We'll be happy. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but it does turn out like Wheeler gives you 10 to 12 here. I never love those entries because I don't, like, am I really wrong here? It's a similar setup. I guess I could have had it. I don't, but thank goodness some other people are looking at this talk. I thought this was a more choppy mess, but it's really starting out to look pretty good. Just be careful. We got about 15 minutes till the end of the day, less than that. In the aftermarket going into the weekend, sometimes low float runners have good continuations in the aftermarket when they're going like this. I tend to think that doesn't apply as well on Fridays. When you still have a little bit left in the week and there's a continuation of maybe the pre-market where some people can, let's be real about it, there's people that pump these things up, so they gap up more in the pre-market than they sell it off. There's not much of that happening on a Friday, and then the over the weekend risk, of course, is going to be there as well. And I don't know if Wheeler even has options. The way it's moving, I'm not really sure it does, but again, that could be a factor. Just be careful. I know sometimes people want to hold for that extra push in the aftermarket. My experience has said it's not usually something that you want to be as involved with when it's a Friday. So good luck to anyone out there. Like, you can't be out of the money on this thing, that's for sure. Well, I mean, like, you could have bought literally right here, I suppose. Then you're out of the money. Hopefully you did.
Would you say on a Friday, more often than not, the after-hours volume kind of dies off a lot more than it does the other days of the week, for sure, right?
100%.
Yeah, that would be
And there was the top.
definitely out of there, away for the weekend there. And yeah, there's a little bit of a pullback there.
I
We're
jinxed
trading
it.
below that 18.5 right now. Only about a couple more minutes, 2.5 minutes there, Neil, until these imbalances come out. I'm curious to know what NVIDIA will come out as. And you said the early look was a...
Well, it was a nothing burger.
Okay.
The early look is all stocks that shouldn't really move on imbalances: BAC, Pfizer, Ford, and AT&T and Verizon.
Take a look at
Let me just double check. I mean, Intel's not moving. Now Palantir breaks 50. Of course it breaks 50 now. After I already got out of it. Intel's still not moving. Palantir really... Oh my... GameStop's at the high of the day too? You've got to be kidding me.
The game is afoot.
Yeah, GameStop's right back into the highs. So that little like dipsy-do here underneath 24 that I thought was going to be a big reversal, you could have just bought the dip right back in, but I climbed out of it. Then Palantir looking like it's doing something very similar. Yeah, of course. Of course. Now Palantir goes. Palantir. Oh, the hippo wins. Fluffy hippo for the absolute victory. There, because Palantir does get to 3060 after all. So we'll go with... That one's still bugging up. I know I'm not supposed to hit it. How about this one?
Ooh, I like that. Fatality. Nice.
The funny thing about that one...
Mortal Kombat.
No, I'm not making this up because I think Sean likes Street Fighter. I like Mortal Kombat. And when we were asking about this, and it's not Fabian and Ramin, but when we asked for that graphic, they asked, who's your favorite, like, who did you use when you played Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
And I said Sub-Zero. And then they did Scorpion.
Yeah. It's the blue one. Sub-Zero's the blue one.
It's not Fabian and Ramin. Not outing anybody. Wasn't Fabian.
Yeah. Who's your wait, Street Fighter or
I like Mortal Kombat better, and I would always I would not always use Sub-Zero, but I like Sub-Zero. Imbalances in 30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right, so let's see what we have in store here. Market doing a little bit of a bid up above that 18.5 going into the end of the day, and we are trading pretty much within the range over the past few hours, right? So the most of the momentum in the market has already dissipated after the morning session. Midday was a little bit of a sideways chop here on the Nasdaq, and then end of day as well. So both midday and end of day sessions, a little bit of sideways chop here on the markets after most of that momentum kind of dissipating in the morning session off of a reversion off of what was it?
Whoa, Intel, that's a buy.
Oh boy, all right. So
Intel buy 3.8 million, Cisco 2.7 million to the buy side, ALIM, what is that and why is it 1.2 million? I've never heard of it. NVIDIA buy 1.2 million, Marvell buy 1.1 million, Micron buy 1 million, AMD 900,000 to the buy side. So it's all buys. I don't know what the overall number is, but I'm going to guess it's to the buy side. I just don't recognize like ALIM. I wonder if there's an index action here. Anytime I see a cheap stock in there, $5, what did it do? I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Why is that symbol? There's something about that symbol that's sticking out. Like, did I read something on it? But it's not moving. So the big story is not Intel's because that's a cheap stock. I'd say NVIDIA and Marvell both over 1 million. But that's not enough for me to punch long Marvell or NVIDIA, either one. Like, it's just like, I want 4 or 5 million shares. I mean, you're in it already. That's a different story. But I'm not going to take it on a 1 million imbalance. We've seen 3, 4, 5, 6 million recently in NVIDIA. And that's not going to cut it for me. ALIM. Still curious. Something about that symbol that rings a bell.
Yeah, Neil, with only about, I guess, under 9 minutes left to go, we are trading below that 18.5, but within that same range. 103 is coming right back in here on NVIDIA. So a bit of a chop fest. Hasn't really gone anywhere. And yeah, a couple milli on the inbound. NVIDIA has done over 300 million shares on the day. So
I knew that stock.
It will eat that up like I guess like breakfast. He'll eat it up for breakfast there. So 102.90s coming in here
breakfast.
on NVIDIA. You say breakfast?
Of course I said, I love food. I'm out. I have no positions. I don't like any of the imbalances. I'm canceling my stop orders and all of my other orders out there. So we have a poll in here. It's kind of weird. Yeah. First, I'll answer Coffee Trader's questions. Did you play in Super Nintendo Killer Instinct? I did not. Coffee Trader. Let me know. Is it a fun game? Should I have played it? I have no idea. Are you a cat person, dog person? I love them all. I don't have any pets, but I will say, what? I know. So I can't, I'm not speaking from my own experience, but I will say this. My wife, their family had dogs. My ex, their family had dogs. All my friends usually have dogs. My roommate at university had cats. And if I had to choose between like my love for my friends' pets, it was easily the dogs. Because my roommate's cat was haunted. And I love my boy, but I go to.
What does that even mean?
No, man, I go to his house, we go to visit whatever. He's my boy from university. And his cat just always messing with me. And it's like, I don't understand. It still has claws and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, why does this cat have to grind his claws on me? I don't understand what is it about me that I'm the one that has to climb and start kneading at my legs? I'm like, it's not cool at all. So that's my only reason for picking dogs over cats. I don't have either, so it is what it is.
I love them all.
You love them all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haunted. I like animals, you know?
Haunted. Always clawing at me.
As you guys know, I have two cats, and I like cats. I like dogs as well. Again, pets are absolutely dope companions. You know, I would say a dog is probably a lot more active. You got to be more active with the dog. You got to be more responsible with the dog. Cats are just like they kind of do their own thing. They're chilling, vibing, and just kind of living life. So. And you don't.
So you make cats sound cooler, though.
No, I mean the thing is they're less maintenance. They're less maintenance. Dogs are high maintenance.
Fair.
That's the thing.
Isn't that part of it?
Their cats are more independent. That's what I respect about them. And dogs, they need a lot more attention, but again, they're a lot more fun. So I respect that as well. So a little bit of I like both.
When my daughter comes asking for
both.
a pet,
why can't you have both?
Well, I mean, you could have both. Sean had both.
Yeah.
Sean's usually always had both. Rest in peace, William. I remember. I'm not gonna. Their cat passed away. Sean's cat passed away, and then I remember Sean's first dog. So Sean's away today, and his daughter had hockey, so he's at the rink being a good dad. And I remember his first when he had his pug. This is years back. Right. Like he used to bring the pug in the office. And we didn't always have the trading stations wired as well, so he'd be like, his pug was like running around the floor during the day while everyone was trading. Like, is he gonna get in the wires? It was so cute. Everyone
wires,
yeah. I mean, everyone loved them. But it's just 355 just hit. So all those buy imbalances, NVIDIA just flipped to a sell, 1.5 million to the sell side. So small buy to small sell on NVIDIA. Market heading back into the downside. I'm gonna have to mosey on up to the desk. We got the aftermarket show. It's going to be a fun one because we get to go over all of the nice red that we had in here today. It's not a big earnings day or anything like that. Yeah, but we do have Ryan Fluna. Ryan Fluna is going to be coming through from Benzinga, so we'll be able to chat with him. And maybe he traded that wheeler today. I'm very interested to see. But wow, acceleration to the downside on that flip. NVIDIA just lost a bid when it flipped to a sell. Big move to not a big move now, but a big move on the day to the downside. Losing the bid once again. Got to acknowledge, before I get up to the desk here, I have to acknowledge just how bad it looks in Alphabet. I mean, Alphabet did not participate at all in any of the buying today. Anytime the market caught a bid, Alphabet said, we're not going anywhere. Alphabet lost the 200-period moving average today. It's down at $150. This is looking spicy. Remember when I was asked, well, Neil, what are you doing with Alphabet? Did you buy it? It does not close the week above the 200-period moving average. And if you go to the weekly chart, the other thing I was looking for was a close on the weekly above the 50-period moving average. They were both there at about the same level. Does it hold? Answer no. Not happening. But if Google gets to the 200-period on the weekly, I'm backing up the truck. Bet that. All right, Obi, I'm heading onto the desk. You take them on into the bridge or the close. I mean, the bridge is more of like a music term. You take them into the close. We'll have the market recap as usual. Ryan Faluna is going to be stopping by. Get your questions in because I'll answer pretty much anything. Apparently, we're talking about pets and dogs and cats and all that good stuff. Trading questions, all welcome. I'll see you guys in a few.
All right, thank you, Neil, again for dropping that wisdom again all day. Hopefully, you guys had a solid trading day, solid trading week as well. Again, I guess I can review. We got a couple of minutes left. I can just review a little bit of what I did today. I shorted, or not. I wish I shorted. I longed Nvidia over and over again, and that obviously did not work out. A lot of paper cuts on the way down, but holding that 18.5 as of right now is the Nasdaq there on the day. So let's see, coming into next week, are we going to have another red week? We've had back-to-back red weeks here on a lot of these tickers, and I forget who it was in the chat. I think Freddie the Friendly Guy kind of saying that look at the higher time frame on some of these tickers and look at that. The gravity is definitely there. And yeah, no, I definitely agree. Let's see if we're going to get that continuation going into I guess the end, not really the end of the month. This month, the month of September. Let's see if we get a little bit more of that red. So hopefully you guys had an awesome day. People talking about is anything about the Wheeler halt there? I guess it's halted down to the downside, right? So it's like, all right, so cool. Halting right before the close, 48. So right before the imbalances come out, Wheeler halted down apparently 1052. It's probably going to open up right before the open or sometime now, or maybe after the open. Who knows? But yeah, it's been quite a mover. Again, we talk about looking back and seeing what these tickers have done in the past and being kind of careful when you are getting involved. There's definitely opportunities. Not saying that there aren't any. There's definitely traders who are printing on some of these tickers intraday. Maybe short-term swings as well. But yeah, M's on sales today. Bless you as well, Rogelio. Hopefully that's how you pronounce that. Look at Tesla like a rock. Yeah, JD. Tesla has been straight to the downside, printing lows going into the end of the day. Oh boy, that selling is coming in real hot on Tesla all the way to the downside here. Only about 40 seconds left. But yeah, no, don't go anywhere, guys. There's going to be Neil at the desk with the market recap coming in again with I think with Ryan Faluna as well. So stick around for that. Don't go anywhere. But the bell is about to ring, and hopefully you guys have a great weekend. And hopefully, you do some reviews, do some trade reviews as well. That's what I'm going to be doing. And with only about 10 seconds, I got to time this properly. 49.50. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Again, we should be. I think we should be taking a closer look at the distinct outfits that Adara has been wearing. I think the last time she wore red, we had a blood red market as well, and we are closing near the lows today once again. So maybe some confluence to watch out for there. I definitely gotta run the stats on that one, see if if there's statistical significance. But we need more sample size, right? So let's hopefully that'll come. Yeah, so, all right. So without any further ado, if they are ready for us at the desk, I'll see you guys around maybe sometime next week. Have a great weekend. Hopefully you guys have had a good opportunity. This week had a lot of opportunities, right? A little bit of a range happening on Nvidia as well as some of these other names. A little bit of a downtrend happening on a few tickers as well. Yeah, people talking about the 8-ball. D. Westermeyer saying, sorry, Obi, I got the 8-ball from Jim Cramer. Yeah, we did close below 18.5. So yeah, maybe do the opposite, right? Go with the S, Jim, and kind of go the other way when it comes to that. But we'll see. But without any further ado, I think they're ready for us at the big desk. So shout out to Neil. Thank you, everybody, for spending time with us today. Hopefully you guys learned a thing or two. Take it easy. Take care. Happy trading.
Thank you very much, Obi. Let's get into it. We got the market recap show here in today. Going to be joined a little bit later That was interesting, a little empty desk there. I'm going to be joined a little bit later by Ryan Faluda from Benzinga. But man, was it ever a bloodbath today. Nasty way to end the week. And the worst part about it, it was a complete fake-out job, I feel, this morning with that big move to the upside. And, you know, when I highlight the board, we're going to be able to look at everything here. Yeah, Free Fall Friday was in full effect. I know ARK led the way. That should not be a surprise for the down moves here in today. But the NASDAQ, S&P, both tumbling. And we actually rallied at the beginning of the day. If we're going to start off maybe looking at the Qs, we rallied at the beginning of the day on the non-farm payroll number. You know, 142 versus 160. Then you even got a pretty decent number when it comes to average hourly earnings as well. You had Feb Williams making some comments in the morning. The jobs data was consistent with a cool down in the economy, and things sort of snowballed and snowballed and snowballed, and the bid just was not there today. I mean, the Qs, this is what happened at 8:30. We're actually going higher. What up, Fabian? Oh, it's this hand. See, this is what I'm talking about. I would love, that's what we need to do. We need to have the angel and the devil on our shoulder. It would be a really fun thing, because I know I've been in those moments where you're having that conversation with yourself as a trader. Why not have some fun with it? And then we can give the good side and the bad side of why we're doing what we're doing and what you know you should be doing in the back of your head. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense, because today it really felt like, you know, there were so many opportunities out there, and I'll get to some of them in maybe a little bit more detail, but there were so many things where I was looking short and then didn't get enough of them. Like, I never got into AMD, which I wanted short the entire morning. I got 2 names pretty much, and they were good, but it wasn't enough to make up for the fact that we just kept trying to find bottoms and other things. So we end up the day, I want to call it flat, if not slightly green. It's just not good enough. It should have been a very good green day, even with the longs, because there should have been some really fantastic shorts that I wasn't able to grab. But overall, look, the NASDAQ did have a bad day. But I actually don't want to show the NASDAQ. We'll get to that in a split second. I have to acknowledge, because we had Chris Brecher on a couple of days ago. And he gave everybody, he said the Brecher ledge, and he gave it to everybody, the SPY support at $550. And then the following day, you know what, let me just start from the beginning. He gave everybody the 50 period on the SPY, which was holding. Like, this was the level, the Brecher ledge, he called it. And you pop to the 15-minute. Yesterday, what happens? Yesterday, it breached. It was a good flush. It came back in, retested, and then sold off again. Today, the most obvious thing possible. It goes right into that prior level on our NFP number and promptly fails it. And when you fail that breakout of the Brecher ledge, reclaim all red. On a 15-minute chart, look at that red to the downside. So shout out to Chris Brecher. How come I'm not wearing the pimp cape around here? Here, let's put it on. Let's go. Let's go. He's pimp of the year. That's what I'm talking about. Do you see what I meant? That if I put this on, I'm just saying it because I'm allowed to. If anybody else said it, they get canceled. I'm allowed to say it. It's a little bit warm in this thing, so I'm probably not going to keep it on very long. But that's how I keep it pimping. And then there's a player haters ball. My favorite line from the player haters, Chappelle, I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in the world happen to you and only you and no one else. That's like anytime you just like hating on somebody, that's a line you have to drop. So that's the level of hate that we should have for the lack of bid on the markets here in today. So everything was red, like I said. Q's down 3. SMH took it absolutely on the chin, down 4% in here. It is what it is. But you got to look and take stock of what happens here on the daily chart of SMH, because this is not good. The 50 period got rejected for the second time, and then it just lost the 200 period. Now, the good news is the last time it lost the 200 period was that August 5th low, and the next thing we did is just rally after that. But that was a gap back up. So the question for me on SMH is, can you gap back up above the 200 period moving average, which has been an absolute gorgeous long, any chance you've gotten it. But is this the time that we don't hold anymore? Like, you've got to be concerned about this. If we're not going to hold back above this 200-period moving average next week on the SMH, I'm not a fan here. Like, we got to start thinking about where's the next leg to the downside and where's the continuation for the shorts. Like, that's what's got to matter. I mean, we'll see what happens. I love all the chat, everyone in the chat. It's we're just trying to have some fun in here. I know for a lot of traders it was a mixed day and weeks, and for everybody, it can be difficult. And even though it's a trending market, I'll tell you right now, it can be difficult to trade. Now, if you have a relatively tight stop, conservative style, station to station, for myself, these days aren't usually that bad because I'll usually capture some of the short. If not, I never usually get all of it. That's how it works. But you have like those nicer tight stops, not really fighting anything for too long. But you do miss out if you're not with the trend early or joining it at a reasonable time. So overall, not the best day. I do want to point out some relative strength. I mean, is it even relatively strong? Okay, fine, I'll acknowledge it because there's like one big green thing sticking out here. And that's natural gas. So natural gas with a bit of a bounce, but there's a daily chart. So this is what was green today on the ETFs, and this is what the daily chart looks like. It was one of those types of days. Worth knowing that natural gas is coming into a big level here, getting back into its 50 period and a previous support level. Could be an interesting breakout play in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I would usually throw up a weekly chart to see what happens here. Wow, the weekly chart doesn't look like any kind of an entry to a long. Okay, so ignore the weekly chart on UNG. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Good luck for everybody out there if you're even remotely interested in that name. So as far as the sectors go, when we have days like today, where it was an absolute long trap across the board on the numbers, you tend to have really good breadth to the downside. That's why you're looking across the board at everything essentially just getting waxed. It is what it is. Like, the one that stood out to me, and it's an individual name more than anything else, is actually Alphabet. This is the one, if it is an individual name, then I'm like, what is going on here? It's going to be Alphabet. And so before we get to Ryan, I just want to point this one out. You're losing the 50 period on Alphabet, and this is a stock that I was considering what I wanted to start buying back into because of the significance of the level. Like, it's a 50 period. The 150 was just gigantic. The last rally up, it was resistance going back into the beginning of the year, pop all the way back to 2021, and it's 2021 highs on Alphabet. And that's what you're losing on the weekly. I needed it closing above. It doesn't want to close above it. So it's looking pretty nasty there as well. Jay Lee in the chat, I see you. You're long Boyle, but it's been at historic lows. It's not really got much lower to go unless you think they'll start giving it away. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody gives anything away. But Nat Gas, and this is what I see a lot of people that play Boyle or just go long Nat Gas with the theory that, well, it's got to make a bottom eventually, and then then it just continues a downward trend. So I understand why people will try to bottom pick this because you know the gains could be huge. I'm not a commodities trader. Usually what I would tell people is if a stock is going to make a big reversal and has a lot of room to go, then joining the trend when it makes the rounded bottom is usually going to be profitable anyways, and then you can avoid all the bag holding that goes along with trying to pick the actual bottoms. I don't like trying to pick bottoms. I like trying to go long after something is already bounced. And that's probably because when I started day trading, I was trading a lot of penny stocks where you darn sure didn't want to be just sitting randomly on the bid. You just wanted it when it started to get a little bit of upward momentum. That was the way I like to go it here. So we'll see. Or Alpha, y'all endorse the Widowmaker. Yeah, I know you're talking about natural gas too. Good luck for anybody now. They call nat gas the Widowmaker for a reason. Because traders get moked trying to step into it when they are not commodity traders. That's why they call it I'm not making it up. It's been the Widowmaker for a long time. I've been trading a while. Everybody calls that sucker the Widowmaker. And I don't know anybody on our prop floor that has ever been a natural gas trader. We've had oil futures traders. We've had Forex traders. We've had crypto traders. We've had lots of things that you don't see on the show. Never had a natural gas trader. I can tell you that for sure. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. Anybody can make money any way they want to. I do believe we ready for Ryan in here. All right, let's get on to it. Someone who I'm pretty sure doesn't trade any nat gas either. We got Ryan Fluna for Trader Talk. welcome, Ryan. Oh, you got the gray. We both got the gray on. That's looking pretty good. We've got Ryan Faluna here from Benzinga. Now, I hope I didn't just make an incorrect statement. You're not a natural gas trader. I'm assuming you never have either.
So you, not only did you not make an incorrect statement, but I am here to steel man you. I learned from two 40-year market vets that nat gas is indeed called the widowmaker. Trade it at your own risk. No, I am not a nat gas trader. I did learn the hard way trying to trade some oil. Didn't really drastically hurt me, but I didn't win on that. You're 100% right. You're absolutely. I do not trade that. I am no good at that.
What's so amazing, and this is why I could confidently say it. It's not hyperbole. I was hearing that when I started trading 20 years ago. People were, and they're still saying it today. And it's always the same refrain. So it's an easier thing to stay away from when you've in 20-something years of trading. I guess it's wow, it's going to be 21. In over 20 years of trading, I don't know anybody personally that has been consistently profitable with that as their strategy. I've known other types of futures traders out there.
But I bet you know somebody that has a bad experience with that. I bet you know somebody that does that because I know several. I watched that thing go from 50 to 120, and with my eyes lit up like dinner plates. A couple of days later, things back at $30. It's you know what? We'll stay away from that. We'll find something else.
So I try not to give names when we do stories because there's been so many traders over the years. But there's one trader. They didn't trade nat gas here, they didn't do it on the prop floor, but it was something they traded in their own account. And I'll never forget. They told me they blew up an account twice trading natural gas. I won't name any names. A successful trader in a general sense. They did really well here. But every time they try to dip into natural gas for a play, they blow up accounts in their PA. And I'm talking about an actual quality trader that had a over 5-year career, let's just say, which is pretty good. Anyone over 5 years, you've done pretty well. But they would just get rinsed. I always find the number one important thing for a trader when it comes to longevity, regardless of what your strategy is put capital towards things that work for you. And don't put capital towards it or more capital towards it until it works for you. And that's a simple rule to live by. You can try lots of different things out there, but don't put the capital that you reserve for the things that are your best trades or your winning trades or your normal strategies. Don't throw that into something new. Be willing to be a beginner somewhere. I think that's always important. I didn't look at many small caps today, Ryan. I want to jump right into it because please tell me you traded Wheeler. I know it's a Friday. Please tell me you traded Wheeler. Everybody seemed to be making money on that thing today.
I did. So first of all, obviously you and I have a mind meld going today, and it's pretty sweet with the gray shirt, but I also shorted today. So we're going to get to Wheeler here in a sec. But my first trade of the day here was actually a short on ticker PATH, P-A-T-H. That's Uipath. This stock reported earnings yesterday, held its earnings into this morning, and guess what? We got the same setup I've talked to you about the last time. This time it worked out to the downside. We actually plunged first, kind of showing you that people were ready to sell this. Then we bounced through the VWAP. That actually frightened me a little bit because it went all the way to the top of the channel. I was actually underwater as soon as I bought it, but we did not break out of that channel. I added on the way back down. We snapped this and we were out right near 13. Now, this did come back to the VWAP and give you an even better short. I did not play that one. I played only the first one here out of the gate, but this trade was so good out of the gate. This kind of let me do some things for the next one. Now, as far as Wheeler goes, I actually had my chat busting on me a little bit this morning because this was this thing was a monster. This thing was halted all over the place. Here, in fact, let me see if I can go back and figure out how many halts this thing had. I mean, it was a ton. I did end up scalping this, but I missed the entire morning on it. I just scalped it after my path trade was done a little bit closer to the lunch hour. I can't wait to hear what you guys did with this, though. I really can't.
Well, to me, I missed Wheeler the whole way. In the afternoon, I mean, you had Roaring Kitty with the GameStop kind of action.
Okay.
So when that happened, I had a short in Chewy. Oddly enough, this is the value of Benzinga. I happened to be sitting at my desk. I had just finished my Achilles exercises that I do in the middle of the day. And I'd sat back down, and then there was the Roaring Kitty thing, so I punched short on Chewy, and then that came right back in, and then GameStop was going. I'm like, oh, this is going to be the market's bleeding. The only thing rallying is small caps and squeeze names. So if it's going to trend up, I've seen it too many times where you have a really bad day in the market and then you get some good plays on some of those other names. So we had a bunch of traders, Tisha in the chat and a few others saying Wheeler, and I was just long GameStop and Palantir in the afternoon, and they won, but Wheeler was the one. And so
Wheeler was indeed the one. 6 halts here today, by the way, just to get that number for you. Thank you, Benzinga Pro, for counting those up for me. Still, though, gave you some opportunities on the VWAP break there. Now, that Chewy issue that you were talking about, you did better than I on that because I heard about the tweet. I'm not big on Roaring Kitty. I don't really understand some of these cryptic memes. I'm not really a part of the GME AMC fascination. So don't really consider myself an expert. I kind of go to others that really kind of follow it closely. I heard about the tweet. Someone actually had to text me for me to hear about that. Didn't really put 2 and 2 together that this was Chewy. Saw that GameStop was moving, but someone actually had to explain to me, yeah, that's Woody being dropped by the kid, and it's got the dog face on it. And what does this all mean? I did not trade that one. I'm fortunate. I stuck with my Wheeler scalps. I was 2 for 3 scalping that, and I was 1 for 1 on Uipath. So it was a pretty light day, but overall my percentage was pretty good, and I'm happy with the gains, the dollar amount that I got.
Yeah, you have to be happy with it. Like as I said, I was lucky with Chewy. Like I happened to right time, right place. And if you looked at what was happening, I'm going to show the chart. I don't know if you had a look at this, but like it was trending down on Chewy, and then right in here, it's at 26.15 and 14.15, and it just even broke $26. And once that happened, it was as simple as like I literally got 98 or 99 short. And that was it. Now I tried another short in here on the way back that lost, but I mean it's just right place, right time situation. And then for GameStop, like I didn't clue in right away that would be good for GameStop. Mm-hmm. So I ended up not really looking at that until the afternoon. Like I feel like I should have, because like the first bounce on GameStop was really good because where it broke out from. Like the symmetry here was almost perfect. Like GameStop broke out 22.56, like right in here. And then it dipped, wicked 22.56, and then rallied like $1.25. Like you could have had some good scalp longs off this, just based off it. This is when that whole nonsense happened. It goes right back to that level and it makes a bounce. We talked about that before on news events. If you get the bounce at the exact place that it started and starts trending again, it's a great place to look scalping. Maybe you don't expect it to go to the high, but at least you'll be able to make a little something on the way back up. A quick question for you, because you saw what the market did today. Like, I mean, Uipath's chart looks a heck of a lot like every other chart out there, the way it sort of reacted. What are your thoughts going into next week based on this? It's really difficult to not be overall bearish. I know you're always looking for longs and small caps, which is probably going to be a good thing next week, unless you're willing to short, because it's looking like a bunch of short setups and bigger names.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I have actually been waiting for the market to sell off. In fact, I think a couple of weeks ago that I was here with you, someone in your chat had mentioned that I had been buying SQQQ from the teens when SQQQ was in the 9s. And that person is absolutely correct. I have actually been trying to time the SQQQ trade for a while, trying to time one of those shorts here for a while. Be honest with you, right before the market opened today, when we were kind of going through the rundown earlier on my show, I said, hey, watch out. This feels like one of those days where the market kind of trade up and then reverse. Not sure it's really going to like plunge and scare people, but it could end up closing lower. And if you take a look at the SPY chart, that's exactly what took place here today. Now, as far as next week goes, my big issue right now is like, yeah, generally speaking, I would be like, oh man, I probably should have loaded up on some more shorts. It's going to be a little shaky over the weekend. We might start a little nervous next week. People might be hungover from the opening of the NFL season and all of that stuff. But I'll be honest with you, the buy the dip mentality has been so well trained in this market that I'm okay kind of waiting that out. Let's see again if maybe we try and pop and then we can get an intraday short setup. I'm not carrying anything over the weekend. I'm going to reassess in the pre-market on Monday and see where we're at. While I'm hoping for more downside on the broader market, I am not 100% confident that that's what we're going to get, as we've seen that buy the dip has worked for a long time. So that's going to keep working until it doesn't. I'll kind of wait that out.
Yeah, and to your point, like one of the things when I was going over the sector watch, I was pointing out that look, SMH obviously took it on the chin today. I mean, that's obvious. But it got to the 200 on SMH, 200 period moving average, and it's like, okay, that looks really, really bad. But the last time it did this, it essentially that was that August 5th low, and then it just proceeded to run from 200 to 250. So you got like a 25% move bottom to top. Now you're not getting all of that, like you're getting more like 215 in. And you could easily just come in on Monday, pre-market, we're regaining that, and suddenly it looks bullish again. So I'm with you. Holding over a weekend like this is pretty perilous. I would suggest there's going to be a few people that come in on Monday morning a little bit weary-eyed because there's, when you got I think it's Detroit and the Rams are playing on Sunday night. I got Jameson Williams in a couple of leagues. I'll be interested in watching that.
I snatched him up too, but I mean, I'm waiting for the new era of Chicago Bears football here that's going to kick off at noon. I'm telling you right now, if they lose that game, I am not going to be in the best headspace on Monday, no matter how hard I try. One more thing about the charts here with the SPY. You did a great job there with that SMH chart. Here's the thing that's really going to bake your noodle. If you want to take a look at this SPY chart here, we're just starting to roll over. Look how much room we have to the 200 period moving average on SPY, right? I've got that down here at 513.43. Our current price here is 539. You know, the last time that we touched that 200-day moving average in SPY was back in November of 2023. So if this continues, if we get more downside, the reality is that there's a lot of room to go. And I think that is going to entice some short sellers. I want to make sure that we are actually in that move before I load up on that. You'll notice from the chart that we were just looking at there, I'm actually 2 points above the 100-day. We'll see next week if that provides any support at all.
Right. Yeah, that's a key one. I like the bake your noodle. I feel like I haven't heard that one in a while. I like that, Ryan. You're always keeping us on our toes, and that's what it's all about. We got to have a little bit of fun while we're out here trading. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a bit of a lonely business when you're trading because when you're in the trade, it's you, it's your chart, and there's no one else. And I know we get to enjoy talking to each other as traders or talking to our viewers, but you do have to try to lighten it up a little bit. Winning day, losing day, let's just have a little bit of fun with it. So, okay. That the SPY, we were just finished saying like, let's see how it works out on Monday, all that room to the downside. And this is where I'm at here because even if we were to bounce, when I'm looking at the SPY chart, the SMH one, I look at the chips, I feel like they could kind of do their own thing for a little bit. And if there is a rally, I can easily see the chip names maybe extending it a little bit stronger than the broad market, especially the S&P 500. When I look at the S&P, I also see we lost that 50-period moving average. Even if we were to bounce to begin next week, my first thought's got to be short back into that same 50-period. At least the first time through, I think you're going to run into a bunch of sellers there because you're going to have overhead resistance on like a bunch of stuff. Like, I mean, Apple's going to have a bunch of overhead resistance that's going to work into. Google looks relatively weak. I mean, Apple for sure, when that gets back in like the 225, 230 range, I think you're going to have a lot of overhead resistance. I think you're going to have some trouble convincing people next week that you can have a short-term rally that gets us back to those previous 550 levels, and it's not just going to be a sell event. So I think you want to be ready for that, even if you're taking it off for the first couple of days. If we do get a rally, in the back of my mind, I'm still going to be looking short if we get back to that 50 on the SPY.
Well, see, that's exactly right. This is exactly how I think traders should approach this, right? Because if you're looking at today and you're thinking, oh my God, we're going to go down some more. This is bad. I got to get short here today. And then we have some type of relief rally that shakes you out on Monday. That would not be any good. Why not just wait, see if we do get a trade back up, see if that overhead resistance really starts to show its face, and now you can re-enter your short. It'll probably be an easier trade. Yeah, that's me, Ryan, saying that the short is probably going to be easier if you get a better entry on that. So to me, I just don't, again, I feel like the market's kind of telling us something. Nvidia's trading a little bit differently. Broadcom beat and raised last night, traded down. Like things are different now, right? And I really do think that having some of these blue chip stocks having their fundamentals reset and their PEs come in is actually going to be good for long-term investors and people that are in the market for the long term. The question then is, if you think that that's the case, how are you going to position yourself for the short term? We're active traders, right? Like, I can't just wait this out. I got to figure some stuff out in the meantime. Well, if I think, like, for example, we come in and test that 200-day moving average, maybe even break beneath it, well, there's a down move there that I can try and capture first, but I'm not going to stick my neck out on a Friday before the weekend.
Right.
I'm going to wait for that setup and see if I can confirm it first.
That's the beauty of trading, is you can always wait for confirmation to make your trade. You don't have to be early. You've just got to be right with your entry and exit plan. That's it. You don't have to be the first person in through the door. And oftentimes, I think you don't want to be the first person through the door. There's very few circumstances where I want to be that first trade. Sometimes you get a breakout that's that good. Before we get you out of here, I'm not a Bears fan. I'm a Bills fan. I've said this a few times. But I'm starting the Bears defense. I got the Bears defense. My main league that I'm in with Sean and our high school buddies, we start 2 defenses in a dynasty league. And along with the Buffalo Bills, the Bears are my other D, and I'm riding them. I think the Bears are going to have a good year. I think they should win this weekend. I know you're going to have some fun there. But Ryan, tell everybody where they can find you. Obviously, I want you to have a fantastic weekend, but more importantly, a great trading weekend next week as well. But tell everyone where they can find you.
Will do, but I'm sorry, man. You can't just talk about the Bears and not let me say one more thing about them real quick. I actually saw a stat earlier today, something like in the past 20 years or something like that. Number 1 overall quarterbacks are 4-20-something on their first ever game in the NFL. So look, Caleb's supposed to be the man. Let's see what happens. I agree with you. They should win that game. I'm hoping that they win that game. Your Bears defense pick, that's awesome. That's someone that's paying attention. That defense was top 10 last year, got better with the addition of Kevin Baird. And if this offense is better and they spend less time on the field, they're going to be even more efficient. Really good pick there by you. Go Bears. Yeah, I mean, let's see what next week brings, right? Let's see what it brings. I hope that I really hope that we get a good tradable move, right? I want the setup. Now, you want to know where you can find it? Come see me at benzinga.com. The pro platform that we use and you use is pro.benzinga.com. Our YouTube channel in the morning does live trading. You can always come say hi. We'll be around. We'll be doing it. We'll be here active next week.
Absolutely, and we'll have you back next week to talk all about it as well. We love talking to you every single time. Hey, win, lose, or draw, I'm glad you were all over that Wheeler, and a great shorting opportunity there for Uipath. That was an absolute banger to the downside.
I owe my chat for Wheeler. They were busting on me. They were saying this is the one that you should trade. I followed suit. Thank them.
Our community, too. Everyone was busting balls. That's the one you had to be on.
Trading with the community is the way to go, boss. It's the way to go.
100p. Every single time. That Ryan Faluna, thank you so much. Have an awesome weekend. Go Bears at least this week for sure. Enjoy it, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're converting him. Bears and Bills there. Hey, you know what time it is? Bears, Bills. Bears and Bulls. You know what time it is. It's going to be roll call time. We had a fantastic week. If you like volatility, this is the place to be because we try to trade things. We've got to thank Ryan for coming on here, talking about the small caps, talking about the overall market, talking about his trades, talking about the plan for next week. That's what we have to do as traders. As long as we are sharing our ideas and all trying to get better, it's going to make trading a heck of a lot easier because you know it's a hard game. But it's roll call time, everybody. I already shouted out the best moderator in all of YouTube, Bears versus Bulls. Our fantastic community, you guys are all amazing, but I got to give a big shout out to Ramin, who's like, let's get out of here because it's the weekend, and shout out to Fabian and our entire crew. But I'm going to drop every single name that I can. I'm going to take a big breath, and I'm going to start begrudgingly with Alvin, who just said JETS. Okay, Alvin, nobody is perfect. We love you anyways. Shout out to Neo Rob. Wait a minute. Did I just see Raider in here? It is. It's Andrew Raider. What up, Andrew? How's it going, brother? Thank you for the super chat. Oh, I love you, brother. No other person. I'm going to read it because he did a super chat. No other person I let bake my noodle than Neil Goodweek. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but I'm going to take it in a positive way, even though that's a little sus. Thank you so much, Andrew. We love you, brother. A Raider Trader in the chat. Finch Jane Bears. I'm going to try my best here, but now you got me cracking up, Andrew. Derek Thompson, CompuCare team, Brandon Townsend. We got Asta. We got the Pipa. We got Fat Figa, Monty G, Rondo, Blue Arrow, Sinful Davey, Jimmy Joe Smith, Derek again, Pierlo, 4AXU, we got TH, we got Wall Street Only, Trader Forever, Easy Peasy, Freddy, the Friendly Guy 2.0. Still haven't seen the 1.0. Finch Jane, we got Crypto FOMO, Darwin, we got Ryan in the chat. What up, Ryan Faluna? Again, thank you, brother. Farm Trader, Anthony Demonici. Sorry about that. I can't get that one right. Raider again wants points. Anurag in the chat. Derek S. Lawrence the One. We've got Bala Krish, Mark L. Easy Peasy again. Matt Carnes, thank you so much, Matt Carnes. Great questions earlier in the day. Bala one more time. Farm Trader again. Now we're repeating ourselves a little bit here. Hey, Farm Trader just won 20,000 points. Man, Streamlabs been stealing from me all week. I haven't won in a month, it seems like. Streamlabs is, I'm not going to say it, but Streamlabs clearly doesn't like me. I'm just saying a dangerous Nile in the chat. Mike Walter, Palm Trees, good vibes as well. Good vibes everywhere. Shout out to everybody in our community. I wish we could get to every single person. We love you all. Trading is a lot of fun, but it's a heck of a lot more fun doing it with a great community like this. Shout out to Obi for filling in for Sean. Sean at the rink all day with Gia as she's back on the ice and doing a great dad thing as well. Still got to make our picks for the Survivor. I know you're not watching, but Sean didn't get back to me. We've got to make our picks for the Survivor pool this weekend. We'll talk on the weekend about that. Big shout out to Adara, Sharif, the entire team, as I said. But you know what the best part about all of this is? We get to come in on Monday and do it all over again. The market never sleeps. Back here, 8:30, Monday morning, Trader TV Live. We'll see you then.